Lady, you got your mic on? Is it close enough to you?
I'll get it there.
Good morning. I didn't see you walk in.
I went to the copy room because I ran out of ink.
Oh,
I looked in my drawer, I had black, no color. Eh, Waiting on UPS, what the hell? Is that a no? Yeah. Wow. Getting worse in there. I don't want to be ignorant.
hello.
Good morning. What is it?
I just made a visual up for that email that Ron had sent out on Friday.
What is this? Reminds for me.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
That's your mail. Taxes. I
Oh.
was talking about.
Gladly. You look more regal than I do.
Super good, isn't it?
Did you say you super yourself together?
Not even that one.
I've had somebody do
I
that.
found lately the warranty is expired.
I put people with scalpel to get their fingers taken apart. Like super glue or. They do,
Yeah, some.
but it's not super glue, it dissolves in your system. Better. Anything that comes from China and has China on it, it smells, you should have a problem. Took some plastic off something yesterday. I think it poisoned.
Morning, Chief.
Morning.
Carol, are you good to go?
I am.
Heidi, are you good to go?
Yep.
How about you, Darzella?
Yes.
Don, let's go. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 12th, 2023 Whitewater Township Board meeting. We will call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. If you'll please join me in the pledge of allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll just do a quick mic check here with all 10 people on Zoom. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Good. We can hear you too. Thank you. And roll call when ready.
If I'm on Zoom, I don't know if I'm supposed to announce my main name. My name is Mark Krennock.
Goss, here, Bennett,
Here.
Glenn,
Here.
Valmut,
Here.
Pat.
Here. Just to cover maybe some new timers that are some first timers that are out in Zoom. We do not require your name and address as a participant of Zoom. So thank you for offering that information, and you're welcome to email us or put it in chat, but it's not a requirement. But thank you for offering. Any changes to the agenda today?
Yes, I have a couple.
Okay.
I sent everybody on Friday, the election, resolution 2311 regarding adopting an early voting site and agreement for election services. And I would like to have that added, please.
Under 10 of new business, you think?
Sure.
Okay.
Also,
Resolution 2311.
yes,
Okay.
11 or
no,
10?
it's 11.
11.
2311. Also, I would like to add the zoning administrator's request for action regarding parcel 2813-136-00102. And that's also pursuant to our attorney's last legal opinion.
And so I had that listed as Bob's motion. New business number 11, is that appropriate for the board?
Works for me.
Sure.
Anything else?
Yeah, I would, yeah, and I don't know, procedurally if we do that, in the consent calendar, there's some budget amendments and, there is the movement of the $25,000, in the planning commission, a request that they made. And I think we ought to be having some discussion about that. I don't feel it's clear cut as it appears to.
Okay. So let's, what's the board's pleasure there? We typically discuss those items during consent calendar. Is that still what the board would like to do? Or do we want to make it a separate business item?
Well, I think it already is, part of it already is a separate business item under the planning commission's, I forget the name of it, under new business, where they're requesting that. I put it in the budget amendment. We do have the other part of the budget amendment to take care of with respect to wages in 703. But if you want to hold the budget amendment for the professional services until that other agenda item, I don't have a problem with that.
I have a problem with it.
I think 703 is also a question for me, quite frankly. So,
Well, that'll be easy to explain, but if you want to pull the whole budget amendment thing out.
let's move the budget amendment out of consent calendar and add it to new business number 8, which is the planning commission submission. Is that okay?
Yeah,
with you, Don?
yeah, that'll work for me.
So when we get to consent calendar, we are not acting on budget amendments. Is that the board's understanding?
Yes,
Yes. Not acting on it in the consent calendar, but.
Act
Right.
on it at number 8,
Yeah, 'cause it's
okay.
being moved out of the consent calendar.
Right.
And added to new business number 8, that's what you said,
Concur?
right?
Yeah.
Mhm. Heidi, are you?
I'm good with that.
Anything else? I would like to move, new business number 2, recommendation for appointment out of new business number 2 and move it just after public comment, which I think has been kind of what we've been trying to do to be respectful with appointees' time.
I'm agreeable to that.
I'm okay with that.
Carol,
Sure,
Ardella?
I don't care.
Any other changes to the agenda? I guess there's so many, let's just go ahead and do a motion to approve the amended agenda.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Tanya,
Yes.
Panic,
Yes,
Pat,
Yes,
Glenn,
Yes.
Gracias.
great. Okay, any declaration of conflict of interest today? And moving to our favorite topic, is public comment. I would like to start with public comment here in the Township Hall. So if you have anything you'd like to say, please make your way to the podium and tell us what you're thinking.
Connie Highmore, Bags Road. I have several concerns as I stand before you today. Number one, I still would like the board to address the fact that during last month's board meeting, Clerk Goss interrupted the meeting by walking away from her duty as clerk to confront me. I would like action taken. Number two, the ZBA board meeting or the ZBA meeting on August 24th had possible open meeting act violations. Grand Traverse County Prosecuting Attorney Noel Moenberg is reviewing for validity of that meeting and the decision that resulted. It has recently come to our attention that our correspondence to the ZBA has been called Highmore ZBA interference by Clerk Goss and is titled as such and placed on the township website in all capital letters. Is this the full board's decision or statement of fact? That is possible slander or defamation of character. Who's responsible for that being put on the website titled as such? Anyone can contact the elected officials and appointed officials in the township by mail or email. There's no law against that. Board members, therefore, cannot communicate with the ZBA members, especially on cases that they have voted on. The treasurer emailed and gave direction to ZBA members. So many things wrong with the ZBA packet and meeting. Why wasn't the Highmore complaint put in the packet? Why weren't the public correspondence put in the packet for the ZBA to review in advance? Why is our correspondence any different than those that were read during the public hearing? And why weren't any of those comments discussed by the ZBA? That was completely improper, and it was an example of silencing the people. How is all that information in favor How is it that all the information in favor of the variance was provided to the ZBA in writing in advance to review? However, the information opposed was not included. Number 4, a PC member that holds a seat on the ZBA stated in a Zoom recorded meeting that he doesn't work for the people. If this doesn't raise a huge concern to the board members, we have bigger problems, if that's possible. Please stop piling mistake after mistake on this township. The taxpayers are continuing to pay for these errors with massive amounts of attorney fees. Please turn this around. We cannot afford to continue down this path of destruction. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else here in Township Hall?
Frank Highmore, Bags Road. To kind of piggyback on what my wife has said, on August 24th at the ZBA meeting, 13 public correspondences were read. Ours was not. It wasn't until yesterday when it was added to the agenda, calling it the Highmore ZBA interference, that we found out the township clerk and the township treasurer both interfered with our correspondence, contacting the ZBA and directing them not to read it. The treasurer actually gave the ZBA additional work direction, having been on the ZBA before she quit. The township clerk called it Highmore ZBA interference. Is this the opinion of the board or just Clerk Goss? Was it Clerk Goss who added the slanderous agenda item to the website? Why were none of the other 13 correspondences considered interference? Why our correspondence, not the other 13, Clerk Goss? Why our correspondence, Treasurer Benak? If you wanted to get into the businesses of the ZBA, why did you quit? You see, I can send correspondence to the ZBA, just like 13 others did. However, a board member who voted to send it to the ZBA cannot. Maybe the agenda item should read, Township Board members interfere with the ZBA. Your actions alone may void the entire ZBA meeting. We have contacted the Grand Traverse County Prosecuting Attorney. She's looking into that. Be prepared for possible future legal action. To get back to the meeting, per General Ordinance 26, Section 9, which everybody seems to not understand, a parcel of land that is in non-compliance with General Ordinance 26 cannot be sent to the ZBA for variance consideration. When the ZBA was asked numerous times during the meeting, they ignored us. By having the zoning administrator present the appeal is a direct conflict of interest. It was his error that created the non-compliance. He admits that openly. And he could benefit monetarily if misdemeanor charges are pursued. An appeal to the ZBA must meet all 4 criteria listed on their website for ZBA consideration. It does not. However, the Zoning Board of Appeals criteria was not used even in the decision-making. They followed an attorney-made-up script. Again, when the ZBA was questioned, they ignored us. Public comments were not used in the decision-making, never even discussed. Why are we even there? Again, possible Open Meeting Act violation. As my wife mentioned, the prosecuting attorney is also looking into that. The recording secretary led the meeting. She directed the chairman through every step of the meeting. We found out later that she even created the improper agenda. You can see that on the video. Our own attorney swayed the vote. Watch the video. Everybody's vote changed after he abruptly got up, which was totally out of character. Again, a ZBA board member states that the zoning administrator did not make any errors in the division of the property. Right after the zoning administrator admits he made the error. How does one deal with that? Again, the same ZBA member argues that the 4-to-1 ratio does not apply to parcels over 10 acres. Right after the zoning administrator tells him local ordinances supersede the state and the property must follow the 4-to-1 ratio. Again, how does one deal with that? The same ZBA member states he does not work for the people of the township. And another ZBA member admits he did not even visit the site, which is a requirement. Bottom line, the board's decision to deem the property not buildable remains intact. The findings of fact are still true and factual. And the ZBA's decision does not negate the board's decision. Thank you.
Anyone else here in Township Hall?
It's going to follow on the same topic. I was surprised to see after reading the packet last week that there was an addition by the clerk to put on there about just making sure all board members have seen the name of the person's email in July sent to all zoning board of appeals members. Well, she sent them to all the board members on August 10th. That is regarding a meeting that was August 24th ZDBA meeting. It's a little late to tell the board then. However, if she had reviewed the meeting Zoom recording, she would have seen that this issue of the email from the Highmores to the board members, the ZBA board members, was mentioned, was handled, and the lawyer, Chris Patterson, at the beginning of the meeting, per law, had requested all the emails from the board members saying, if you have any correspondence regarding this condo site discussion, send them to me for the packet. He presented them just before the meeting, which is required that it's in the packet. The timing was a little close. However, it was there, it was handled. This meeting now, today is September 12th. Why this was brought up at this time, it has no impact on the ZBA meeting itself. Treasurer Bennett sent a well-written letter, an email to the board, the ZBA board, saying to disregard any information received before the meeting from anyone, which is accurate. There is not supposed to be any contact with the ZBA board members before the meeting. However, any information from the public is supposed to be submitted to a board member, and any information from the board that the board receives is supposed to be sent to the ZBA and inserted into the packet. So the board members had this information. They could have used it as an educational moment to say no to the ZBA member who sent the required email. What do we do with this? And said to him, this is ex parte, which I believe Bennett, the treasurer, addressed. However, they did not send anything to the Highmore saying that send their information directly to any township board member and it will be submitted to the ZBA packet. No one mentioned that. This is a new procedure for many people. It could be an educational moment and you turn it into a malicious moment, which as a resident of this township, I do not appreciate. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. My name's Andy Smits. I'm the County Drain Commissioner. And I want to start by thanking you for your service to your community. And let you know that I did recently receive correspondence from Chief Flynn in follow-up from his response, I understand, to a complaint, a call from Miss Lori Watson on Watson Road related to the quite unusual storm event we experienced last week, and which seemed like it was going to repeat here this morning, but thankfully it may be abating. Nonetheless, I wanted to report that I had visited the site, and I've visited several sites in Whitewater Township since my term began. I've noted recently the need to come out more frequently to Whitewater Township as your community continues to grow. And I would like to offer an ongoing visitation and collaboration with Whitewater Township to see if there's something that we can do in the county to assist Whitewater Township with these unusual, with these flooding events and water intrusion events that are happening more frequently due to the very unusual nature of storm events in the last several years. Very recently, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has updated and codified as official, finally, the floodplain maps for our region. It's had tremendous effect in our region to property owners and to municipalities who are grappling with the changes. I personally are living currently in Peninsula Township. Peninsula Township is an island with a couple roads that connect it to the mainland. And so we have an enormous amount of coast that is now regulated as floodplain. That is different than the old FEMA maps treated it before. So there's considerable changes. I'd like to work with the township for us to all better understand what those changes mean. It probably has lesser effect in Whitewater Township than it does in Peninsula or Elmwood or Acme, but nonetheless, it's a change. And in the past, in working with the supervisor to better understand the challenges to your community, it's time to probably make this a more regular effort, if you're willing, to see if we can find ways to fund improvements that alleviate concerns from water intrusion and flooding within the township and the concerns to property owners in your community. I just wanted to let you know that I'm still continuing to follow up on the incident. As I mentioned to Chief Flynn, part of the problem a county drain commissioner has in affecting any services to a community is that outside of the drain code, outside of a formally constituted county drain, there is no jurisdiction whatsoever. In fact, if I was to try and influence efforts or access property that is not in the county drain, that would be trespass. And so I need permission from private property owners outside of drainage districts or county drains to do anything meaningful. Nonetheless, the issue most recently seems to be related to an undersized culvert or the culvert that is clogged. And that culvert exists underneath an abandoned stretch of MDOT highway. It appears that MDOT is probably properly abandoned its former rights for property in that area. And I'm researching it to understand with certainty from the Register of Deeds records who is the title owner of the property. And then from that base of knowledge, be able to work with persons responsible for that property to look at ways to fund either culvert cleaning, culvert removal, stream restoration, or anything else that would help to alleviate this. I can tell you that when first taking office, a little over 2 years ago, I inherited from my predecessor in office $1.5 million project to replace culverts in Garfield Township. That started a week after I took office and had to come up to speed quickly. With the rain events of last week, I visited that area in Garfield Township. One of the first duties in inspection after the storm, as it is a county drain. And I'm here to tell you that the replacement of those culverts alleviated the flooding concerns in that community. There has not been a flooding event since those improvements were made. And that has alleviated concerns for all the business owners and property owners along Cass Road, south of South Airport. So there are solutions that are available out there, like everything that requires time and money and energy. But I'm here to report on my efforts today, to let you know that my phone number is available. I'm very responsive to calls and emails, and working with leaders in the community whenever I'm called to see what I can do. Thank you again for your service to your community. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate your work. Good morning.
Nancy Moodhart, Cook Road. I'm here to support the letter of no objection for the slalom course on the south end of Elk Lake. My family and I have enjoyed the slalom course for over 10 years. We need to renew our permit with the DNR every 3 years now, and my son has requested the letter of no objection from the township that we need before we submit the DNR application. Our family has, and primarily me, has maintained this course over this time frame with little help from anyone else, but the course is there for the whole community to make use of. We are aware of other skiers who use the course, particularly Keith Schulte and his family. His daughter is a rising slalom skier. My youngest son, Isaac, just finished 5 years on the U of M water ski team. So we would like to continue to be able to have this course on Elk Lake. I enjoy skiing it myself, and may have skied it more often than my son because he was away for part of the summer. So it's not just used by our family or just by males or just by young people. So I in support and hope that you will provide that letter of no objection for our application to the DNR once again.
Anyone else here in Township Hall wishing to make a comment? All right, so we will go out to Zoom land. I see some hands up. Good morning, Lois.
Hi,
Good morning.
thank you. I am requesting that the supervisor please post to the township web page the link to the township YouTube page for accessing meeting recordings. Even though I gave up the Zoom facilitator position, I am still getting requests to provide the meeting link, the meeting recordings, and snide remarks about being paid for it and yeah. According to last month's meeting, getting things posted to the website is the last thing that needs to be done. This would be helpful for adding to transparency of our township happenings. Thank you. I am not certain where the apparent witch hunt for zoning administrator call started, but it appears to be going on full with the tone of the packet information presented today. I have worked in the same office with the various zoning administrators of the township since 2008. The first did planning and zoning and was a very good fit for our township and did a very good job. After that, there was a swinging door with zoning administrators coming and going quite regularly, including 2 stints with the supervisor, which turned out to be quite disastrous. The rest were okay. When Hall came on as the zoning administrator, it was refreshing to work with someone who is so experienced. In working in the same office, I get to hear how the people respond to him and his professionalism. He is very good at what he does. He makes it clear he is not a planner, but he does make recommendations regularly to the PC, to the ZBA, and to the township board in areas that needs to be reviewed. For example, the question of nonconformities that comes up regularly with the ZBA. And today's hot topic, the hot topic of short-term rentals, has been something that he has attempted to put on the board radar to possibly get a general ordinance in place ever since he started working for Whitewater Township. Go back and read his reports right from the start. With the help of the zoning administrator and the planner, the PC is moving in the right direction to get the master plan completed, including all the required information that the current one lacks. ZA Hall is an asset to our township. It would be a disservice to this community to lose his expertise due to the misinformation, incomplete information, and the fact that he has ruffled some feathers. A common zoning administrator quote goes something like, if I'm not ruffling some feathers or someone is not mad at me, I'm probably not doing my job right. I find it very disheartening that someone who has access to posting to the township website and not with full board approval still has a portion of the March 2, 2022 meeting of Hall making a statement that has been played multiple times in public meetings since then. If you are going to post that comment, I believe the statement should also be shared, where Hall indicates that the statement he made on that date was incorrect. Don't just share part of the information that suits your goal. I hope someone will get on the website and take that piece of incomplete information off or include his statement correcting that misspeak. For the good of the township, I hope the witch hunt will end. We will not get another articulate, qualified zoning administrator in the township again if you succeed in driving him out or getting rid of him. Currently, shy of having everything run through the attorney, our ordinances are a voluntary compliance type thing. In order to enforce the rules, laws, ordinances, the township needs a municipal infraction ordinance. I am sure the attorneys don't mind because that's a lot of money for them. But this is very, very poor use of public funds, and it needs to be handled more simply. Get a municipal infraction ordinance in place so enforcement can take place. This too is something that has been brought to the board radar for many years. I am glad that it is back on the board radar, even though the last time it came up, the supervisor made a motion to never have the topic come up to the board again. It must be addressed. You may note in the survey that just got done through the planning commission that a large number of comments regarding our township is in regards to the properties near the post office and the fire station. The other common comment is related to the roads. Both of these things, in my opinion, need to be addressed. Our township is being led by bullies, people in these chairs and people in the audience. It is getting more and more obvious, and it wouldn't surprise me if that is the very reason the recordings of the meetings are not being made readily available on the website as paid for and promised and planned for years ago. A member of the ZBA expressed being concerned about the reaction of a member of the audience at the August meeting, stating that he was legitimately frightened. And I can tell you that I don't know how it looked from the back of the room or on Zoom, but I can tell you from the front of the room, the aggression was unnerving. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Derek.
Good morning, Ron. I got a double mute here. Hold on. All right, is that better? Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you for taking the time to hear public comment. Obviously, even just hearing from Lois, how the ZBA felt up there, we understand the magnitude of the ZBA's decision, and we look forward to getting this behind us, as we probably all are. We disagreed with the decision of this board on May 3rd of 2023, but we respected that decision. And we appreciated that this board also allowed us to have a variance application in June. In August 24, we had that ZBA meeting where we needed to show 5 different, I heard Mr. Highmore speak earlier, I said 4, there was actually 5 different things that we had to prove in order to get the variance approved. And those 5 things were a consensus that all passed, and the variance request was granted. With that being granted, the 5 findings of fact have changed. I'll read those off real quick. The request for variance is non-existent. Well, as on June 2023 meeting, the Whitewater Township Board directed the ZBA to hear our application. The ZBA approved the variance. So that was number 1. Number 2 was parcel B could have been divided in a manner to make it comply with the ordinance, moving the line north. The ZBA approved the variance application request for a depth to width variance, which makes our parcel a conforming parcel. They found that the greater ratio was reasonably compatible with the surrounding lands. Number 3, no record of topographical or environmental adverse circumstances. The ZBA approved the variance request because the greater ratio would be reasonably compatible with the surrounding lands. The zoning administrator back in 2020 had a site plan visit, or excuse me, a visit to the property when Morrison Orchard owned it. They felt like there was an interpretation by the ZA that the applicant did demonstrate that there were topographical or physical conditions with respect to the parcel. They used the Grand Traverse County GIS tax mapping and soil viewer, as well as the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes and Energy wetlands inventory maps. And so that is now, changed. The ordinance is a local law, flawed or unflawed. Our parcel with the granted variance from the ZBA is now a conforming parcel that adheres to the township ordinance. According to the finding of fact, flawed or unflawed, the ordinance is the law, and our parcel is in conformance to the ordinance, therefore making our parcel buildable. And finally, following township ordinance is important to the greater good. If following township ordinance is important to the greater good, the only action that needs to be completed today by the board is to administratively put the ZBA's decision in the record by making a motion to rescind. Rescinding the motion on May 3rd, 2023 that declared our parcel unbuildable, for any building permits or zoning approval, such as special land use approval or site plan approval. Again, the ZBA's decision to grant the variance makes our parcel conform. And again, following those township ordinance can simply be done with the following motion, and with parliamentary procedure, that can be done at any time. The motion to rescind can be introduced at a time when no other business is pending by any member of the board. Now, there is no other research or homework or anything else that needs to be done by the board. You put that in their hands. We proved that it was compliant. And again, we listened to everyone in opposition of us for about 4.5 hours at the ZBA meeting. And, we are making changes, to try to make sure that, we hear them. And I've talked to, someone there and said that, hey, let's keep lines of communication open. We may not agree with the planning side of things, on what we would like to do with our parcel, but, we're open. We want to be a value member of this community, and we are open to having dialogue. And it sounds to me like that's kind of fallen on deaf ears, and that's okay. But At the same time, by making our parcel buildable again and going through the motion of doing that, this has nothing to do with whether we put a site condo on the property or if we don't build anything and we choose to sell the property, if somebody wanted to purchase it, or if we put 1 or 2 homes on it. This is whether it is buildable or not buildable now. That is the decision administratively that you can make today with the rescinding, of the motion to rescind. So thank you for your time and attention to this matter. And, I hope that we can all move forward from here. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, Vicky. I see your hand is up.
Good morning, everyone. Certainly, I echo a lot of what has been heard already. What a mess we are in. Members of the board, you voted upon your findings of fact to make the property on Baggs Road unbuildable. Your findings of fact haven't changed, regardless of the pressure of the multi-million-dollar lawsuit, or now the developers stating that they're changing and may only put a couple of homes in. The open lines of communication have always been there. I've mentioned before that I reached out to the developers shortly after the March 2022 meeting, expressing some of my concerns. Did not hear anything for well over 14 months. Finally heard something right before all of this started coming to play. So I guess they only want to communicate when there might be an issue with the property. So the open communication has been there. The zoning administrator has stated he made a mistake. Yes, it is on the website. I have attended all these meetings. I have recordings of all of them. He has never gone back to state he didn't make a mistake. As a matter of fact, when Highmore FOIA'd this and his decision to split this, everybody seems to forget the fact that there were only a couple of pieces of paper that dealt with him making this decision to divide it more than there was nothing in there about topographical or anything. And it took him quite some time to find those few pages. All of a sudden, we had a meeting with the ZBA and he produced a 100-page packet. But none of that was part of the original division. Again, I think it's a covered CYA. Flooding was mentioned today. You should have seen the water sitting out in the fields last week with that rain. I'm not sure what it looks like today because I'm in Florida. In the meantime, as already stated, I cannot believe what happened at the ZBA meeting, and I am sure all of you have seen it or were in attendance. As mentioned, this board voted that the property was unbuildable. I believe you're the executive branch of this township. I'm not sure how the ZBA was even put in a position to look at this. I feel that we should get our money back from the attorney. I do not know how they led you to believe that the ZBA could turn around or overturn what you've done. Site visits weren't even conducted by all of the members of the ZBA, knowing how crucial this meeting was. There are many questions if the ZBA was legal. That's already been dealt with. We're waiting to hear back from the prosecuting attorney. I want you to know that a group of Whitewater Township residents that live here and pay taxes have retained an attorney to make sure that our elected officials and those that they appoint adhere to the ordinances. It is not up to you, any of you, to arbitrarily ignore them. I'm not even sure the zoning administrator has insurance, but if he doesn't, you should not have hired him. Again, he made an error. Now everybody's trying to say that he didn't. That is not true. There were 13 letters sent to the ZBA through the ZA. And as you've already heard, the members received them in the ZBA did not even read them. If we hadn't forced it in that meeting, they would not have even heard those letters. Some of them stated they threw away the letter from Frank Highmore. Sounds like people are debating whether it's okay to send or not. I've looked up and it says that correspondence can be sent to the ZBA. They just cannot speak with them outside of meetings. How is it okay for the treasurer to use Facebook to interact with a resident? And I sent you an email of all that interaction this morning. Some of that conversation certainly appeared to be ex parte conversation. Della better check what she does. It is on social media for all members to see, including ZBA. And this was before that meeting. How is that right? Not only are we looking into the legality of that ZBA meeting, but as mentioned, filing an injunction against the decision that the ZBA made. How funny that they were ready to vote against this variance. And our attorney that taxpayers are paying for stood up there, what I think I heard you say, and led them to a different decision. Go back and listen to that part. How interesting that the zoning administrator that created this issue has put together a potential motion for you to rescind your decision. Again, if you rescind your decision, that means that none of our ordinances mean anything and that your findings of fact were false. Will any of us believe any of you going forward? Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. I think that Miss McLean actually mentioned something a little bit earlier with regards to looking into the concept of creating a municipal infraction ordinance, because right now with the permissible component that is right now outlined for our township, specifically if something is not mentioned, then it is not allowed. And this is actually with regards to short-term rentals. As we've noticed that with regards to people purchasing many different properties and being on Skigamog Point, multiple people have actually purchased properties recently. Some have actually misled their purchase to state that it would be a primary residence and instead have actually done it as an investment, changing the character of my particular neighborhood, which I've had a place on Elk Lake / Skigamog Point for 23 years, 24 years. And specifically right now, the gentleman who purchased the property last year seemed like a nice guy. But the fact is he indicated also that he would not be present for many weeks at a time. This summer, however, what's happened is that it has become a short-term rental and it's been noted to us. The violation here are a couple things that bring of concern because of it changing the character of the neighborhood. I know that there are several different, what appears to be exceptions on Skigamog Point, both on the Elk Lake and the Skigamog Lake side, where people do short-term rentals. That is, for everybody's information, less than 30 days. And that's what's not allowed in the township. But I do think that we have to become a little bit more formal with regards to adopting a prohibition. I know that there are some things pending still in the state of Michigan in the Congress there, and people are kind of waiting to see what happens with that. But I still feel that our township does have a degree of local rights and control with how people manage their property. Specifically, not being allowed to do short-term rentals. What it does, it changes the character of the neighborhood. And specifically now, in this one particular entity, not only is there a noise factor of which other neighbors have come to me in this past weekend, but I also know that police have been called out to the place earlier in the summer. I didn't think too much about it, but the fact is it's now clear that these were renters, not family members that were overflow from this particular individual's parents' house, which actually is farther down the road. It's unfortunate because I see this as a potential threat. I know it's bad to say inflammatory kinds of things, but the fact is when you have people come to rent short term, they have no care with regards to the actual area. There are several components on the property itself that will violate, like fire laws and fire cautions. There's not a prepared area for a fire pit. It's just on the lawn and it's underneath the trees. Secondly, I mean, these individuals not having a vested interest in maintaining the character of the neighborhood don't actually obey or at least have the courtesy with regards to either the noise aspect of things or parking the boat on the wrong side of the dock, which actually is over onto my right of way, so to speak. I think if the noise thing was easier, if it was more easily approachable, none of this may have come to light. But the fact is that I don't appreciate my neighborhood now changing, and so I think that adopting or at least looking into creating a more formal ordinance prohibiting short-term rentals. And again, I'm looking at less than 30 days. I don't have any problem with people renting their property, but at least this way, somebody's there for a long time. So they will have a vested interest to maintain the character of the neighborhood that we have. There are a few exceptions. Most of the people there own their property and they actually use it as their own residence, either permanent or part-time. And I think that we have to try and maintain that character because I value that. And that's the reason we chose here. If I chose to do it as an investment, I would have actually done something else. I mean, I have the means, the character, and the ability to do that. But I wanted something for my family. And that's actually what I want to try and guard for and protect. I appreciate you listening to my comments.
I see no other hands up in Zoom. So we will move to relocated appointment. I think this originally showed up as new business number 2. So Linda, if you would make your way to the podium. Good morning.
Morning.
Just getting there in the packet, which anybody who is following us electronically or not, that would be packet page 147 is what we've skipped to. And so I'm looking for a motion to confirm the recommendation of the supervisor.
I'll make a motion to confirm the recommendation of the supervisor appointing Linda Slopesma to a partial 1-year term position on the Whitewater Township Planning Commission. The term shall end December 31st, 2023.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
I only have one question. Actually, I have 2. One for you, one for him. Okay. Will you have time for this appointment?
Yes, I think if you see my attendance record at the Parks and Recs Committee that I was on for 3 years, you'll see that I probably had either the best attendance or the second best
Okay.
out of
That was
those
the only
peers.
question I actually had.
Okay.
Ron,
Mhm.
the question I have for you is, was there anybody else that applied for this position?
Yeah, I had 2 other applications and I conducted at least 1 other interview. I did not contact Rod, but you know, he's still out there. So we don't get rid of those applications. We hold them for a year. This appointment is extremely short. And we do have other members of the Planning Commission who will be coming due in December of 23. So I've got 2 good candidates left.
I know it's not required. I know it's not, but I'd kind of like to know as a board member, when we have openings and people are applying, I'd kind of like to know who all the candidates are.
Okay.
I know it's your job to recommend appointment, but I would still like to see the whole playing field. If that's something you're willing to do.
Well, I'm sure you have.
I've seen, no, you said 3, I only know of 2.
Okay.
I don't know who the third one was.
Probably Linda.
No, you said Linda, Rod Considas, and there was 3. So I don't know who the other person was for consideration.
He also was on a previous board, the marijuana subcommittee. Excellent candidate. But I'm definitely familiar with Linda and very impressed with the work that she did at Pratt.
And I was too.
Yeah, I
That's-
chose her. I had my ideas for Pratt when Linda and I first met. Within a half an hour of our interview started, I wanted to change.
Well, I know one of the things you're supposed to keep in mind when you're appointing people to various, and especially with the planning commission, you need to have a variety of ownership. You need lakefront people, you need farmers, you need business owners, you need regular residential owners, people that live in the north, in the south. And my concern is that we do not overload our planning commission with the same types of ownerships.
Sure.
That's it, that's all I had.
Any other comments?
I have one similar to what Della said. In the interest of transparency, both for the board and the public, a list of the others who applied for any slots. I don't care if it's PC, ZBA, PrAC, Board of Review, should always be provided. So the rest of us can see these applications, and we should be provided with the applications too. So that's my comment.
Any others? We'll call them ready.
Goss, no. Valmont,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett.
No.
Welcome to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
So there's probably some employment documents that need to be handled.
We already have them. But she has to be sworn in before she can perform any PC functions.
And so, apparently your employment records are still on file.
Yes.
So that's taken care of. But we do have a swear in for the Planning Commission. So I can issue the oath if you prefer, or you can take it from the clerk, either one.
Okay, so I can contact either of you.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And that time frame is 10 days from this meeting. Okay. So we will then revert back to reports and presentation. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning.
Welcome. I'm glad you found your map.
What's that?
I'm glad you found your map to Whitewater Township. We've missed your smiling face.
Well, thank you.
I hope all is well.
All is well. I had surgery one meeting and then I was out of town for the next one. So I'm back and I was able to find you in the rain and was
Did I see
nervous. when I-
motorcycles for sale?
No,
Oh,
no, that's not true. But I was glad to make it here with the other drain commissioner here. I thought maybe there was trouble, but we knew he was coming. So I'm Daryl Nelson, Grand Traverse County Commissioner. Nice to see you all again. I don't have a lot to report except for kind of our big issue right now is last March, we had the Grand Traverse County Pavilions come in and they were having some issues and we wanted more information. So we had requested they come back and do a full report and kind of kept asking for that and come to find out that we were covering payroll for the pavilions. And that payroll is $605,000 every 2 weeks. And there is some money that should be coming to help cover that, but we're more concerned about the ongoing viability of the business model as it is right now. So we've started our research. I have been appointed to a 3-member ad hoc committee, myself, the chairman, and another commissioner to kind of dig into this issue. We've asked a lot of questions. We're going to be seeking out a lot of answers, but I guess the short answer is the county is floating the pavilions right now to the tune of $4.7 million, which should be paid back when a funding request comes that might be denied. But and that's a statutory obligation. But we're very frustrated that it got to that point before we were notified. We're very frustrated that there's not been a lot of contact between the pavilions and ourselves. And so we don't know what the answer is. It might be anything from continuing the same if we think there's a plan viable moving forward, to closing up the pavilion and just not having it anymore. I don't think either one of those is probably what's going to happen. It's probably somewhere in the middle. There are a lot of options in the middle, but what we have going on right now is not a good plan for your money going to fund this operation. So I don't have a lot of answers yet. We have a lot of questions. We've gotten some answers back. I use the analogy that we're seeing a lot of smoke, so we know that there's fire somewhere. So I only can promise that we're digging into it. We're going to figure out what, not necessarily from a blame standpoint, but what happened, where we are right now, and then try to figure out where's the best place to go forward. So it's not exactly good news. I'm not happy with it, neither is, and I think the entire board is kind of on one mind of this, and working with administration to kind of find a better solution for this. But the population is low, the staffing is low, but most other facilities like that have long waiting lists. So
if you choose to close it down, do you have any idea what's going to happen to the hundreds of people that live there?
well, that's why I say that's not a very likely option, but those people and those employees would obviously have to be taken care of. So it's not an inexpensive option. It's probably not a good option, but we can't just release, I think there's 170 residents there. You know, that's not no one is looking to just put those people out onto the street trying to find a place to go, and all those employees with a place to
Is
go.
one of the considerations selling it to a private?
There is no consideration off the table. I mean, this board has been pretty good about flipping over the tables on things if we find things like this that it's just not right. So I don't want to eliminate any options. I'm not saying that closing it and selling all the assets and all that is a good option by any means. That would be I think a pretty drastic presenting its own problems. But what I want to say is that everything between here and there, all of those are options. I'm not going to eliminate anything. And I think the board administration we're working together, and we're all of that mind. We don't know enough about the problem to say what the best options are yet, but nothing's ruled out.
Oh, we should have did that before somebody went on the radio station and broadcast that you were going to be closing it.
Well, you're talking about the administrator's comments?
Yeah.
His comments were the same as mine just now. There's no up to and including closing and having to take care of the people. But that is a very real possibility because of the situation. It's not likely, absolutely not likely, but we can't rule out anything. If it's just not viable and there's all sorts, and that might include, that would probably be in association with somebody buying all those assets and taking it from there. I'm not a big fan of losing that property. That should remain in county holding and everything else. But the administrator was somewhat mischaracterized a couple times by some of the reports I heard after that.
Okay.
But I heard his original statement, and it was kind of the same thing I just said. And we talked about that at the meeting too. But that is a very, very, very unlikely option, that the thing is just closed and shuttered. You know, there's a possibility it could be sold. There's a possibility we find a new management company. There's a possibility that we find a new way to work with the people that we have there right now. And it's component unit of government of Grand Traverse County. They have their own, it's kind of like somewhat similar to the road commission in that they're a separate board, a separate organization. We don't run it. We don't vote. All we do at the county is appoint board members. We've a couple times already had to remove board members and reappoint new board members if we feel that that isn't working very well. We've not been afraid to do that. But in this case, because of the statutory obligation, I mean, they've been going back into the records from the 1950s to figure out what's the structure that developed the medical care facility, the original one over there at Munson, how that was set up. Last I heard, they still haven't found the original documents to know, but there is a statutory requirement that when this is going on, that it's a voucher system, it's a loan, so to speak, that the county covers. So, but it's a lot of money. So it's not. Yes.
Do they, I assume they do get Medicare, Medicaid funding.
Mm-hmm.
So are they, and other insurances as well, are they in danger of losing any of those?
I don't think so. The funding that they have coming is somewhat related to the CARES Act. It's an employee retention type fund, but no, they're pretty heavy funding for Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah.
And so, and I can't answer much more beyond that because I haven't seen the book, so I haven't seen the, we're going to do a kind of a case analysis just so we understand a little bit how this business works. I mean, I used to be on a healthcare board, a statewide healthcare board, and healthcare operates different than any other business I've ever, like I've operated in private business and I've operated with government accounting. Government accounting is a little bit different too, for the right reason. Healthcare accounting is a very strange world.
Do they,
get into.
do they get their Medicare, Medicaid, and other insurance funding directly to the pavilions, or does it go through the county?
I do not believe it goes through the county. It wouldn't be set up that way. They're their own entity.
Okay.
I'm answering that question based on what I think I know, not that I've actually seen that, but they are their own entity with their own board operating as a business-like activity in a governmental unit. So, but we don't, I have never seen any of that funding through our book, so I'm quite certain
And so I guess my point is they have to deal with the, when we had our ambulance service, it was frustrating. There's always changes in the reimbursement rates, and usually it's in the downward direction.
Mm-hmm.
And so they may have experienced, a good share.
And COVID was a really weird time.
Yeah.
That for especially in that industry.
Yeah.
So, but which is why I think everybody was a little slow to react but I'm waiting to find out where we told some things that maybe I don't know. So I don't know.
Look forward to hearing more from you on it.
Yeah, I look forward to learning more. Other than that, I don't think I have a lot to report about what's going on. We've been busy, but do you have anyone else have any questions?
No, I'm good.
Nice to see everyone.
Just in case it's escaped anyone's thought, if you come across an application form where Whitewater Township can apply to be a part of the county, where we keep our revenue, but you pay for our expenses.
Yeah.
Will you please forward that application?
Yeah,
I would like to be the first to apply.
Okay.
Because we're as needy as everyone else. And so I just didn't want to overlook that fine detail.
Would 4.7 million be enough?
I could probably make a portion of that work.
Okay.
But really, everyone here is underpaid, so I don't know about
I'll get you the form numbers.
Good, thank you.
That's a joke for all those out there who are going to try to quote us later, right?
Yeah,
Exactly. I was just thinking about that.
And we're closing the facility.
Right.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Record Eagle. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning. Fire Chief Brandon Flynn, Whitewater Township Fire Department. So we did have a busy month in August. You can see 13 calls. 4 of those are a unique trend that we're experiencing, not just in Whitewater Township, but probably across the nation. They're automatic crash detection calls that come in from the new iPhones, and one of them actually was an Apple Watch, which is kind of unique in itself because there's not a callback number where dispatch can try to reach them and say, hey, what's up? So we're kind of working on that. Actually, the 4th one was came in as possible water rescue, but that was a Life 360 SOS call, which is the first time in my career that I've ever had one of those. Of course, the app is fairly new. But Life 360 has a little SOS button on there if you've ever noticed.
On my phone.
Yep. So we all got sent to that, and actually the Sheriff's Department Marine Division found the boat or the GPS coordinates where it came from, and they all denied pressing the button. So we kind of have that to deal with.
But we know it works now.
But nonetheless, it works. We scrambled the boat and all the personnel, and it was pretty hectic there for just a few minutes till we found out what was going on. But I guess it's good training. I guess it's good training.
Costly, but training.
Yeah, there's not really an NFIRS code for these types of calls either. So it's kind of unique. Dispatch sends them out as, you know, traffic crash or marine rescue, and we kind of deal with it from there. Most of the time they're not legitimate calls. It's either like a cell phone falls off of a car that maybe it was left on the trunk or something, but nonetheless, you know, we're kind of dealing with that at the county level. But the only other highlight I have for this meeting is, of course, opening the seats for the new fire engine.
What about the first truck? That was exciting.
The brush truck, yeah, the brush truck that is scheduled to be delivered to LaFontaine, the cabin chassis, I should say. In a couple days here. September 14th was my last text notification
That's
from Ram.
exciting.
That is exciting, but
If
it's
it
been
happens.
2.5 years. It's, you know, been 2.5 year project. And hopefully coming to an end, but it's kind of lost its luster. I just want it over with. Unless you have any questions, I guess I'm all done with my report.
I have one. Is there any kind of plan moving forward, like with the DNR and everybody else, to kind of help eliminate the false calls? I mean, are you guys starting to?
The DNR?
Well, I'm sure the DNR has to be called out, all the entities that get called out in that.
No
So-
DNR.
Okay, but wouldn't you like to bring them to the table since it's, okay. So moving forward, will there be any plan to reduce this or fix the call thing? We're just gonna take.
There's really nothing we can do about it. I mean, I
I'm
could,
just asking if somebody was thinking about a plan. That's the only question. So I guess
The-
we're just gonna deal with it.
the plan is, how do we dispatch them and who do we send to them? Do they send just one sheriff's deputy to check it out first? If it's a car accident, normally 911 dispatch gets, like multiple calls.
Right.
So we had
I
one at
get that.
72 in Broomhead. And actually I found the phone in the ditch, right where the GPS coordinates came to my phone. Because dispatch will send me the GPS coordinates to my phone. And I just went to check it out. And I found the phone in the ditch exactly where it was indicated. But, you know, it just fell off somebody's truck.
Now we're the lost and found. So now we're finding thousands.
Well, the phone was ringing when I grabbed it, so I answered it. It was the owner.
Oh,
And I'm like,
good.
well, come get it, you know. So that was a little bit unique, but
Was it that the owner wasn't there?
no, just the phone was laying in the ditch.
See, if your
They didn't-
phone takes a blow.
They didn't know where it was.
Hmm.
But the only thing we can do is determine how we go check it out
Which can be
at the
dangerous too.
dispatch level, so. And maybe there'll be a new NFIRS code for a checkout.
So there was no emergency there.
There was no
No.
emergency.
Yeah.
And dispatch sent it out as a car crash, but they also said, well, there's no other calls on it. You know, it's a big intersection where we get a lot of car accidents, and normally they get 4 or 5 different calls.
Yeah.
So they also gave us that warning, but so we just went non-emergent to check it out.
Yeah.
So there's really nothing we can do about it. We could contact Apple and say, don't offer this anymore, but sometimes it works.
It works
you
and
know.
sometimes it doesn't, right? It's
Green Lake had
catch-22.
Green Lake had it, an Apple Watch. Apple Watch isn't crash detection, it's a fall detection warning. And I'm not sure what levels or how it actually works, but and that turned out to be a CPR. So nobody was home. That person fell in the garage. EMS went because dispatch sent it out as a fall detection, and it was a legit call. So it, you know, a lot of times across the nation, it's legitimate. But, you know, Whitewater Township, as all of you know, is 54 square miles in size. And 49% of that is state
State land.
recreation, land and water. So we get a lot of, we had one last winter as a snowmobiler. He ended up calling dispatch back and say, sorry, you know, I'm just riding my snowmobile, but it sensed a crash detection. So
I use it to keep track of my mother-in-law.
the Life
Where's
360.
she at?
Yeah, Life 360 is pretty neat in
She
itself,
gets lost.
but that's different than the iPhone crash detection technology. Yep. That's a separate one. So anyway, just new and exciting stuff for old dinosaurs like me. Not really used to it. Good?
Thanks for doing a great job.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
You chief.
Heidi.
Hello. I thought maybe I'd have some characters to put up here, but I don't because they're all on vacation. So we had a plan commission meeting. And we're moving forward. In case you didn't read this in the packet. Okay. All are you are in the room? Here's your invitation. Start looking for this sign. Start looking for this sign. Tell your neighbors, call your friends, do what you need to do. Our workshop is scheduled for September 28th from 4 to 7 p.m. at the school. I was notified that we will be serving cookies and some water. There'll be different tables set around for everybody to visit. And if you look through the presentation that Barry Hicks sent us, you will see basically how we're moving and how we're going. It's really, really important that we get the people of this community, residents, half-timers, full-timers, attend the workshop. Now, remember, all of you sit here as private citizens also. I hope I see you there. It's a chance for your voice to be heard and your ideas to be thrown out on the table. And we're hoping that everything goes smoothly. All the PC members are really excited about this company called Lara. We haven't even had any hiccups lately. So do you have any questions or anything pertaining to the open house? Well, the open house, I don't know what you want to call it. The workshop. Okie dokie. Please. Oh, you're welcome. More information's coming in the next week to 3 weeks as we get closer to this date. I will be putting together emails, little blurbs of our accomplishments as we move along the way so that we don't have to have more meetings. It's exciting. It's an exciting time for the community to come together and write their master plan. Looks like I'm boring you.
No,
But if you do have any questions, the PC chair is more than happy to answer emails. The planner's happy to answer emails. I'm happy to answer emails. But the best thing we can do right now is tell everybody, look for the sign and come on by. You only need to take 10, 15 minutes and put some stuff up on a board or suggest your ideas. Now's the time. And the other stuff about the budget, we'll get to that point.
hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Oh, you got a question? All right. good.
We have a question, right?
You know,
So. May I ask a question?
sure, go ahead.
Okay. You were not boring me.
I hope not, because this is really exciting.
So. To share your excitement, but not to put you on the spot,
That's okay.
what's gonna happen at this meeting? So you said it's gonna take 10 minutes for me to do whatever it is I wanna do and say. But.
Okay, so there'll be
How
tape.
is this gonna work?
Okay, so
I
the,
understand that there will be multiple tables,
Correct.
right? A couple of them I know the name of, but no expectation has been given to the public about what they.
okay, so you have the basic
I
top.
wasn't done.
Okay,
Go ahead.
sorry.
I'm listening.
Got it. So what is the expectation of John Q. Public when they stop by? Do you know what the flow inside of this
Got that.
meeting area will be?
Got that.
Okay,
So you're basically going on, if you look at the outline, you're basically going on a walk. Okay, you're going on a walk of your community. So you're gonna walk around to your community and you're gonna, maybe you like more water activities, maybe you like more walking activities, maybe you want a restaurant, maybe you want a hotel. What are your ideas? Because you're gonna walk around, you're gonna be, there's a greeter. We did take there is probably another survey they're gonna give you that just has a couple little questions on it. And then you're basically going to sit at different tables. They might be on housing, they might be on wetland, helping wetlands, all your infrastructure things. And you basically just either get to sit down and ask questions or give your ideas. Kind of like a big suggestion box. So there's gonna be 1, 2, 3, I think there's 6 tables. And you basically can pick whichever one you want. Could be infrastructure, could be planning, could be, I mean, if you think about what you're doing, is you're writing a plan. So if you need a plan. If you need a plan and you want the plan to work, you got to start with everybody. Can't leave anybody out. That's why it's really important. Everybody tries to come to at least 1 or 2 workshops. Get your ideas out there. Nothing's carved in stone. And then all these ideas are compiled and put on more pieces of paper. We have the survey. If you really want to look at something interesting, go backwards and look at the other survey, then look at this survey, and then think what you want, what kind of changes you want for your community. What can we do? Because at the end of the day, we might not be able to do everything we want because we can't afford it. We drive this. The people drive it. You, me, we all pay taxes. Do we want to pay more to get better? I don't know. It's not my choice. So when you come to these workshops, you're basically throwing your ideas out on the table and let these individuals know, hey, this is my idea. Does that kind of get the idea out there? Because this is just the beginning. Can I answer his question?
sure. Things that. Large drawings, dots. So that was maybe.
We don't know if they're going to get to this point yet. I mean, somebody might decide to set that up and want to know, where do you want hotels? That might be in step 2. Make sense? Cause that's what a lot of it is. A lot of it is they'll just have you come in and maybe the workshop is, today we're gonna figure out what the people want. Do they want restaurants? Do they want hotels? So each workshop is geared towards some information that we need from you. The best thing you can do is pay attention and help us help you. Tell us what you want.
Excuse me, you have the opportunity to visit more than one.
Yes, yeah, oh yeah, you can stay there from 4 to 7. Come by and have a cookie and water with me. It's all on one-on-one. They're gonna have some information laid out for you, but you're basically saying, here's my idea.
So it's not like a formal press.
No, no formal.
Thank you.
2 items. What are the name of the 6 tables? Again, if I'm putting you on the spot.
You might be,
Okay.
because we're to the point where
That's
the
fine.
signs, I mean, we're still trying to figure out who's sitting at what table and what they're gonna do. So,
But there's gonna be 6 individuals collecting, so you'll have the opportunity as a public participant, you'll have the opportunity to visit one of 6 tables
Or
that will
more,
have, I'm sorry?
or more.
or more, you can visit them
Go
all.
to every table if you want.
Oh, yeah, one of 6 or all 6
Mhm.
tables, gotcha,
Mhm.
okay. And the only one we know thus far is infrastructure.
I know there's one on infrastructure. There's probably one on transportation. I'm gonna say there's probably one on planning for land. Parks, there probably is for our recreation.
Okay, that's good. And then my second follow-up question was, you asked me to look at and compare 2 different survey results. And so I'm thinking you're asking about the 2009 community service.
Correct.
Survey
That's correct.
as one survey.
Mhm.
And that is on the township website,
Correct.
right? And so what is the other survey and where can I find that?
On the table over here.
So it's only in printed mode?
No, you know what? It is on the website too.
And
That
what
is
is
on the
it
website
called?
too. I'll give you the exact name. Hang on.
Doesn't the flyer tell you this information? I thought it did.
Master Plan Survey Results Final Report. I believe the survey's in here.
So does it have a year?
Sorry. 2023.
Okay.
Heidi, does the flyer list out the tables?
No,
Where did I see that? Because I saw that somewhere.
this or the listed of the tables.
The list of tables. I thought this was just an example
Right.
of another.
Correct, but the ROS hasn't put all their players in seats yet. They gotta finish that on their next meeting. But I will tell you, I do know there's infrastructure, because I know the gentleman that's gonna sit there for the sewage, about sewage and, I'm sorry, sewers and water. I believe there's one on public safety and transportation. and-
So what's in here is not necessarily what's.
No,
I mean,
no.
This is just a sample. of
Correct.
Another community's.
Correct.
overall
This is just
All
basically,
right.
I wanted to let you, I wanted you to see what you were paying for. So this is the outline of basically what this company has done for us. And where we're at is we're at crunch time. I thought it was really cool that the signs are gonna be covered. We're using the other signs that we used for the survey, and they're just gonna be covered, so we're saving some dollars there. And right now, we're just in go mode. And what I'll do is, maybe I'll just send a weekly update to all of you. I don't know what else to do for anyone. I'll send a weekly update. And don't
I'm
forget to go to the cafeteria and get a bottle of water and a cookie.
Okay.
Don, anything for parks?
The last meeting on August 22nd, received 2 bids in for some engineering services for the that's working along the side of the grant that the Grand Traverse County grant, ARPA funds, for BCNA Losty Trail improvements. The lion's share of the meeting was spent trying to dig deep into those packages that came back. And there ended up being quite a few questions, clarity questions. There was an attempt to get those answers, and they had scheduled a follow-up meeting that was topical for August 30th. However, the vendors could not get the information back. So that meeting was canceled, and the upcoming meeting, which is Tuesday, September 19th, will focus heavily on those answers and reviews so that the PrAC can make an informed decision on what might be the best engineering service to assist them in developing that work plan for that grant. So.
Any questions for Don? Guess the only thing I have is that from what I discerned from minutes and so on and so forth is that there was a huge discrepancy in the dollar amounts and the work scopes. So I question the validity of the RFP that was sent. If we send out an RFP and it returns a proposal that is 1x and a proposal that is 5x or larger differential, there must be a clarity issue. And then also I see that we're asking structural engineers to design playground equipment. That's could be in some of their forte, but likely if we look for playground advice, we should probably go towards a landscape architect. Just my thoughts for whatever they're worth.
So noted.
Okay. Moving on to the consent calendar. Minus the budget amendments.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On the supervisor report.
Mhm.
I think it's number 7. There you have a comment about Camp Park Emergency Action Plan distributed to whom? Is my question. And for final comments, should the board be included in that being that information
No.
being distributed to?
No.
And how can it be fully implemented without township board approval?
So it's still in its design stages, right? So it was assembled by Deputy Supervisor Aarons from a combination of many different facilities, all park related. And so it was sent out to Fire Chief, Don, Andrew, the people who, matter of fact, I even think Heidi got a copy.
Yep.
Those people who are familiar with emergency action plans and the reporting system. I think even Greg Bird was provided a copy of it. And it's just to kind of shape it down. It's not ready for the board approval yet.
Nope.
But we would certainly like to have it ready by, opening day of camp season 2024.
So it's not gonna be implemented before it comes to the board
No.
and gets
no,
approved?
No, not at all. At least that's not my intention, and I don't think it was any any other persons attend,
Well, you know,
thoughts?
that's the reason
Sure.
why I asked the question, because I needed some clarity on it.
It should probably come back. It should probably be ready before the park opens. I would put a deadline on that of maybe January. Maybe
Well, at this
February.
point, I mean, I'm not sure who has what time to review it. And so I'm
Correct.
just kind of looking for those comments to come back. Chief has provided some and so
I'm
everybody's
almost
busy,
through
I
it, so-
understand. And time evaporates on us for sure. But we would like to have that implemented by the next camping season.
All right.
Mhm.
That was my only question.
I would just point out that it sounds like there's 3 board members who have it, and so any discussion between them about the plan has to take place at an open meeting. Otherwise, it's a violation of the Open Meetings Act.
I haven't discussed it with anyone.
Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? The only comment I have is with respect to mobile medical responses for July. 25% of our calls for August appear to be over 12 minutes long.
I kind of noticed that too. Sometimes we stay a minute. How are you doing ABCs in a minute for a refusal? Or I guess if they don't want to be taken care of, it could be a minute. But okay.
Well, that's, we're sharing an ambulance service now with another township, and so that township is busier than this township is, and so sometimes they're having to come from Traverse City out here. So, or they may have to have a unit come from Traverse City that's not our ambulance, or from Elk Rapids. Mutual aid type thing. So we're gonna have that with sharing our unit with another township.
I want to one comment as well. This is September 12th, and I would have been expecting, I know it's been a very radical summer, but we have not had a revenue expense detail report since sales ending 5/31, revenue expired ending 5/31, expenses 6/30. I think we should be well into at least 1 month's report, if not one pending for review, but we're at least 1 month behind on financial reporting.
And I'll just respond, it's ready, I just haven't had time to send it out. I can
Oh.
send it yet today.
Ron, you went to the mobile ambulance or this meeting by yourself? Cheryl, are you not on that board anymore? Are you not going to those meetings anymore?
I go to them every time they have one. Yeah, I go to them. This meeting Ron had, I was not invited to that.
Okay.
And to be clear, I didn't set it up,
Well, I get it. I get it. I just want to make sure.
so,
Just want to make sure you had help. If she wasn't going, I was gonna help you.
well, we don't get any reports from the meetings that she attends anyway, so not sure why we're still doing that, but that's
It's
for another,
understandable.
that's for another item. Any other comments? Roll call, I'm ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
No,
Goss, yes, Fallon,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Right, so we will move on to unfinished business number 1. Camp Park questions. Don, do you have anything?
Nothing of any significance. I think I'd like to use whatever time's available for that to discuss the pre-construction meeting from last week Friday.
Okay. I have basically 2 items with respect to the park. We need to have an electrical permit for the storage building. And we need to have details of the headstone that's placed out there at the park. Pending this discussion here, whatever remains are buried out there or headstone that is there will be demolished here within hours of the ending of this meeting. So.
Well, I just haven't had a chance to reply to your email. I will today.
Sure, yeah.
There's no remains buried out there. But the stone was long before I was involved with the park. I've just heard the story about how the stone got there, and so I'm sure the family that put the stone there would like to have it back. So I would suggest it not be destroyed.
Right. And so,
Can't you just move it under another tree?
well, I wasn't sure, right? I mean,
You thought maybe there was somebody.
yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I get it.
So, again, it would be nice just to have contact with those people out of respect for their loved one or loved thing, whatever's there. But really, hopefully, Don, I'm not stealing your time here, but Don provided this nice little picture which helps illustrate the email I sent all board members on Friday after our construction meeting. Now, why none of these issues were uncovered during the pre-construction meeting, I am totally unclear. But, you know, it is their intent to excavate all of this road from where the ranger station is now, all the way through to the dump station area, around sites 1 and 2, to the park entrance, down 18 inches. And then refill it with 8 inches of gravel, essentially lowering the elevation about 18 inches. 10 to 18 inches.
The purpose of that is.
That was our question.
That was
I mean,
exactly what we asked.
Yeah, that's exactly what Don said. I mean, everything that we have discussed over the last 3 or 4 years here, I believe the board made it clear that the park was to remain open. But this section of the road right here will be closed in a matter of hours. And so nobody in, nobody out. And I just.
So.
But we only closed the
I don't
boat
know.
launch
I
till
don't
the,
know how all of us missed this excavation, but clearly the excavators are poised to remove it.
The question still stands. Why are they removing? What was it, 18 inches and then putting 8 back?
Yeah, and
Why? What is the purpose of this?
Andrew Filer was on site, and the only explanation that
Filler.
all Fuller.
It's filler.
You
No,
said
it's not
Filer.
Fuller, it's filler. FILLER.
okay.
Okay, there's two different ways you think of filler. Is one, I'm doing some filler because I've only got 10 minutes left.
An F&V representative whose first name was Andrew was on site, and other than creating spoil to be used in other areas of the park, he really had no explanation for
Well,
it.
then that can wait.
Well, and that is the directive that I provided to Molon on Friday, that, you know we've got campers in there on September 30th.
All right, that's what I was just saying. How are
So-
they getting there?
I just want to make sure that the board, did I miss something? And are the rest of the board members in tune with removing all of this gravel, which is, I think, still in pretty good shape.
I'm not,
Just to
again, I'm
replace it?
not seeing the purpose of doing it.
Yeah, it's more than just the road. You're talking about tearing out all that existing road, which my viewpoint is it doesn't wash at all. It's firmly packed.
I know,
It's-
so
it's
why are you
really-
pushing
really-
something that ain't broken?
Number two, clearing all that vegetation out of the green area because that area would have a soil excavation work of taking it down as much as 2 to 3 feet in some spots. And then over on this corner here, they have that hillside being cut down so that there is a right-hand turn into the dump station. So somebody come up from the boat launch would have an easier turn turning into the dump station. Well, boats aren't dumping at the dump station.
Right.
And so, Ardella, I asked the question exactly right. I said, "Yeah, Andrew, okay, let's do this, okay? I have constituents, citizens that look at this and they ask me, why did you do that work? What relationship does that work have in the context of doing the boat launch and the additional parking?" And the answer was, I don't know. And so I'm not
Did
saying
they
that, I'm not
confuse
saying
it
that
with
Andrew.
another job they got
no,
going
Andrew's-
on?
So Andrew's, in all fairness, I mean, he's the messenger here, I mean, from what I understand that Rick Stout was the one who did the majority of the drawings, and I think there were some other people involved in that. But the answer looking at was that fundamentally everything in there is sound. What would be the reason and why would we be paying, why would we be paying X amount of dollars to tear a road out that's sound? Why are we stripping vegetation, trees, green bushes that are aesthetically pleasing? I mean, that's nice area in there. And 3, what is the reason for all the grade elevation changes? Because there doesn't appear to be, there's no structural changes going on in there. Now, I know one of the earlier plans showed relocation of the ranger station and some other things in there, but I don't think until that is determined, why would we spend money on this? Why would we spend money touching anything in here? Also, the way they have the clear cut fill line, that if they do this, they're going to open up this road, make it wider in the back, which currently does not have any problems. We're likely to lose campsites 2 and 3 because the cutback goes right to the back of that clear area. And so, I mean, yeah, you're going to have a road that is literally inches from the.
So we're gonna lose 2 campsites.
We're gonna lose 2 campsites.
And there's no reason for this. So we told them no, right?
We have told them not to do any work on there until
So this is the
we
area
met with the board.
that Don just got done explaining. And one of the things that we're missing from the original engineering is an overlay of where sites 2 and 3 come in here. I honestly, this is the cut line, this is the clearing line.
Mhm.
And I believe there's only one tree left between sites 2 and 3 and this clearing line. All of this greenery in here is gonna be gone. All of this greenery, including the headstone that we just discussed, I'm sorry, up here, will be gone. It's complete and lowered by as much as 3 feet.
That's that side of that hill as you're coming in the park.
Yeah, this is the hill here, that this is actually a 3-foot cut right here. And it's to facilitate a wider turning radius for boats that want to access the dump station. But
Which they never do.
well,
They never do.
my experience with marine sanitary is that those are all vacuum operated extraction devices. None of them are gravity, which this is all gravity. So
Do we have anybody from F&V on Zoom?
Andrew was on Zoom. And then
Yeah, I'm here, Cheryl.
so with this potential not making any excavation up here in this green area, we will be losing these 3 potential parking spots for the ranger station, which is located So.
Those aren't the ranger station. Those are for campers.
No, they are for the ranger station, according to the people who made the grants. And so, as you can see, there are no parking spots here for the ranger station. Because this is the parking for the ranger station. So I didn't see, and Don concurred with me, what the purpose of this whole process was. And so what the direction I've given the contractor at this point is essentially there's a stop sign located here. And a vertical line can be drawn from that stop sign down to this intersection right here. There are stakes located at both of those spots. And so just hold any construction in here until the board had an opportunity. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, and that, my line's not very straight, but that kind of,
No,
I was just trying to show a representation.
That perfectly
what
shows.
areas.
So you're saying this line, Ron,
Yes, yep.
do nothing with this circle?
No, no,
That's my recommendation.
For right now.
That, well, that's what I told the contractor, don't start digging yet. But I just don't see what the value of all that excavation is.
I can't make the connection between
Is it
any
just-
work being done there and this overall project.
I can't either, because the only body making a wide turn would be somebody coming the other way from the camp area to dump their trailer.
Yeah.
Well,
they
at
can
one
like the boat,
time-
if they make a wide turn.
At
they
one
can stay
time,
in
the
front.
boat wash station was going to be located off to the drive for the dump station. Station and the boat wash station at one time, quite some time back, the boat wash station was gonna be located on the north side of the north drive, but that changed a long time ago.
So did
this
somebody
one
not
is-
make the right change to eliminate the turning radius for something you don't need anymore?
Yeah, because the boat washing station's not going.
Right, so if the
Today-
boat wash station,
Today, the turning radiuses that exist for the campers and the RVs are adequate.
correct,
So, but to Cheryl's point, if you were adding the bow wash in there, that would change some of the angulars. And that could be a potential. So I mean, I think.
so did somebody forget we are not doing that? Right, does somebody have an old drawing on their desk or something?
Well, we know the boat wash isn't going there. It's being relocated, to the outside of that area across the way. So, the prep area for the boat wash is being moved to the west. So that doesn't even come into play at this point.
Now, to Andrew's point that he shared with us on Friday, is that this will likely into the balance of available earth for the other fill areas within our construction zone, right? And so, elevations are changing for one reason or another. And this 5,000 cubic yards of spoil, actually, it would be about 10,000 cubic yards of spoil, because 5,000 cubic yards of gravel is gonna go back in at 8 inches in depth, but they're gonna take out 18. Okay, so there's about 10,000 cubic yards of fill dirt that was likely gonna be used down in the parking, I would think, or other low-lying areas. So that dirt now will not be on site and have to be trucked in. And so I assume that there's a cost factor to this. By not excavating something on site, we may have an upcharge here.
But the cost
But we should.
that we are going to pay to have them do this work should, and they're not gonna do it anymore, should more than offset anything they have to truck in.
Should be.
That's a lot of
There should
work.
be deducts for the road work, the clearing out the green area, and the excavation of earthwork. There should be at least 3 deducts that affect, to your point, that would be a credit back but it may not be just, you know, it may not be a revenue stream. It may be have to go out again as expense for Phil to come in elsewhere to be determined.
Right.
So,
And so pending what we decide here, then I think Rick and Andrew and the contractor, Walton Excavating, are gonna get together and decide how the cut fill areas change, how much extra dirt might be needed, is there a place to borrow from on site, which I think there is, right? And whether or not that's good quality that they want to use, that's all gonna be up to them. But, so I guess just board consensus, I don't know, or do we actually make a motion to change our physical contract with Molon to exclude any excavation in this area? I guess because we do have a legal contract that details this excavation, we probably ought to have some formal board work.
It says now, don't do it.
How did we miss this?
I don't know. You know, I simply don't know. There's clearly a big flag on this section of roadway that says there's 5,000 cubic yards of gravel that's gonna go in there. I assumed it was an overlay. I did not understand that it was going to be lowered. But then again, we don't have, according to my eye, I do not see existing topographical numbers on that print. And so I don't know if we're at 647 feet. And that says 632. I wouldn't know that there is a cut required to come down to that level. Which is another concern that this survey was done with 12 to 16 inches of snow. And that may prove some challenges right there.
Should we ask Andrew if he wants to make any comments?
I think so. I'd like to hear from him.
Yeah, I was just being silent so everybody could get their chance. So I sent over to Don and Ron last night, probably about 5-ish. I apologize for the lateness. I was just working on it, trying to get it to read correctly. But the changes you're talking about, basically putting a limits line where that stop sign would be and not having any work done within that dump station circle. And also the main drive coming in, so it would not shut down any camp traffic. It would just be where that new triangle where the future ranger station goes, and also the boat wash station area. That would be the only area of actual excavation. So that would not prohibit any campers going in or out. And I do believe the topo that was done in the wintertime, we didn't really have any information in that dump station area. And I also know that the boat wash at one point was put in that area, hence the reason for the widening of the radius there. That probably should have been revised whenever that moved. And in turn for the campsites, I know we didn't have any topo on that side. So for cutting into those trees, it doesn't make sense. So I was in complete and basically acceptance of Don and Ron also on site, just going through that and making the consensus that it makes sense not to do any work here. If there's no problems now, why change it? And then there would be that contractual change order, if you will, with Milan, so that there's a credit back essentially to the village.
The only item I would like to maybe into discussion is the relocation of some ranger station parking.
Yep.
I know this is an extremely late date to do that. And I'm not even sure that we could accommodate ranger parking except for maybe a handicap in the green area or the island where the proposed new ranger station will be.
Yep.
And so any recommendation that you have there from a practical design interest, Andrew, would be greatly appreciated, I think, by all board members. Is that?
Yeah, I believe I have a previous version that we all looked at. I honestly don't know the date, but I know that that was previously designed to have handicapped and I believe 2 spaces of regular parking there. So that should be relatively easy to just bring back. So, and then I can send it to everybody on the board and make sure that everybody's in the same page and same boat, and move forward if everybody agrees, and get that to Milan and go from there.
Yeah.
And Ron and Don, I did reach out to Milan on the parking area for just the drainage questions. And he got back some prices for me this morning. So and this is dependent on, I didn't know if that was actually finalized yet. I know that there were some ideas flowing around, so I wanted to make sure that we kind of button that up so we know what's going on forward. So right now it's designed as all grass. And so that would sheet grade down into the retention areas pretty decently. But if you change that to gravel, that increases that velocity of water pretty severely with the grading that we have now, where we would ask that we change to have a little, I guess, lift or lip at the end so that it would decrease that velocity going over into the retention area that would potentially wash all of that seed and work that Milan would perform. So we talked about the possibility of either catch basins with storm drainage. And the reason why that would be maybe a better solution is if you do go gravel and want to potentially in the future pave that, all that work's done and you don't have to do that again. If you don't want to do that, then the spillway option is more economical, but it still would help the velocity going into that retention area. So with the spillways, what I got from Mike was less than $5,000 to do the spillway option. And for the catch basins to have two separate structures with piping, it runs around 17-ish thousand is what I came up with from his numbers. So it is a pretty significant difference, but it's more just what do you want to do with it in the future, and that's kind of your call. I just wanted to get the numbers to everybody so that it was in the open.
Thank you, Andrew.
Mhm.
So just to recap what Andrew said, and I apologize, Andrew, you can't see me.
No, that's fine.
North line here of the proposed new parking area. To the south line, I think we determined that there's 12 foot of elevation drop, which equates between 5 and 7% grade.
Mm-hmm.
And so this area is approximately an acre in size. And so we have an acre of water that is just naturally sheeting across to this grassy area, which has another 10 foot of elevation drop. So from this point to this point, there's approximately 8 feet of elevation change. I'm thinking that's going to be an erosion.
Sooner or later.
And so option one is that we put a small bituminous pump for all practical purposes. What did you call it, Andrew?
Spillway.
I just called it a lift, essentially, like a lip.
Yeah, lip, whatever. We've all seen them, you know, and so we would make 2 cuts in that lip and allow some armored draining, like a small spillway might be made out of concrete, might be made out of asphalt, to get the water from the parking lot to this drainage area here. And so that was about a $5,000 or $6,000 option.
Then you have a 17,000 option for catch basins.
Which would likely, and Andrew,
Mhm.
correct me if I get something wrong, the $17,000 version would likely implement 2 catch basins.
Mhm.
Therefore, would require a different grading schedule.
Yes.
In the water all one direction, we would now begin to bring the water from all 4 directions to the 2 catch basins, and then I assume, Andrew, pipe to
Yeah.
the local spot.
Yep.
Use any of this acre of water ability to cause erosion in this area, which is approximately, this distance, I believe, is about 300 feet. So there's huge potential for erosion given the 20-foot elevation difference.
And what was the cost on that last option?
17.
About 7.
Yeah, 1725 was what came out.
That's for 2 catch basins, correct? Not per.
Yeah, yes, yep.
And the spillway is less than 5.
And I can send you his pricing that I got as well.
And which one was better again if we plan to pave it in the future?
Yeah, having catch basins in, because then all your structures and you just button right up to it. The only other option that you can I guess weigh out is, or weigh on, is fully asphalt pave, which is we figured out to be 110,000. So if you look at that, and then depending on what the credit would be for the upper area, not excavating in the gravel and whatnot, there could be a pretty decent offset on that as well. So that's another option you can look at.
Andrew, does that 110 include the catch basins?
That was just for the paving, so I guess 118 with the catch basins.
128.
Yeah, sorry, 128. Sorry, brain fart.
A question has arisen about engineering, and
yeah,
this discussion, we may not be able to answer the question.
Okay.
Given that we have an acre of water, potentially our last storm was about 4.5 inches here locally, at least on my property. Would the 2 storm drains that would be proposed be able to carry that many gallons of water?
Well,
Is that designed, I guess?
I don't know the actual volume to speak to that. I guess we initially had designed 3 catch basins, with one going up towards the left side of that parking lot to grab that I guess loop, if you will. I can find out that information for you and get back with you to give you an actual precise number of, okay, yeah, if you have this rain event, will it contain it?
I think that's a reasonable ask. Just
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think if
Wow.
you've had that event in the last, I mean, recent, then it's a real thing and you need to think about it.
And then the other important element, which I do not recall regarding this, is these green areas are now gone.
Hmm. Yeah, I
So,
believe we talked about that on Friday.
but I wasn't sure that the board was aware that those green areas in the parking lot are gone. And so I think we've asked, pending again, the outcome of this discussion, for some updated drawings, kind of showing the changes that have been made to the parking area, i.e. delete green spots.
Hmm.
Potentially removing the construction up here from the dump station area.
I would think Mulan would want an updated.
Well, they're
That's what I was thinking.
kind of impeding them at this point because of these late decisions, but why it didn't come out earlier,
Right.
even in our pre-con meeting, I don't. But the important thing is it's coming out now, right? We haven't moved any earth yet, so
Right.
this is the right time to bring it out. So my email on Friday, it looks like we've already come to consensus on items 1 through 4. And so that is the area depicted in Don's image here. We're just going to kind of not do any of that construction.
Isn't broke, don't, you know.
Is that board consensus?
Yes, well, it is on my part.
It is on my part.
That's to do the dump station and the drive into the, not do the dump station excavation and the drive, and not do any excavation of the drive into the campground.
Right. Heidi, is that your understanding? Okay, Don?
Yes, it is mine.
Okay, so that kind of deals with items 1 through 4. Item number 5, all of the asphalt that's being removed, which is a considerable distance, I'll estimate it at probably 500 foot. In the original design, it was meant to be overlaid with new asphalt. Molon is bringing concerns that the existing pavement is already bricked or deteriorated to a level that they're recommending pulverizing the blacktop and then laying the new asphalt over it. This is an additional step that was not placed, was not in the original bids. So here's another potential upcharge.
Because we thought they were gonna be okay? Or the contractor thought that they were gonna be okay till they examined them, or?
So no soil borings were done for any of our parking lot or the roadway that exists. And so we're just assuming that it's going to support things. It may not, but so far we haven't lost an excavator. So we're thinking it's going to be all right. It's just things we didn't know as a board. I mean, we don't build things for a living here.
I completely understand that.
And so we just need to prepare ourselves for some additional expenditure. And again, the offsets of not doing some of the construction, but doing some of the stuff we've now found, we don't know where that's going to totally shake out yet.
They can't reclaim that asphalt. You know how they do with certain roads, they reclaim the asphalt
And
and
then
make
we
it into
put it
new
back down.
asphalt.
So I think what the discussion I heard, but might not have totally understood, is that they will use this pulverized asphalt as fill material and base material, I assume, in the new parking area, but maybe underneath the road that it currently sits on.
That's how I understood it too, Ron, that they would just pulverize it and use that either as base or use it as, base for either one.
Right.
And that roughly is 3,654 square feet of removal.
Okay. So consensus on the parking lot question. Should we look towards what type of drainage does the board see as being advantageous here? We have one elevation drop in the park that equals about 12 foot on a road. And we always have washout issues there, always. But it may not be in our budget to correct this item right now. So
It will cost more to change it later.
it will, but we may not be able to find those funds to do it.
So currently, there was a change from grass to gravel.
Mhm.
It was gravel at one time, then it went to grass, now it's back to gravel. So, if you can get away with the cheaper option, that would be my suggestion.
7,001.
Yeah. Cause I don't see that parking lot getting paved, any near future time. I don't see that being a huge priority at the park to get that parking lot paved. There's all the other things, the pit toilets, the ranger station, electrical system. I don't think paving of that parking lot rises above any of those three items, in my opinion.
But are we costing ourselves more money doing a spillway versus a catch basin down the road if you pave?
If you pave, you're gonna have to go with the catch basin.
If
I
you
would say
want
that
to-
would be the preferred method, but I don't think you would have to. You could probably still use the spillway if you wanted to pave, but it would be better if we didn't. And so I would like to turn back the clock 30 some years if possible.
Can't.
Back to a time when my gray hair didn't exist.
What was your original color?
Some days I think blonde, but that's okay. I'll take,
No.
I own it. I own it.
Eh.
The internal park roads, if we had an opportunity to pave those areas that had 12 foot of elevation change, knowing what we know now about how many times we've rebuilt those roads, would we have paved it 30 years ago? Just those sections.
Oh, yeah.
Probably not.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
because the park didn't have that kind of traffic through it 30 years ago.
I'm saying if you could see ahead 30 years.
Yeah, if you could see ahead.
Just the,
Yes, right.
just the erosion question,
The washouts.
the washouts. I mean, this year alone, have we spent about $2,000 on the washouts? And with our last rain, we probably have another 3,500 to go.
Yeah, this last rain really pulverized it.
No, I'm not sure where our boundaries are, our property boundaries. But we gotta make sure that whatever water that we are sending off into the field is not gonna end up in somebody else's backyard.
And that's a valid question. So that kind of rectangular area that doesn't have a lot of little lines in it down there
Yeah.
to the south. No, further east.
The narrow band.
Yep,
You were on the right line.
you're on the right line. Just
Slide
go,
east.
go to the right, go to the right.
Keep going.
Keep going.
This way?
Yep,
Yep, right.
yep,
Right
right
there,
there,
right
right
there.
there, right there. So that area is 10 feet below the edge of the parking lot.
10 feet.
That's where all that water is gonna go.
But that's not the edge of the property.
Yes,
That was my question.
yes, no.
Yeah, that's
no.
not the property line.
We've got quite a bit of distance. Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're not going to be flooding somebody else out.
So there is a question in the audience. I don't know if it has to do with design elements or what. Are we entertaining questions from the public?
4 inches of rain for an acre, 8,900.
Seems light. But it's a big number. Yeah, it's a big number. And so at, I can tell you that in a fire protection pipe, that's about 12 inches at 120 PSI.
Yep, that's about
So
it.
we're looking at a 24-inch culvert, probably.
24 inches wide.
Round.
Oh, well, but I thought, are you talking,
Spillway,
okay,
but-
I'm talking spillway, not culvert.
Yeah, yeah. So spillway would probably have similar dimensions, certainly. Yeah, yeah. So, I think we have consensus on 1 through 4. What do we do with the parking lot? And for the matters of this particular meeting, I would really like to get an idea what way the board's leaning. I'd be happy to schedule a special meeting so we could discuss dollars and cents and find out where, if we decide to go with either options or any of the options, where that money comes from, and then get this meeting back on track. That's what I would prefer to do. But again, I'll listen to what the board has to say.
If we can find a way to find the money in the changes we're making, to be able to do the
Pavement option.
no.
Okay.
Because I can't see us coming up with $100,000.
We're talking about the catch basins.
Catch basins.
Okay.
Because that sets us up for paving later. Maybe we get a grant or something.
Okay.
In a few years for it. That sets us up to already be, the infrastructure is already there. There's less we have to pay for later. It is 10,000 more than the other option, but I look at it, looking forward as more forward thinking.
But it is consistent also, Della, with, I mean, one of the reasons, at least one of the reasons I heard bannered about whether it was everybody's reason or not, was to put in the gravel in there. The stone they were using would be acceptable or agreeable as a base for future asphalting. So the gravel wasn't necessarily a sunk cost. I mean, this is along the same lines that the catch basins may be more expensive, but if you're gonna
It
pave
matches
it
the
down
gravel
somewhere down the
with
road,
the
no pun intended, that you have the two elements that are not sunk costs.
Right. That's basically my opinion.
Now, Andrew, again, your input here would be appreciated, but one of the maintenance items that will be ongoing with a gravel drive and, some type of catch basin is that until that gets hard packed, we are going to have some debris moving into those catch basins that will probably have to have a vac truck come clean out temporarily. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah. That could be a possibility, or I don't know whether you could put like a silt basket in there.
Oh, yes.
So that any debris that would get in there would be held, and then you just have to clean out the basket every so often.
It's like,
That that might be a better option, just to let the water travel through. Um,
And hold the debris.
yeah, exactly. So it's not getting into your piping system too. I'm just trying to think through. So just so I'm on the same page, is grass is completely out of the conversation, correct?
Yeah, that was already decided.
Concurred.
Perfect. So with the plans, would everybody like me to update those with no islands and just have it be all gravel to reflect that? I think all we're talking about now is just drainage.
I would concur with that statement.
Okay.
So you may have to change some of those topo lines around.
Right, exactly.
Reflect a moving away from sheet draining
Right,
towards catch basin draining. Okay.
right. Yeah, either one, I would like to change the grading, whether we do a spillway or catch basin. Either one, I want to have that protective, almost thickened edge, if you will, where it's more armoring so that if you do have a large storm event, it's not as much of a surge going over that hill. And I just overheard, Rick sent me a message as well. The catch basins, they are programmed in any municipality. It's a 25-year storm event. So like a 4-inch rain like that is probably more like 100 or 200-year event. No real storm event or storm structure is going to hold that. But with me saying that, one catch basin should be able to cover a 200 by 200 foot area, which is roughly an acre. So if we had 2 in there, you would have a pretty decent protection around 2 acres, and that thinking should hold that parking lot relatively well. So I just wanted to put that out there that, I mean, these large storm events are typically not not a thing all the time, but we try to do our best to protect against that.
I think locally we have them about every other year,
yep,
quite honestly.
you're heading in that direction right
Yeah.
now.
So for us, this would not be a 25-year event. It's more
Right.
like
Every other. So, I mean, that's something we can talk about. Maybe there's something that we need to do more than that. So, and that's maybe a question for Milan as well, is what would we need to do to hold that kind of event? If it's happening every other year, we need to try to design as close to that as we can.
if I might make a recommendation, it would be in our grading.
Mhm.
Have some ponding in the parking lot.
Okay.
So I would not be opposed to holding some of that on the surface while draining, whatever, a 12-inch or 24-inch pipe drain.
Okay.
If we had to.
As long as it's not standing.
Well, that may become self-evident as you try to change the grades on there, because right now that slope and that, the degree of change.
Right.
It may not be, it's hard for me to imagine that you're gonna be able to regrade that lot to capture 100% into 2 drain basins. And so I think the efforts should go into capturing as much, but you may have some outer fringes that it just poses a challenge, and the ponding might be a little more reasonable.
Especially with a 12-foot.
Yeah,
drop.
so I think my speculation is, I think when you start changing those grades, it's hard for me to imagine you get to 100%. That becomes just part of the equation of having the line share going through the catch basins, but you're still.
Exactly. I think if you can catch the majority of that parking, that's good. I can take a look at that grading and with manipulating that, see what we can do to move water, and maybe there are some areas and opportunities to pull that, so that we don't have such a direct shot right to those areas. But yeah, let me take a look at that, and then I can, would you prefer that I email that to everybody on the board? I just want to make sure I'm following the correct communication commands and.
No, he should give it to you and you disseminate it to us.
Okay.
Consensus is just provide it to me and then I will do my best to shoot it right out.
Okay. Yeah, that's no problem. I just wanted everybody to have transparency, no questions, and so that's good.
So did we address all of the concerns to your liking?
Can I just ask one more question?
All right, hold on. Yep.
The basket you talk about, is that manually able to be emptied by a park employee, or is that gonna be an ongoing vendor have to come to?
I mean, just from a safety perspective, I wouldn't want anybody to get hurt. Those grates are a little bit more heavy. Yeah, I would say somebody like with some decent equipment would probably, like a fireman or somebody would have to be able to do that. I don't know if that's available. I know.
Fire pits, Andrew, if it's a basket with rocks,
Oh,
less
sorry.
dangerous. That's why I'm asking the question. So if you trained somebody, would it be easy for them to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've only seen 2 of these debris baskets. But it's a webbing material that's put in. Generally, it's lanyard to the lid. So once you remove the lid, you've now got a slack rope that you just hand over hand. But again, it's all going to depend on the size, diameter, right? I'm thinking it's going to be about 3 foot in diameter.
Right.
Now you run the risk of somebody falling down there.
Well, only when the manhole is open, right? So, hope we have good sense there. Yeah, don't laugh.
I know.
Okay, so I think, we have good information to go. We're gonna delineate the new, construction limit along that line that we discussed on Friday last. We're gonna eliminate all of that cut material up there. And we're going to eliminate the cut material that is down by the dumpster, where the dumpster is located now. And that would be just south and west of the dump stations.
Right, yes. Yeah, that basically little bit of a hill. Yep.
Okay. Well, good, Andrew. Thank you for all of your patience in this.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it.
Apologize that this late revelation came up.
Yeah, no problem. Do you have any more questions for me?
Board?
Nope, I'm good.
Andrew, when do they plan on pounding the sheets for the cofferdam? When do they plan to start that?
I would have to probably contact Mullen. I thought that was going to be this next week, if I recall what Mike said. I want to say Monday next week, because I know our surveyor had to go out and actually mark out the corners of the ramp in the water. So I will confirm that, and I can send you and Ron an email.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we done with park stuff? Unfinished business number 2.
Make a motion confirming Whitewater Township ordinance, general and zoning are to be enforced by the zoning administrator, utilizing all means and every remedy allowed by law.
I'll second that motion, which is on packet page 75. Thank you for getting there quicker. All right. May we invite Stephen forward to the podium with the board's approval?
Please.
Good by me.
Sure.
Go. Stephen, welcome. Oh, thank you.
Appreciate your time.
So I've done kind of an okay job at maybe laying out some of the conversations that Stephen has shared with me, but this is his time to go in further detail, I guess. So thank you, sir.
All right, my name's Stephen Weltek. I live at 9528 Elk Lake Trail. And my wife and I, we retired a year ago, about now, and moved from Seattle. Yeah, this is our permanent residence now. And we moved to be closer to our family. My parents, my wife's mom, all our brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, they're all in Chicago. But back in 1955, when my dad finished the Navy, he bought 3 properties on Skigamog. So three lots on the lake, $2,000 each. So he built a house there.
From Sam.
So all our family, we've been coming up here forever, my whole life. So we know the area well. My dad's 90 now, so my property on Elk, I can almost see his property on Skigamog, and it's 10 minutes by boat or 30 minutes by car. And he's up here about half the year, so we get to visit with him. So back in January, I found my neighbor's property listed on VRBO for weekly rentals. And it's a 1,700 square foot house, and it's advertised as sleeping 10. So,
How many square feet is it?
1750.
Okay.
And it's often overbooked too. I mean, it's on the water, it's weekly, it's a party. So it's not what I had in mind. So I contacted my realtor. She, advised me to contact Whitewater Township, and I filed the complaint. Bob Hall, he did write a letter, I believe, I haven't seen it, but I understand he wrote a letter asking the owners to comply, and he got a verbal back that they would. But then, I've gone through the whole summer with weekly rentals turning over. Bob helped me out. I think you're referring to this memo, right? It's got quite I tried to maintain a paper trail with the correspondence and some of the activity. But really, it seemed to be ignored quite a bit. I've gone through a whole summer with renters now. And so I'm just trying to figure out, where this is going. It seems to be a voluntary enforcement. And I'm just trying to understand that if that's what I've got here or not. And really, Ron, you made 3 bullet points, our R1 residential, short-term rentals allowed. And then if not, is it voluntary? And really, I'm just here asking, what are the next steps?
Okay. And I don't mean to cut into your time here.
No, I'm done.
Okay.
That's all really.
All right. We heard earlier lies about we can't enforce, and we can't enforce our ordinance. And I don't know why we're being sold this bill of goods, but we have an enforcement vehicle. Is it going to be expensive? Yep. Is it going to be potentially more cumbersome than if we had an ordinance, a municipal civil infraction ordinance? Maybe. But this very board has experience with a municipal civil infraction ticket that was written in 2023 to another property. And the board knows how expensive it is to go through with a municipal civil infraction ticket. So this idea that it's free, if we go that route, is not necessarily correct. My thought is that once we take enforcement of any ordinance seriously, compliance is going to be voluntary because they're not going to want to go through the process, the enforcement vehicle that is currently eligible to us. And that is court, right? So we hire an attorney and we write a complaint. And if the people, if the recipient of that complaint don't comply, then we go to the next step. The one nice thing about court process is that we have the ability to negotiate with people in a court proceeding. We can come to some type of reasonable compliancy. I don't know if you've stated here in your statements or not, Stephen, but some people like to rent their house out for 1 or 2 weeks at a time while they go on vacation. IRS allows it, State Tax Commission allows it, and you can still hold your principal resident
But only
exemption.
2 weeks a year.
But only for 2 weeks. So I don't think we want to eliminate the potential for a short-term rental. And I just say we follow the laws that are currently written.
You mean rather than put a new ordinance in place?
So
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and this is outside of Michael's, I'm sorry, Stephen, sorry. Questions here, but you know, the board needs to know that violations are coming in. We need to know that somebody filed a written complaint. We do not have Stevens at the board level. And if we follow our own policy and procedure, then our zoning administrator is supposed to tell us that, hey, we've reached out to the people, we've made contact, we've got good compliance, case closed, or
We have a problem.
we've been ignored and we have a problem that needs to be dealt with. And I'm getting ahead of myself. I think that's all that Stephen is asking for, is that, are we going to take this seriously? I'm going to shut up.
I have some comments.
Yeah.
So, you and I had some, I'm Cheryl. Goss,
Yeah, hey,
the
Cheryl.
clerk. We had some correspondence back and forth about this. And so I'm in favor of enforcing what we have, but is that adequate to actually enforce it? I did a little research last night on a couple things. The words short-term rental don't appear anywhere in our zoning ordinance. The general public, if they search the zoning ordinance, would not find any information on short-term rentals, but rather the ordinance is written in a permissive fashion, meaning that the ordinance must say that specific uses are permitted in order for them to be lawful uses. I think we talked about that. And the township does not have a police power or standalone short-term rental ordinance. So it's kind of like you're trying to enforce a negative, right? You're saying, well, we don't allow it. It's not anywhere in our ordinance, but no one can find any information out about it. It doesn't specifically say short-term rentals aren't allowed. But you have to be intuitive that it's not a permitted use. The other thing I did a little research on is what are our adjoining townships who also have, some of them also have a lot of lakefront property, and they are also have short-term rental issues. And I found out that Acme Township, East Bay Township, the village of Elk Rapids, and Milton Township, which we're connected to via water, have short-term rental ordinances. So they allow them to a certain extent, but they're regulating them and they have their enforcement procedure written into their short-term rental ordinance. Adjoining townships that don't have short-term rental ordinances or regulations are Union, which is just south of us, very small township, several hundred people population, Clearwater to our east here, and Elk Rapids Township, because up in Elk Rapids, there's the village, and then there's the township. Interestingly, the Elk Rapids Village ordinance, short-term rental ordinance, finds them to be a benefit to the community, that they bring value to the community. But I understand, I have them going on in my neighborhood too. And so I understand that, you know, there's short-term renters that aren't respectful of the neighboring properties, and their property managers are, or the owner are not requiring their short-term renters to be respectful to the neighboring properties. So I'm wondering, actually, if we have been very remiss in not having a specific short-term rental ordinance, because that's really the tool that the zoning administrator needs to enforce short-term rentals, rather than this no statement about it in the, no statement at all about it in the zoning ordinance. It does talk about, you know, bed and breakfast, but
Yeah.
that's not what we're talking about here.
There is a paragraph, you know, on the Whitewater Township, website, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is probably not the ordinance, but it is a
No,
summary.
right.
It says, you know, any period less than 30 days is not allowed.
Yes, yeah, and we put that on the website. And we, I don't even think that was the front page. There's a
No,
different
The
page.
last page kind of, okay.
Yeah, the
So
one
last
I'm
paragraph.
talking about is under information on the home page, and it's kind of down at the bottom under the noise ordinance link. But you know, I think, you know, I can see why it's hard to enforce short-term rentals here, because basically, you know, our code enforcement policy with violations or alleged violations requires the zoning or administrator to investigate, send a first written notice. If they don't get any compliance, send the second written notice. Then after that, it goes to the board to see if we want to prosecute it. And so we haven't had any of those brought to the board. Specifically the zoning administrator saying so-and-so over here on such and such road is violating. I've sent them 2 notices. Now I want to get the attorney involved and charge them, you know, at the local district court level. And because I see how other townships are doing it, and they've got a much more of a structure in place to regulate and enforce short-term rentals.
Yeah, I mean,
So
It's-
you know, I've always been kind of against having a short-term rental ordinance, because I'm someone who doesn't want to regulate people's property a lot. And we have had this short-term rental. I mean, there's a particular one down on Skegamog Point Road that we've gotten complaints about that for years, way prior to this zoning administrator. So other zoning administrators have found it difficult to enforce short-term rentals. Also, you know, it's not just the current zoning administrator, because while we've gotten those complaints, there was even a couple meetings here at a township about it, and you know, nothing ever changed. And I happen to know that it's still a problem down there, because a citizen who used to own next to that property was in my office this summer. And another letter was sent to the by the zoning administrator to the owner of the property, who does not live in the state, by the way. And so I don't believe, that abated either, and the zoning administrator has not come to us and said, can I, prosecute this guy? So I just wonder what the district court will do if they have an ordinance in front of them that doesn't specifically outlaw short-term rentals by, specific language outlawing short-term rentals. I just wonder what the district court will do with a misdemeanor citation for, I'm just not sure they're going to, I don't know what they're gonna do with that. I don't know if they're going to find that is, something that they can convict on.
Right. I mean, there was a first letter apparently, but I don't believe there was a second letter, and it wasn't brought to your attention. So this thing was really dead in the water after the first letter.
Doesn't appear we have any checks and
so
balances.
what we've heard so far are excuses that got us to your frustration, quite
Yeah,
frankly.
and I appreciate you coming up here just so I could ask you.
Yeah.
Excuses, please don't characterize it.
Well, it
And
is,
you're blaming
because
and shaming the
the
zoning
ZA is
administrator
not
and me
following
and
the-
whatever. Let's stop blaming and shaming and figure it out. The zoning administrator has, as was said earlier in public comment, has brought it to the board's attention multiple times that the township, if they want short-term rentals regulated and enforced, they need to get serious about it.
And to get
in my
serious, you
opinion-
gotta define it first.
And in my opinion, yeah, it's not even defined in our zoning ordinance. Let's.
It's not
get
even in the
serious
master
about
plan
it.
definition.
Let's get a
so-
short-term rental ordinance in place and have it specifically, and I think, what we have is, I don't wanna cast too many stones, but there's people that we all know, everybody on this board knows who's doing it. And
Okay, I don't think
and they
that's
don't
open
wanna
for
see
discussion.
that person prosecuted for it. So, it's.
Because
a
you have no
political-
To be
definition.
clear,
It is a political issue.
if somebody's doing it in a township, they should be prosecuted. I don't care if it's my friend, your friend, or your friends.
Right.
But
That's
So they don't double standard it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
my realtor brought up why isn't there a fining structure? Why does it go to this misdemeanor? Why isn't there escalating fines?
Because somebody's gonna have to collect the fines and we don't have an ordinance to do that.
That's right.
So can I weigh in on
So
something?
see, what they're saying is the structures. not
Yeah, it just seems to
us.
jump so high, right?
Right,
By putting
processes
the ordinance
change.
in place, you put the structure in
Mhm.
place. That, and I've always been, until recently, I've been against putting an ordinance in place for a couple different reasons. One, I am a property rights person, but mostly because of what's happening in Lansing, that they're gonna be they're working on this in Lansing. So we go through all the expense all the time. And with the old planning commission, it would have taken a year, maybe two,
You
to
ain't-
get it.
You're gonna get it
went
quicker
through.
this time.
But you guys have a lot on your plate. So we'd be spending all this time, all this money. And then Lansing comes in and wipes out everything you do. Because now they're taking it over. I don't know if that's still the case, but I do know our planning commission is the group we've got together now. If they took up a short-term rental ordinance, I do know that it would be addressed and it would be.
Been
addressed
discussed,
in a
but you have to
timely
start, right.
fashion.
It's been discussed, but you have to come up with a definition first.
Well, I think that's
That
something
would be
that
the
could
planning
happen.
commission's job.
I understand that.
But, so I'm not objecting to looking at an ordinance. Ron, I fully understand what you're saying about, we have an ordinance that, like Cheryl says, is permissive where if it's not listed, it's not allowed. And we've gone the extra step of putting this on the webpage in a couple places saying it's not allowed. And maybe, yeah, we do have an avenue already. Ron, you're right. It's expensive to go that route. And if you're prosecuting 10, 15 of these, which is not unheard of for short-term rentals on a lakefront property, This is going on everywhere. Now we're talking maybe $100,000 to make it go all the way through court. Look at what we spent to prosecute the person in the village area for his junk. And we won. And now it's in 4 separate properties over there, and nothing is being done about that. And we get complaints all the time about that. It's in the survey results all over in the comments. And we're not throwing a fit about it. We're not doing anything about it. This board, everybody on this board knows about it. Everybody. So we spent $15,000-$20,000. He cleaned it up a little bit.
It was more than that.
He just bought
Yep.
more property is all he
Yep.
did.
And he's bought more property and he has spread out. And everybody knows that. And I was in the courtroom when he got reprimanded by the judge. So my feelings on spending tens of thousands of dollars for each one of these violations is not good. If we have a different avenue, I know it's not free. The civil infraction writing, I know it's not free. But a lot of times when people get a civil infraction ticket, they pay attention because they don't want to go.
The threat of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. You know, maybe the threat of getting a letter from our attorney saying cease and desist this behavior or we'll take you to court might also be a deterrent, but you know, we're not doing anything. So.
So I didn't want to cut you off if you had anything.
I've got a couple comments.
Yeah, what I'm gonna say here, may sound similar to what some of my colleagues have said, and some of it may be very dissimilar. I have a different opinion, rather strong on some parts of this matter. So if I can try to at least try not to jump around, and I'll try to keep this as linearly flowing as I can. I think we've heard the same consensus that, you know, our town, if a township does not have a specific short-term property rental ordinance in place, it does not necessarily mean that short-term rentals are automatically allowed. The absence of an ordinance simply means that, in our case, Whitewater Township has not yet established specific rules for such rentals if they plan to allow them. And we know that the township's prohibition on less than 30 days rentals should be enforced because we do have tools available other than bed and breakfast, camping grounds, motels. And what those are, what that means of is that the enforcement levels are, as contained in our code enforcement policy, is step 1, obtaining the voluntary compliance. I think that's obviously the best thing that could happen. Everybody just goes, straightens it out and moves on. But then there's a written notice to correct, a second written notice correct, and then it comes to the township board in order to make a decision on whether or not we want to take this further to district court. And I think just recently, might have been last month and the month before, we put forth some framework for a municipal infraction ordinance because of the cost possibly associated with that. However, we do have a contract with our ZA that does spell out that they should be addressing and enforcing code enforcement. Hearing my colleague Della on the cost of a district court enforcement, we asked earlier this year, the board did, of our ZA, and this is where I differ with other colleagues here. We asked for a list of specifically short-term rental complaints. And the only one that I've seen is one that's been on Church Street.
That's the only one I see.
And now I went back and I pulled all the way back to November of 2022, the ZA reports coming forward. There has been no mention of any STR in there other than Church Street. The reason, at least in my mind and my recollection, that we earlier this year, we asked for a comprehensive list every month of complaints and the status of those complaints from the ZA, so that this board would be fully informed as to what level of issues are we having. To your situation, that would be a high level. You are constantly facing this. We may not have another one out there where there was a 1 week voluntary, doesn't pop up again, maybe the issue solved, but then that helps the board prioritize. If we need
Yeah,
to take
do we need,
action,
right.
if we need to take action, do I take action against that person that has one complaint against them? Or that piece of property that has 15 complaints against them? And I think the answer is obvious. You're going to spend the money where it's going to have the most effect. So despite the fact that we have not landed on that municipal infraction ordinance as a possible offset or a different way of handling it from an expense standpoint, it doesn't preclude our ZA from doing his contractual responsibilities and enforcing our code enforcement. Ordinance are not against short-term rentals. It's still a nuisance, and there are still actions that could be taken against it. And we're going to be discussing that here later in this session. And I think everybody's getting a preview of where I stand on this.
I just had two comments. Yeah, if I don't want to live next to this, I'm really trying to figure out, what do I do? I could probably sell the place, or, I could become a short-term rental, right? I could leave when they're there. So, we talked about this, if I can't beat them, I could join them. So, I'm one bad renter from making one of those decisions. So, I mean, everybody's been pleasant enough, it hasn't been a terrible summer, but every week there's a new stranger in town, and, I gotta lock my doors, my dog's gotta get acclimated. It's just, what's coming next Saturday every week. And that's just a little unnerving. And then I just had one other comment, because, I've been to a couple meetings, and the condos at Baggs Road, are they going to become short-term rentals? Is that where that's headed?
Good questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and really, I was just trying to end with, next steps. I guess you're still kind of discussing that, but I don't know if you have any.
Well,
Possible
the
next
motion has been made and we've not voted on it. But the motion has been made to enforce general and zoning ordinances to every allowable remedy by law. And even though the motion says by the administrator has certain roles and responsibilities that were detailed in our policies. And that's all we expect from them. Once those have been submitted to the board, then it's up to the board to take those actions. But honestly, we didn't know about your complaint.
We can't take
We just
action.
didn't know
Right.
about it.
No.
Well, that's part of why it escalated to this point. I'm like, I
Yeah.
just wanted to hear from you. We're not
Yeah.
going to do anything. If that's what we got, I just wanted to hear it.
And so to answer that question, I'll call, unless there's further comments or discussion that needs to take place, I'll call for a vote on this motion, which means we will enforce to every remedy allowable by law. Is there further discussion? Roll call.
I guess I don't understand what all means and every remedy allowed by law by the township ordinances. I don't think there's a state law with respect to short-term rentals. So I'm just wondering if that needs to be a little bit more specific. I guess I probably will vote no, because I don't understand what all means and every remedy allowed by law means.
Did you want to? I mean,
Do
I
you
made
want
the
to clarify?
motion. Do I want to change the motion to say township law? Because we can't.
It's basically I don't know how you're gonna change that, all laws, and instead of Whitewater Township ordinances, general and zoning are to be enforced.
I'm glad we don't have questions on the meaning of the hall. But maybe we do.
Well, I would
We
like.
certainly have a question on what law means.
Well,
And we know that ordinance is law. We know that. Even public comment people told us ordinance is law. So law is
so
law.
am I going to enforce Milton Township law or Whitewater Township law?
Well, it
I
basically
mean, I
says,
can be silly about this too. It just, if it helps clarify it to somebody, I don't see a problem with adding in Whitewater Township law. 2 words.
You could add law, it's about the only thing you're missing. But it says every remedy allowed by law.
I mean, I think what we're talking about that you're asking the zoning administrator to enforce is the Whitewater Township zoning ordinance and the code enforcement policy. We don't
Asking him
have
to
any
follow his
other-
contract.
And so I guess here's the next thing. Mr. Weltick is here and has focused on short-term rentals. Is this just a short-term rental issue?
Or are
It
there other
doesn't say
violations?
that
I
in the
believe it-
motion,
I believe the
so
motion states general and zoning.
So you're covering
it-
pretty
it
much
answers
everything.
Those questions.
and I would tell you that there are some general ordinances that are not enforced by the zoning administrator. They're enforced by the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department. So when you say that, you really can't just lump all the general ordinances in there because there's a fair amount of them that the zoning administrator has no duty to enforce.
Wouldn't it then by default, he wouldn't enforce them? What he's able to enforce, he can.
And that's.
I don't know what the motion, I'm just
That's
questioning
kinda-
what the intent is of the motion.
Again, to mitigate the excuses, the zoning administrator will utilize all means and every remedy allowed by law.
In other words,
So,
he's gonna have to
If
follow
the
his
ordinance
contract.
does not allow his enforcement, then guess what? It goes to the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department. That doesn't seem like a real stretch to me unless we want to make it a stretch. So I think the motion answers Stephen's questions, that this board is serious.
And
I'm
I'll
ready
be
to vote.
serious about enforcing short-term rentals when there's a short-term rental ordinance in this township and we can take them all to court.
Well, we can
Um,
easily address that concern, Cheryl, and this board has the authority to do it right now.
Yeah.
We don't have a short-term rental ordinance.
Well, here we go. Okay, so the statement that's currently on the website that says no short-term rentals are allowed, let's put that in our ordinance.
Yeah.
Let's this board right now make that statement. We have the ability to put that in our R1 district or any other district that we wish. We can do that.
Well, it's a text amendment. It has to go through the planning commission.
So
Public
In the
hearing.
planning commission, if they take it up, they may say, well, we should be allowing short-term rental.
Mike,
However, we want to limit them. And
Or we
them
want
to
some
register.
stipulations,
And
like
so-
a register permit,
They allow 70.
and so the board has the ability
to put a number on it too.
to not adopt something like
Sure,
that.
sure.
So again, the buck stops with these 5 people. Let's do it.
Can I ask a question here in the memo that is it the memo? Maybe it was Bob's response. Everybody's just talking about safety. It's public safety. So if you're making me deaf with your loud music, that's a safety concern to me, the public. But it just says safety. Everywhere I've read says safety. I'm like, where's the word public?
Does septic come in at all? I mean. you know,
Odor,
They're
you
saying
could
10,
give 'em-
but there was 4 couples and 4 kids for 10 days over Memorial Day. And then they brought, there's a party, there's probably 20 people there, but there were 12 people, living there.
See, and those are all things that these ordinances of the outlying
Communities.
local units addresses. And we do not have the facilities that the other townships like East Bay. Garfield Township has that simple statement on their website. And that's all the ordinance they need. Is that simple statement. Huh. So again, I challenge the board to let's put that statement.
But they also have a civil infraction ordinance. Somebody goes out and writes a ticket.
But
A
they-
badged
they don't
official
use it.
goes out and writes the ticket.
So we have a motion in front of us. Is it still a motion?
Yes, it's still a motion.
And
I
still
found it.
second it.
I found my safety stuff. In
Okay.
all Bob's comments, when he does a summary or he says anything, we only use the word safety, health, or welfare. It should say public.
Well, I think that's what's in the statute.
Yeah, and I concur with Cheryl there that health, safety, and welfare is the terms most commonly associated with the zoning enabling act. And so I understand your point about public safety. You know,
I get
wound
this
up-
one too, so then just related to, is my safety in jeopardy?
I wound up with a non-English speaking person in my backyard from a short-term rental
Till she.
late at night. So how does that equate into my safety? It's funny
Yes.
how a red dot
Well, it's funny
It-
how no
it's
English.
all-
But that's trespassing.
It is.
eliminates all
So-
confusion.
Oh, okay, let's not get that deep. But I will tell you, it's funny because some people can't speak English, but they know how to say, I call the police. So, I've been that road before there, but having somebody weird in your backyard isn't real good at night.
And I'm sure it was just a mistake. I'm sure somebody was just interested.
Or just
right?
walking around.
Sure. So, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pep,
Yes.
Goss, no, Valmuth,
Yep.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes. We're gonna enforce our ordinance. Okay, thank you. So the next business item. The next business item is probably also equally interesting. And it's about a vehicle and how we do that. Because I honestly think following our ordinances and enforcing them is something new to this township. And so,
I have a question.
Mhm.
I know we're just getting into unfinished business number 3.
oh, it's already noon.
It is.
I see Chief sitting over there.
Yeah.
Can we just do?
Like that,
Uh-huh.
could we move his item up? Would anybody really object to that?
I would
Cause
not.
I'm sure he has other duties that he could be attending to.
I don't have any objection.
Probably should have.
Oh, my goodness.
That's what I was worried about,
I
like.
didn't
that poor
realize
guy's
that.
waiting for his party permit.
Yeah,
Yep, you lost 2.
I did not realize that, chief. I'm sorry.
How about in the future, if
Do
you
you
need
have any
to pop
objection to
up?
us moving?
In the future, can you pop up at the mic in public comments and say, hey, can we go first? Please, just in case this happens again. Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate it.
I like the idea of moving new business number 1 ahead of unfinished business number 3.
So do I.
I'm good with that.
I assumed at a bid opening that there wouldn't be contractors. I'm sorry. I did not realize that. My apologies to you. No, your time is valuable to me.
Yeah, you are. That's why I can't believe you didn't go, hey, I want to go first. You have my permission to do that. Screen.
So do you have bids that have been received by the township?
Yes.
Okay, Is that mic on?
It is.
Have a seat.
Board, would you mind if Fire Chief
Not
Leonard
at all.
opened up those bids?
Nope, go for it.
And announced them? You might have to pull it a little closer to you.
Good, while he's doing that, I'm gonna run the bathroom.
So before I open the sealed bids, I do have a sealed bid opening statement. It's pretty much the same one I read for the pumper tanker. So we did receive 4 sealed bids from the specifications we sent out. It's almost been 2 months now. And the intent of this public bid opening is to document the vendors and their cost to build a new commercial chassis pumper for the Whitewater Township Fire Department. A low bid from a vendor does not automatically award them a contract to build said pumper. A detailed list of specifications was assembled by members of the fire department to acquire a pumper apparatus that will benefit Whitewater Township and the community as a whole. Each vendor was given an identical bid packet outlining these specifications. Members of the fire department will equally review all of the proposals submitted. The review process may take several weeks and will most likely include communication with each vendor. A vendor and subsequently a manufacturer will be selected based on, but not limited to, price of the apparatus, the delivery date, and also how closely they meet the specifications outlined. So with that said, in no random order at all, I will begin the opening. And we'll start with CSI. CSI, yep.
Blood Vega, in case we were making detailed
Yeah.
notes. Making detailed notes.
So CSI has a proposal here for one Freightliner, 1,200 gallon, 1,500 gallon per minute pumper with a total of $549,000, I'm sorry, let me reread that. $549,719,000. And that includes the equipment list as specified.
549,719.
Yep.
Thank you.
Where's CSI located?
Grayling.
Thank you.
Next, we have Spencer Manufacturing, and they're in the audience, Steve Buckner. And they don't have a dealership. You just kind of
Yeah, we work right out of the factory.
right out of the factory.
We build the
It's
trucks
in
here.
South Haven. Thank you.
Pretty town, by the way.
Yes.
Great fishing.
I'm writing this down for you. You missed it. Okay, that's first. Missed it? Yeah, and that includes the
So from Spencer, we have a total for the same vehicle of $686,657,000.
686, 657.
Yep.
And that includes the equipment list too?
That includes the equipment list. There's also a payment option a discount. 100% prepayment discount of $24,033. Spencer. Next, we have Pierce Fire Apparatus. And this is through the Halt dealership.
How did you spell that? Halt?
HALT.
Where are they out of, chief?
Halt is out of Wixom.
Thank you.
Each one is laid out a little bit different. I apologize.
Not as easy as it
No.
looks, is it? Thanks.
They're all very organized, I have to say that.
Yeah.
So Pierce price for a one side mount pumper Freightliner chassis is $901,360,000. So $901,360. And that includes the loose equipment specified list. So they do have a 100% upfront payment discount of $67,249.
$67,249.
Yep. And the last one is.
You did it. It's three.
This is a Rosenbauer. And
Spell that. ROSENBAUER or something.
BAUER.
ROSENBAUER.
Yep.
Thank you.
And this is sold by FLSI.
Where they located out?
Freeland, Michigan.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure where Rosenbauer is built.
Is that FLSI?
Yeah.
It's Frontline, isn't it?
Frontline Services.
Yeah.
Rosenbauer has two different manufacturing facilities, one.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So none of these places do I want to visit right now.
Sooner or later.
And even South English?
In the springtime, I would. I'd
Yeah,
take you up
first
on
one
that.
first.
Yeah.
All right, Rosenbauer provided a price for a Freightliner chassis pumper truck for $663,735.
663,735.
Yep, that's correct.
Boots equipment? The equipment list?
Yes.
Yes, I had a Grayling.
Yes. I don't see a cash price. So that's it, no cash price for them.
So reading your memo and understanding that these documents might go through several different reviews in your department alone. How can the board assist you to make those happen? Can we make copies of those for you? Are there digitals that can be requested from the various manufacturers? Now that it's open, can they provide us with digital copies at a phone call maybe?
Did the board want a digital copy?
Well, I was thinking for your inner department, and then eventually, you know, board members may be interested. As you remember, I've got quite a long list of the specs that I would like to begin my comparison, you know, forthwith.
Yeah, I don't suspect there'd be an issue with getting a digital copy for anybody who wants one, but as a group, we usually sit down and go through one copy, a paper copy, and make notes, so.
All right. And then when would you like to be back in front of the board? I think that this would, again, my recommendation only, and we can let the board members chime in, but I think this would be a special meeting where this would be the only thing on topic or on.
I would hope so.
Unless maybe something, you know, emergent showed up.
No, a special meeting would probably be in order, and I'm not sure yet when
Sure.
that would be, because in order to schedule a special meeting, I would want all of the financials and the lending companies and all of that good stuff in order before I present it to the board, so.
Thank you.
And then next month, of course, I'm gone for first 2 weeks in October. So it wouldn't be, would probably be after that.
Okay. Cool. Well, thank you. And again, I apologize that I did not recognize manufacturers in the audience. I certainly, you know.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He was here for
I apologize.
Steve was here for the long haul.
I guess. So I say we just cut to the chase and, you know, those who are present win.
She's the only one that showed up. Almost, how many times 3%?
Good job, Chief, on getting that together. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you guys for scooting me up.
Next time, just ask.
Table over there and I'll break it down later.
I'll take care of it.
Next time, just ask. We'll put your movie ahead.
Well, everything before.
There's probably a copy paper box behind the file cabinets on the left in that copy room if you want a box to put those in.
There's 4 or 5 right there underneath the table. Help yourself. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So we're at the 3+ hour mark. I could use a bathroom break. Same here. I would like to power through the rest of it because I know I've got a couple of park phone calls because we're supposed to move some buildings today at 2 o'clock.
Did you want to take a more than a bathroom break, a little longer to make those phone calls?
No.
You just said you needed to.
So I'm just gonna
We're not
cancel
gonna get through the rest of this.
Cancel the
agenda by
what?
2 o'clock.
the building moving. Yeah. Because it's gonna require my participation at some level. Yeah. 10 minutes, 15.
Yeah, sure.
What's the board's pleasure?
15.
Okay, so
12:45.
12:45. Yeah. So hopefully those audience members would like to stick around.
And that's what you like.
We'll be back in 15 minutes. You're still writing. Should I go first?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just about the 15th, so the bridge companies come in with their, oh, here's $1 million worth of tax payment. 500 taxpayers.
Hey, what's up? What's your survey come back? Right. Oh, it's not gonna happen. Respondents, I don't have any response. I mean, I don't think I needed, I had to have all but 14. Right. Remember, and I could have 8 now. If I look at that ratio, 50%. And I know that once the men's respond to one, they have 3 problems. Feel engaged, 2 plus 8 is something else. So, 4 more. That's it. But it's just a start, yes. Oh, yes. Saying like, you know, the other thing, why would you leave? And you're okay. It's not that rule. Why would you just say that? Why did you do this? When I say you house. And we don't, that's. They're on my website. No, we'll find it on the website. Okay. And then, we go anyway. That was our new pumper. That was in the Elk Rapids parade. That was the pumper tanker. Yeah. We didn't specify a pumper that matches that. Under the custom chassis part of it versus like the commercial chassis like we have, there's so much more money. Maybe it has the word custom in it. Hey, involvements are expensive for them. Yeah. But there was a while there, it's gotten better. Like commercial chassis, you couldn't get one for 2 or 3 years. Well, that drove the place. Go F-16 mic in. We need one with 1,000 horsepower. Got chrome wheels, got lights, man. Let's go. It's the driver. All your drivers can command 1,000 horsepower, can't they? Really? I want to see a fire truck do a burn. That's what I want to see. No, we should have, yes, an electric one would do. You know, four motor electric fire truck. Probably be at the 3,000 horsepower. Mach-E Mustang, the 1,000 horsepower with 4 motors. One of each. You know, you go real quick, you think about like railroad engines. You know, they've been electric motors. Sometimes, you know, it's steam, you know.
And the amount of work and enforcement. that was just- Yeah, the diesel is just. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I think that.
Yeah, there's one at. Oh, yeah. Lily Bauer is at, Metro Station 1 right now. Oh, yeah.
Be really curious at its specs, just to see what the horsepower, and how many motors and all that. Really.
Don't even go there. Scientists can't even remember the second the land is secure.
Imagine you had a site and all of a sudden you look at your batteries.
You're out of batteries. He first due to the battery, is he flowing? I called the water truck, did you call the battery? Oh, you have my horse. Be able to, you'd be able to. Water.
We run out of fuel now on scenes. Yeah, we do. I mean, it's a real concern.
That's time our last market.
Well, Josh Godden will do it. We just need to sit down and get together. And
You need to do that.
he's got people who are stationed in Elk Rapids, people who are stationed here in Williamsburg, Traverse City.
You could have called my husband, I could have called me, I could have bought you $10. Gas, but not diesel. They're usually around 50 or.
Are those trucks gas or diesel? They're diesel, aren't they?
What's that?
Are those fire trucks diesel?
I believe that's what he spec, yes.
No, even his regular ones are diesel, are they not? Ours can't be that.
I think all of ours now are diesels, yes. Except for the one brush truck.
That's probably still gas.
And I have not recovered from those totally yet.
Took its toll on me, man, too.
And while you guys were doing that, I was staying up trying to figure something out. It took 4 nights.
Well, I'm still
That was a long
testing.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Can't believe it.
What did you dress out at?
Dressed out at 700 pounds.
Yeah.
Hanging weight.
That's so cool.
Where was that at?
Johannesburg.
Oh,
Kind of got drawn. I've been putting in for 23 years.
who's that? Is Connie in the picture?
Yeah, it's Connie.
Ah,
Connie shot it. He didn't.
That's her.
That's the
Look at
critical,
that.
that's the critical piece of information.
Oh, it was an impressive, it was the most fun I've had. And I didn't even have the full trigger. Very then, oh god, these guys over there were so good.
Yeah.
They're so coordinated. They have, like I had a bull permit and the guy with us had a cow permit. And we were in one truck and then there was another truck with similar and another truck with just cow hunters. So there was actually 3 or 4 trucks. These kids all have these guides who are kids. Shoot, our guide was 22 years old. He was all set up with cell cameras. He could watch his food plots and watch his, he had a bunch of leased land. And when they came in, it was like, you turn 90 mile an hour to get there. He gets out the truck and he says, I'm not a runner. I'm not, she's 61 years old. So he grabbed her gun and he's got the shooting stick and she's trying to keep up with them. And they get up to basically the top of a knoll there looking down. And there's this big old bull. But she raised up on
4 other ones. And he kept saying, not big enough, not big enough. You know how hard it is to pull your gun back down going, holy crap, when there's an 800-pound animal in front of you. Yeah, she did good. And, my, freaking bawled their eyes out for 2 days. Every time cause her dad started a sportsman's club down in Navy, Michigan. And was the, safety instructor his whole life. And so she's got his patches and I think I got one in here where she's sitting on there with, oh, here it is. She's in there with, turn it to the mirror. All those are her dad's patches.
Yeah.
His safety instructor patch, his Navy Sportsman's Club patch. And, she laid them all out when she shot.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Fun time though. You guys were really good. You know, the most fun part is when you were done like with the morning hunt and everybody would go to breakfast, you know, like 10 and 11 mom pop place down there. And we'd all sit around and bullshit and tell stories and have breakfast and it was fun. It was a great few days. Great few days.
That's awesome, man.
So we're figuring we got the trucks loaded with about 400 cubic feet of coolers. You know, I've got 3 massive coolers. The guy said it.
What it cost you to slaughter it? What it cost you to slaughter it?
500. But the guy did a great job. He
Not
checked
bad.
it all out. You know, usually when we've had an animal, they skin it and take the body, you know, into the freezer to be processed. And we get the head and the horns and the cape and everything. And this guy had a head and everything all caped out. And my taxidermist said he did an excellent job. You know, around the eyes, usually I get a cut around the lips. But he said this guy did a great job. He's up in Vanderbilt. And so we took everything down to the taxidermist. And and the head had to go back to the DNR. We couldn't keep the head. The head goes back to the DNR for TB testing.
Yeah.
Tuberculosis testing. So he kept the horns and gave us cake. And he's figuring 350 pounds. It's in elk burgers for a while.
You're gonna need recipe book.
I can't wait to have some elk. I've never had it. Can't wait.
I went out west about 10 years in a row when all the kids were kids. That's all they ate. It was elk meat. We've got some great.
What is it? Does it taste like anything similar?
Chicken.
Oh, really? Why do you think it? No, I've never had meat that tastes like chicken.
It's a very, very lean meat. Matter of fact, our daughter, I got a funny little story. When she got old enough and she started, you know, cooking and having a family and everything, she cooked up burger and she called Connie and goes, what is all this wet stuff in the burger? And Connie goes, that's fat, because she had not seen it. Elk meat is so lean. It's like deer meat is very lean too. Matter of fact, our deer meat, we put suet in it, but the elk meat we don't. And a lousy loin is that big around. And the guy goes, do you want it butterfly? I go, butterfly? Shit, the steak would be this big. I go, just cut it into 1-inch loins and it'll be like prime rib. Yeah, it'll be so tender.
Wow.
Well, I tell you, over there's it's called Vienna Corners. There's a little restaurant there. I think it's called J&B's now. It used to be called Vienna.
That's where you had the prime rib, right? He said for 20 bucks.
It was the tastiest. I mean, for 24 bucks.
And it was a Saturday.
$50 prime ribs and they weren't this good. So I asked the lady, I go, I need this prime rib. It's so tender and so good. Because we start marinating this. It's only Saturday night. We start marinating the Sunday before, and it marinates for the whole week. And I tell you, it was the yummiest. And
Wow.
Everybody that's starting, I tell everybody to listen because it was the greatest I've ever had. It was really good.
I have family that lives over there. It's a nice little place.
Oh yeah, and what's the
So it's only about an hour away, right?
There's a place across the street where there's a gas station and like is it called Big Bear?
It's a little more than that.
Something like that. But it's it's got a little bit of everything, like a little hardware store,
So it's an all around, it's like an all around store. So you can get pizza, whatever.
Outpost.
Right,
What it is, got everything.
like a
All right, good to
Canada
go?
outpost. What did you say?
Are we good to go? 12:45. Okay. So I think we left off on UB3.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Is that everybody's?
Yep.
Yep.
Good.
I'm gonna go tell them you started.
We're starting. We're starting.
Well, I'm gonna let 12:45 go by until 12:46, just in case I'm ahead of time. So I have 12:46 just turned, so.
Just turn, let's rock.
Okay, on motion, or on page 95, packet page 95. Motion authorizing the supervisor to send the following notice to Robert Hall, DBA, Certified Zoning Services, as amended 9/12/23.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
So you're basically just making sure that he starts following his contract, correct?
Well, this is my interpretation. So this would be, the board members' time to either agree or disagree.
Well, we gotta stop. Right now, what he's been doing is like what he feels like doing.
Yeah.
It's not even, I laid everything out. It's not even half of a process, because if you take his complaint and you see how far he went with it, it's almost like he went as far as he had to do this. And then it lost its way somewhere.
Okay.
So let's at least get everybody on the same page.
Yeah, I think really we just need to have the list that he's
This is just in case
been talking about.
you forgot you're on vacation, your bag's that.
I'm sorry?
Your bag's that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because my husband wanted it at a car show and I stole it.
Just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
You forget, I'm on vacation.
Yeah. So if we don't, because
The
listen,
motion on 9/5, on page 9/5 has been made and seconded. So we're just beginning discussion.
if you remember back when we had the marijuana subcommittee, he told you he wasn't gonna force anything, so now we're this far, we have more fail. We gotta stop. Everybody's gotta be on the same page. If he writes a report, we have to get a report.
Motion is on page 95.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, I've heard everything.
Okay,
Well, except for who seconded it.
I did. Pop made the motion, I second.
Yeah.
So this kind of just starts a process and everybody will be on the same page.
Well, the process is pretty well laid out in
Mhm.
our policy and procedure manual. And in case there was a question of whether or not Bob was hired to follow that policy, calls into question his own agreement with Whitewater Township. And so, either one you want to follow doesn't matter to me. And I think the notice that we provide still allows the flexibility to follow either one.
Correct. You could still choose either or.
Any other comments or discussion?
My only comment, it's not really to this motion, is that I just listened to my phone messages. I had 3 phone messages and the first one was from someone asking me where in the zoning ordinance are the short-term rental regulations. People can't find them. Hey, Trace. 12:50. You're noting the time my deputy came in?
No.
Okay, good, because it's none of your business why she wasn't here.
Oh,
earlier.
stop. I'm not taking that today.
Well, that's exact, you were looking
I
at her when
don't
you said
care.
it.
I'm sorry, I was looking out into the room, so I'm sorry, do you have a guilty conscience? Oh, yeah,
Oh, okay, come on.
so
Now you're wasting my time.
motion has been made and seconded, further discussion?
Just thank you for putting this together. It had to take some time.
Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes,
Bennett,
No,
Goss, no. Bauman,
Yes.
and so as a follow-up, over the past few months, we've understood that multiple people look at documents and everybody kind of has blinders on. And I understand why. I'm not finding fault with,
are we still under unfinished business?
yeah,
three?
there's no motion on the table, so
yeah,
what are we talking about?
so, yep, we're on packet page 9-6.
Maybe 9-7.
No, 9-6, he's
9-6.
finishing his discussion.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
or
Put it
consensus
on.
and volunteers are.
got it. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you know, so, the one that comes to mind, and Della, no offense here, right? I'm just singling this out, that 3 people sign certain documents within the township, but each person has just their concerns in focus, which is rightfully so. But who oversees the global process? And so that's what I'm looking to build here. And I don't know quite how to do it, but I'm looking for volunteers or ideas on how to build that.
Well, I need clarification when you talk about who oversees it. If it's a land division, isn't it the assessor that oversees that everything is done before the property is split? If it is a zoning request, it's the zoning administrator that oversees the document to make sure that all the signatures are in place. Why would we want to put another layer of bureaucracy on this already cumbersome job?
Because as we found out, those 3 people you just labeled didn't stop a failed process.
What
Or
failed
failed
process?
division.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What failed?
I
mean, I'm asking honestly here. I'm not trying to be,
So,
argumentative.
okay, I'll go down that road.
Sure.
But it's
I
not
just
gonna
want to
be
know what you're
pleasant.
talking about.
And so we have a contractor in the township who's not following our ordinance that he was hired to enforce, that he was hired to administrate. So that's all I want to say on that topic. Okay.
Well, that's
But-
not fair though, Ron,
Okay.
because you brought up a particular forms. You're saying somebody needs to oversee if those forms are being done correctly.
Yeah.
And I'm asking what forms we're talking about was not done correctly. That's all I'm asking.
Sure. So the question has been posed that the assessor, the treasurer, and the zoning administrator have responsibilities to make sure that property parcels are created in a 4-to-1 version. Now, I don't particularly agree with that statement because the treasurer has a duty
She only has one duty.
to follow, to make sure the taxes were paid, right? And I'm not even sure why we have that request anymore, because now we have to get a certification from the county treasurer.
County treasurer, sure, looks at previous years.
And you're
Current,
looking at current
correct.
ones, which, this board may not understand that, even though taxes are not due until the day after tomorrow, if I come in and ask for a land use permit, I can't get it until I pay my taxes, which aren't actually due until the 14th of September.
That's not true.
Oh,
Taxes they come due January 1st, even though we don't bill them
Oh, I see your point.
until July 1st. So that's not technically true. We give them until September 14th, or the state, the government, whoever made the choices for these dates did. Not this township. We
Right.
didn't make that.
Right, that's right. But still, the same argument from my point of view can be made that, I'm not delinquent. If I don't pay my taxes at the end of business today, but ask to have a land use permit, I'm not delinquent on my
No, you're
taxes.
not, you're not delinquent till the.
However, we do have a fiscal responsibility ordinance that was financial, thank you, I'm sorry, that was put in place
Mhm.
just for these specific reasons.
Right.
That
And
may be
when
invalid.
I get skipped, parcels get split that owns $30,000-$40,000 back taxes that never got paid. When I get skipped, that's what happens.
Yeah.
And because of a particular one that happened here in this township, when I got skipped for a parcel division, the county came up with these new rules about you have to get something from the county saying you don't owe back tax.
Cause the county didn't get their money on that deal either, did they?
Well, sooner or later, when people file bankruptcy, they've got to settle taxes. They don't get away with that.
Yeah.
But, they had to wait, they had to go through court, all that, but it's important that the signatures are there. It's important that the steps are followed. What I'm saying is, we don't need another layer of bureaucracy looking at these forms. If everybody's signature's on there, Dawn knows if she can divide that property or not. Dawn doesn't put her signature on there before mine or before Bob's. Now, if like I said, I am one step in the wheel.
I thought Dawn put her signature on it first.
No, all the paperwork has to be done and then it's forwarded to her. She reviews all of it. So. Because she's ultimately the one that is responsible, is she not? Or if a split happens or not?
Good
And
question.
I've been told by her that we cannot regulate if a split happens or so, and I don't know exactly what it is, so don't ask me specifics because I can't give it to you. But the conversation was concerning state law, what state law says she has to do regarding splits. So maybe some clarification on that.
So again, building a solid framework for future success, answering these questions,
Can't keep kicking the can down the road.
I think is because Dawn's an independent contractor too.
There we go.
And so.
She has insurance.
Maybe. We
You don't
know
know.
that.
Nobody's admitting to anything, so.
So I just think that we have to have some oversight. That's the problem with all government, is that there is no oversight. Everybody thinks they have their own little fiefdom.
I'm gonna make one statement and then I'm gonna let this go because we have so much more to look at today. Does anybody understand the IRS tax code?
Yes.
Really? You know every section of the IRS tax code. I know you don't.
No, I didn't say that.
There are so many things in that IRS tax code that you could probably make, I don't know, a career out of trying to figure it out. My concern is that we are doing so many policies, we are doing so many changes, we are doing so many oversights and looking at and changes that pretty soon it's going to be so complicated that anybody coming in after us is going to go, let's just go back to a very simple version of this because this is getting way too complicated. I'm not saying I can't follow what you're doing because I certainly can. Do I like all the bureaucracy and all the changes that are being made? Some are good, but some I think are just too redundant, just too much. And I would like to keep it simple. So the people coming in behind us and the citizens, when they're looking at it, they can understand it too. I mean, we don't have a single board packet that comes out without changes to policies, changes to procedures. And it's just, if it's not broke, let's not fix it. I understand you believe this is broke and that's why you're trying to fix it. I understand that. But along the way, could we just maybe simplify instead of taking 5 pages to say something 1 page would take? That's all I want. That's come in the future going forward. That's what I would like to see. No, I'm done. Are you ready to move on?
Yep. So I'm accepting volunteers, anybody who wants to volunteer for this. And once something, a plan has been put together or not, can be brought back to the board. So. Unfinished business number 4. Motion to adopt the Whitewater Township FOIA procedure and guideline document as amended 9/12/2023.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Okay.
I have,
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I have one.
Okay.
Okay, just like we're asking Bob to see everything, and maybe I missed it. When you give a FOIA a number, is there somewhere I can go read it, or do I have to FOIA it to being a board member?
You mean you'd like it posted somewhere on like the website or something?
Surprised, it'd be nice if I could do my homework along with the person doing the FOIA so that when he possibly or she comes up to the podium, I at least know what S-23 is.
Ron sends it all out to us, right? Or just to the people that are required to?
He only sends it
Typically
to
just to
the
the
people that are
who I think
required.
are responsive, but to both of your points, I have not sent it to Ardella in some cases. I sent it to Cheryl when I should have sent it to Ardella and not Cheryl, right? And so.
Isn't there kind of a,
Maybe what I do, Heidi, is put it on the website, and then each department is responsible to look at the website every day and then say, oh, that applies to me, and then respond.
No.
oh no, now you're getting out of hand.
No, if you
There's a
want something
check
from
and
me,
balance.
just ask me for it.
Come
I
on,
agree.
I just want to know that when you put S-23, like, this is gonna be a really stupid question, but I know where you were going with it. But when I was reading the road commission report, what's MOP
That's a lot.
MPO,
or MPO?
Metropolitan Planning Organization.
It would have really helped if the road commission would have put that somewhere, because I couldn't even figure it out Googling it.
Yeah,
So,
they've been talking about it for about 3 months, and
but
we-
that's
we'd
the first
actually
time I
tried to-
read their, right, but that's the first time I really dug into their minutes,
Okay.
sorry.
To your point, I
Were you
don't,
gonna say we've turned it down?
yeah,
We haven't turned it down.
Yeah.
What vote of the board turned that down?
it was a long time ago. We decided not to be part of the Metropolitan Planning Organization.
No, we never decided that. Rob Carson from Networks Northwest tried to get on the agenda of the board and was unsuccessful getting on the board agenda through you. You, according to him, I have the email, ignored his emails. And I provided the information to Rachel and Randy. And I believe Rob Carson is coming to, I think it's the October Planning Commission meeting to give a presentation on the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It's never been in front of this board.
Okay. My mistake.
And the only question that I have on this is like on section 6 waiver of fees.
Mhm.
I don't agree with this. It's at the sole judgment or discretion of the FOIA coordinator to waive or reduce a fee. I don't, I'm not saying you do it, but there are times when people don't use their better judgment and they may let their friends or family or whoever get away with, or a topic they agree with, not paying for FOIAs. And I think it's only fair to everybody that has to pay for a FOIA that everybody should have to pay.
So I don't think there were any changes to section 6.
Under waiver of fees.
Yeah,
I don't agree
Well, he
with
can
that.
do
That's
that.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, but he can do that anytime.
But it is not a change.
right.
That was in prior documents.
Well, I'm saying it should be changed. That's all
Right,
I'm
I get
saying.
that. But it's not, it wasn't a change from last time this was revised.
Okay, well, I can't.
I guess I need to know where this MTA 2015 came up at the bottom of the document, because the only thing that MTA 2015 ever appeared on was back in 2015 when the legislature overhauled the FOIA law and the MTA provided some sample documents. Now, we revised those documents with the help of our attorney's office, and then the documents that we adopted at that time in July of 2015 did not have MTA 2015 on them, nor did they have MTA 2015 on them. You can go on Ron's page right now and look at all the FOIA documents that are on there. There's many FOIA documents. None of them say MTA 2015. So that looks like that's trying to be reinserted, and that should not be, because they're not MTA documents anymore. They haven't been since we adopted the new documents in 2015.
So delete the MTA reference.
Yeah, everywhere that shouldn't be on there. That has no
That's the
bearing
bottom
on
of
these
every
documents.
Again, you know, this is, so Heidi, you wanted a list.
No, I just want to know what the
Yeah.
FOIA is and how I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a good idea. But that's not in our guidelines. The guidelines are for the people who are applying.
Correct.
And she should just be able to send you an email saying
Yeah.
that she would like to see all the FOIA requests, and then you just send her all the FOIA requests and responses if that's what she wants.
And I believe to answer your question, Cheryl, you provided us with Appendix I documents, which is where these come from, to my recollection.
No. Oh, no, I did provide you with the documents in PDF form, and then you got them from me also in Word format. And none of those documents that are lawfully adopted documents by this township. I mean, you can go right on the supervisor's page right now and look at every document that's on there. MTA 2015 isn't on any of those documents, and those are the documents that are currently in effect.
So we can delete those, not a problem. We'll delete MTA 2015.
I mean, it looks like it was added in, it's in red. And I just wonder why, when that wasn't on the original document, why it was added in. Also, if I remember correctly from reading the packet, you didn't change the adoption date on this document. You've still got May 12th, 2020 or something.
I believe on packet page 98, it says adopted 9/12/2023.
On packet page what?
98.
No, I'm talking about at the end of the document, where within the document, it says the last revision date. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, let me just find it here. What page it's on, because some of these pages, I'm talking about on page 109 in your red line. On the last statement in section 10, these FOIA procedures and guidelines become effective and were last revised on May 12th. You changed it in the next document, but not this one.
Oh, the black line has it corrected. Is that what you're saying?
On page 10.
On 109, I see the one there that changed, but then in the black line, is it changed?
Well, this is the part where I'm talking about where it's not changed.
Yeah, that's, I
That needs to be changed in the final document. In the next document, public summary of FOIA procedures and guidelines, it is changed in that location.
Page 121 in the black line of that document that started on page 97 is still shows May 12th, 2020. I thought I heard that. I thought
Well,
you were
that-
saying it was changed one place and it wasn't, but May 12th, 2020 is in both those spots, the black line and the red line in there.
Let me get to it. Yes, so on that first page number I gave you, I think it was 109 and 121. It's the FOIA procedures and guidelines document. And it's still got May 2015 down here on this too. And so it's in the red line and it's in the clean, quote unquote, clean copy. That these FOIA procedures and guidelines become effective when last revised on, that date is not correct.
What date should it be, Cheryl?
Today.
You know, you can appeal a fee too, right? I know.
Yeah, well, the whole thing with collecting fees, so we really need to take a look at those too, because our copy expenses now are well over 5 cents.
Well, that's what I
5
was
cents
thinking. I
copy.
mean,
But just think about all the time it takes to collect nickel and the receipt we have to produce and so on and so forth. So sometimes it is better just to give the 7 cents away.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
get that part.
nobody's writing a formal FOIA for a 5-cent copy. They're not.
You don't know.
I would hope we'd have enough
Well,
common sense just to make them a copy of what they need.
I could be wrong, but I think that rate is in the FOIA law. I would check that before changing. We're trying to change that, and that's why there's that one resolution from 2011. That's the fee schedule right there. So if you're gonna change that, you need to have a new resolution for the fee schedule.
But make sure you find a current fee schedule because that's 15 years.
Yeah, I mean.
The current
our-
fee schedule is in this.
My comment was
Appendix
strictly
I.
that if one person has to pay, they all should pay.
Yeah.
Well, if it's too
I
much,
don't-
there is a way to appeal.
Unless you're going to have a list of the set reasons why you would waive that the FOIA coordinator, whoever it may be, can follow. Otherwise, leave it up to somebody's sole discretion. We're sitting here talking about putting all kinds of rules in place to make sure people follow things. And here, we're just gonna leave it up to somebody's discretion.
Well, I just want to let you know that here you can appeal the fee too.
Sure, why would you have to go through that? If one
Right,
person
if
pays,
just
they
pay,
all should
everybody
pay.
pays, right? Well, you might not be able to afford it though. So you might have to. appeal
And that's the reason why there's a section right after that paragraph
to appeal.
that says the township board may identify specific records or types of records it deems should be made available for no charge at a reduced cost. So if we went one step farther and we actually listed that, then the FOIA coordinator wouldn't have to make a determination. Is this free or not? And to say that it's in the best interest of the public because it can be considered a primary benefiting the general public. Well, who's making that decision? If we're gonna lay down rules, let's do it all the way around. Okay. It's just the only reason why I understand today's probably not the day to make this decision, I guess. But I don't agree with that, so I'll be voting no. And that's why.
Any other comments? Any other recommended changes?
We need to adjust the motion to delete the MTA 2015 records.
No, because it's as revised.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, it's as revised.
So I understand her opinion. Is your opinion kind of the same, or you do it by, if it's gonna cost me $3 to send a bill, I might as well just wash it if it's 10 cents. I get that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, these are the rules that were in place. And I've not really changed anything except some of the dates. So, you know, if there was a problem, then there was a problem with them back then. And for the most part, I think that, you know, anything over $5 I collect. I mean, anything under $5 is
Don't you
really,
think that could be in the list of instructions there? Types of records should be
but
made available,
every,
blah, blah, blah. Anything under $5 will be waived. I mean, that's very easy to do.
Okay, but what?
Then you don't have to think about it. If it's under $5, you waive it. I mean, if you're gonna set a threshold, do you know what I'm saying? It could be $10. It could
Well,
be
if you're gonna,
$20.
if you're gonna set a threshold, then you have to look at it. How much is this really costing me to build out to set a threshold?
Well, let me ask you a
So-
question, Heidi. What happens, and I'm not saying it's gonna be Ron, because who knows, 10 years from now, right? Another FOIA coordinator.
I don't think I
comes in,
do $5, I
and
do 10.
They are agreeing with a particular situation, why somebody is asking for a
Correct.
FOIA. And that FOIA may come up to $100 and he waives it because he believes, or she believes, it's in the benefiting the general public. They can state that.
Then
I'm
put
just
a,
saying,
you know what,
make
put a
it
dollar
share.
number on there and then that gets you off the hook for
It gets them off the
making a
hook.
decision. It gets them off the hook for not wanting to pay it and it satisfies her. Go for it. Done. Pick a number. $5, $10?
was
Fine.
that your number, Heidi?
Well, I was trying to figure out, okay, how much processing time does it really take? But then you have to go to the person, how much they make an hour and divide. So you know what? Split the difference. Go 650 or 750. I don't know what to tell you. But 5's comfortable. Down the road, you might have to change it to 10, but 5's comfortable.
There's not that many that are under that amount because you have time involved and it's not just the cost of paper.
Well, Cheryl, do you think $5 is acceptable or do you think 10's acceptable?
I'm happy with it the way it is.
Okay, but we have to compromise because we have an unhappy customer here. So.
No, you don't. See, there's the thing, Heidi. I am one vote. You don't have.
I
to
know,
make me
but
happy.
but if
four
we all
people
learned
feel
how to do
different,
this,
that's
we
fine.
would have a hour meeting, but apparently
I
that
think we're
no
just
guidance.
wasting a lot of, I don't wanna call Della's point a waste of time. I didn't mean to say
Not
that.
a waste of
But
time.
we do have lots of agenda items to get to yet and people waiting.
Roll call when ready.
So you don't want to put a number on it?
I'm happy with it the way it
Okay,
is.
that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
I
good with
really-
that, as long
That I-
as you are.
No,
Lamia,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes,
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
motion to adopt the Whitewater Township Summary of FOIA Procedures and Guidelines document as amended 9/12/2023.
A second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Are we required by law to have a summary?
Yes,
I think you are.
all those documents are required, every single one of them.
It just seems so redundant. And I quite honestly got confused. I had both the summary and the guidelines open. And at any rate. Were there any observations on this particular document?
Just a point of clarification on page 124. The third bullet point down, the clerk at whitewatertownship.org did not get striked.
Yeah.
This would be changed.
Yeah, that should be stricken.
Yeah, so
It's in, if I look at if I remember right, if I look at the black line copy, it looks like it is not in there, but it is in the red line, and so.
And also, that's not an email address that you have in there in red. So that's a request may be emailed to. So that needs to be an email address.
Takes it, if you put in the black line copy, it takes you to a hyperlink.
Mm-hmm.
But the hyperlink is listed as my page.
Well, it's just an extra
Yeah.
step that you're making the public go through.
And it
It's
gets
supposed
you
to be
to
an
my
email address.
address there. And my thought process is that all the forms are right there.
Right.
And then the email address is right at the top.
Mhm.
But I do understand Clerk Goss's observation. And
I think you're required to provide an email address in the document.
We'll just make one for you.
Now, where you say it's on the township's website and you have that link to your page, I agree with that, but when it says can be emailed to, it shouldn't be a link to another page. It should be the email address. But put in there what you want. Let's move this along.
So what we can do here is
We on unfinished business 5 or 6.
All
right.
Mhm.
You thought we were on 6? We're on 5.
So if we take a look at where this sub bullet point came from, it's request to inspect or obtain copies of public records prepared on, so on and so forth. Then it begins to talk about the various documentation, related forms. But I do think a change with the supervisor's email address there is correct. I
Yeah,
think
because
that-
you're at, say specifically to.
You're talking on 124,
I would
right?
agree with that.
And any other place that it might ask for an email address like that.
Uh-oh, don't wanna do that.
Because the other link taking you to forms or pages is. So.
Yeah, and that
You
one's
know.
correct,
Yeah.
because it was talking about forms, but this particular bullet point was actually talking about submittal.
Email. I don't see any other. All the others look like forms. That was the only email one that was specific that I can see.
Okay, any other? Roll call and ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett, no. Baumia,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
And unfinished business number 6, I'd like to get some direction on. I think maybe Clerk Goss has already touched on one of the items contained in here, but.
You didn't put 6.4 in here, did you? I don't see 6.4, the section of the P and P manual in here.
And it says section 6.4, Freedom of the Information Act.
Well, no, it starts on page 138, I believe. And there's a 2-page memo. And then there's my email. Yeah, I missed it. And then there's the non-FOIA policy. So 6.4, section 6.4 isn't in here for us to look at and see what it says is my thing. Should have
So
been in here.
in the second paragraphs, Cheryl, I paraphrased section 6.4 as it was amended.
I know, but usually you put the whole thing in there.
Well, I'm
So,
just
I mean,
I'm trying to knock the 400 pages down.
well, I get that.
So, we were just dealing with one specific section of a policy that's multiple tens of pages long. And because this is really, I'm trying to establish where the board wants to go with this housekeeping item. But when we have old documents dating back to 11 years ago, resolutions for, in this particular case, that have, I think, been superseded by ones that are only, 10 years old. Is there a reason to have those old resolutions in the appendix?
Well, I mean, the fees resolution, I don't believe has been,
Yeah, I don't think that one's been updated. but
right, so that's not something you'd put in there. Now, are you talking about between the 15 and the 20?
And how about a resolution 1112?
What's that for? Let's see it right here. What page is that on?
138.
No, unless you want to see how bad.
Well, that
That's
was
what it
their,
is.
okay, so that was a resolution establishing the
bad
clerk
it
as the FOIA coordinator. That was
trash.
before I got here. And so
Could be sleeping.
that has changed now. Was it changed by resolution? I don't remember.
It was not.
So then it probably should be done by resolution.
And that's also a question here
Right.
in this business item.
Yeah, so that's probably,
That's what he's asking.
you could probably just copy that one and insert supervisor in there. But I guess, I mean, if they're no longer in effect, if they've been superseded, they probably could be taken off that cover page of Appendix I and removed from the appendix if they are completely no longer in effect.
And that plays into my recommendation that future resolutions of this nature should be written in that perspective and should have, that clause in there that says this supersedes.
Good point, yeah.
So you know what you're reading.
The only thing close to that is, 701. Resolution 20, number 20-12. It does, it says revised Freedom of Information Act forms and policies. I think you probably, to clarity, I would say Freedom of Information Act forms, resolution 20-12, Freedom of Information Act forms and policies, revised and
Replace all previous.
replace all previous, yeah. I think.
Well, at least you know you have the right document then.
Except that the only thing I would say is you have to make sure that it revised all of the policies.
Totally agree with that.
Because I remember 15 was when they did the overhaul on the FOIA law. And then 20 was when this Emily FOIA thing came up. And I don't recall that everything, I'd have to go back and look and see what got revised in 2012. I don't remember now if that was all of the forms and policies.
This is our policies and procedures manual, right?
Yeah.
Why does it have to have all the history? It should have what currently we are following.
Yeah,
Right.
otherwise
We're
it's
just
massive
making sure that it-
confusion.
That
Right.
if something got revised and the whole thing didn't get revised, what didn't get revised is kept.
Right, but it
future
is kept
boards.
somewhere.
Well, and to address Cheryl's concern on this specific item is that these two resolutions deal with the forms. And the forms that are included in 2012, I think I have the right number there, were all board approved. And so whether or not the law changed from 2015 to 2012, those forms listed in 2012 were board approved. And so those are the ones that we now keep and replaced or added in some cases, right? The forms of 2012.
And the way you can tell is you just go on the supervisor's page and you go into every form and it has when it was adopted. So if all of them on there were adopted in 2020, then then that resolution 15 can go away. On that, you're just talking about taking something off the appendix cover page. You're not still using those forms. Now, whether they're still in my appendix I documents, I don't think so.
Yeah, resolution 1512 had two sections. There were ones that were required. There were 4 documents required and then 4 documents not required. And then when you get into 2012, it takes that delineation out between 2 segments of required and non-required, and then gets them all in here, all in one grouping as being required to be listed here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so I see, to the point where we're talking about superseding or revising, in this case, it is a revision because there was a change in the Public Act. But I guess, I think to, Cheryl's point's right on. If everything is you have to be careful. If everything's being included, then trash everything behind it. It doesn't need to be on that cover, appendix I, because it just confuses.
On your 2012 there, is it 9 forms that were revised?
Well, there were,
So I'm talking about in 2012, were there 9 forms that were revised?
that have been updated or revised, yes.
There's 9 of them listed there.
3, 6, 4. I got 8.
Okay, then one of the ones on this sheet apparently didn't get revised.
Talking from 15.
Well, I'm just looking at page 140, the bottom of 140 and 141, and I'm looking at the forms. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 FOIA forms.
You want me to just read these off so you can just,
Yeah, sure.
okay. On the 2012, there's a request for public records.
Hold on just a second. I lost my page here.
Okay.
Okay, got that one.
Okay, request detailed cost itemization.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Request for what?
Request detailed cost itemization.
Okay.
Notice to extend response time for FOIA request.
Yeah,
Notice of denial of FOIA request.
yep,
FOIA appeal form to appeal a denial of records.
yep.
FOIA appeal form to appeal an excess fee.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That one is not on your list, Cheryl.
Yeah.
On 140?
Yeah,
Oh, there-
on one
there it is.
forty-one, you gotta go to the next
Yeah.
page.
The excess fee, got it.
Yeah,
The seventh one that I have, Whitewater Township FOIA procedures and guidelines.
yeah.
And then the eighth one I have on resolution 2012 is Whitewater Township Public Summary of FOIA procedures and guidelines.
Okay, so the other one that's not on there, and really this probably isn't FOIA. There's public inspection of records policy effective 7/1/15, and then there's the non-FOIA one. So the public inspection of records policy effective 7/1/15 was not changed in 20. Because those are the ones that were changed in 20, and then going forward on these here, you're gonna have two of them that were, these two that we've already voted on, that were changed in 23, but you can't get rid of resolution 20 because there's a whole bunch of other forms there that didn't get changed. See what I'm saying?
But,
So,
but again, with reasonable, you know, I've heard lots of things about, you know, it seems like we're always updating policies. Yep, we are, because we haven't looked at them in a very long time. And so, part of this review process is so we can get these updated dates or more current dates. And so to Cheryl's point, and I think to cover some of Don's comments, that when we write these replacement type resolutions from this point forward, we make sure that all of the documents included in 2020, in this case, Cheryl, are included in the new resolution, and the board just simply reviews them. For example, a couple items that you did not list in 2020 was resolution 1112, which appoints the FOIA coordinator. Well, it actually appoints it as the clerk. So that one really needs to be updated.
yeah.
And so the new resolution coming forward will address that in my opinion.
And then that one will drop off of the cover page and out of the document collection that's under Appendix I.
Yeah.
Once it's been superseded.
Yep. And so the same might go for 1512 or might not. The same might go for 2012.
Well,
because it says forms and policies. And so we know we've already changed the policies. So to my point, the 23-13 or whatever it might be resolution would also include all of the forms and the policies as we know them today. It would not rely on anything from 2012 or 2020 in this case.
So the example we were talking about, the one document that was not included in 2012. Am I correct in assuming it would have, if we had brought that remaining document in some form or fashion into 2012, then we could have then the previous resolution could have been washed away, correct? Could you have brought that forward for completeness to move that into the resolution?
I don't remember. I know we had the attorney's help with revising the forms in 15 and in 20. So I don't remember that. And I think that policy is a requirement of the FOIA law, but don't quote me on that. I know the non-FOIA one was put into place because of your agenda item in December of 2014, that the State Tax Commission required that. So that's why that's in there. But I think the other one is,
Does that non-FOIA one have is there a resolution number on that one? Was that the non-FOIA related?
I don't believe there was a resolution.
Because I couldn't find one. I don't know.
So we adopt some policies by resolution and some not by resolution.
That wasn't done by resolution.
Yeah, it doesn't appear. Yeah, it doesn't
Right.
appear to be.
So-
That just struck me as strange, but
that's a good point, Don. Maybe, all policies. Boy, this is a late time, but all policies adopted by resolution.
And I would just say something to what you're talking about here and the point I'm making. So you, it sounds like, intend to go forward and revise all of the FOIA forms. Okay, so then that should all be adopted under one resolution, not piecemeal like we're doing here.
And-
No, I get it, these need to be updated.
Yeah,
But I'm just saying, I don't know what in the others need to be updated, but I mean, you can see that it's much more clear to do it, all of them at once in one resolution, and then that's the resolution that is in effect.
and some may not need any changes at all,
I would suspect there'll be,
right?
most of the others won't need many changes.
But at least we will have reviewed them in this decade.
That's true.
Well, it was just 3 years ago, they were reviewed, so 2020. It's just that we've had a change in the FOIA coordinator.
So if I understand our notes correctly, resolutions should be written to supersede. And that kind of embodies all of that conversation about the resolutions and the documents that they might refer to. And I would go one step further and say that this resolution replaces resolution 0115.
Okay.
Would that add an element of clarification? Add an element of
I took that, when you said superseded, I assumed, and I shouldn't have assumed, I assumed that that's what you were gonna say. This supersedes X, and that you are specifically referencing that previous document.
And I'm just clarifying that because like in an ordinance, for example, this ordinance, when adopted, will supersede all others,
Yeah.
right? So it's kind of left to the clouds.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure I like that idea.
Well, I think I'm a fan of the of linking it. If you're going through that effort to supersede something, what's the harm? Why not declare what it is?
Right.
Good idea. I like that term, link.
And I guess I didn't follow what you said, something about 0115?
No, I was just clearly pulling numbers from the air,
Okay.
indicating that the new resolution of today would recognize what resolution it was superseding.
It should. For future board members to follow.
Yeah, if
Thing.
somebody has a trail that they wanna,
Yeah.
it leaves some breadcrumbs. And then the last notation I made here, Don, I think this is your observation. All FOIA policies should be adopted by resolution. Because some have been and some are not.
I agree. I mean, I think it's just the consistency.
And as we pointed out earlier, I don't think my appointment as FOIA coordinator was done by resolution. I think it was just done by motion. And so because the clerk was previously appointed by resolution, I think.
Should be by resolution.
Yeah. I
Yeah, you
think
should follow.
Be by resolution, so, that business item will come forward too. So that gives me enough direction to, understand housekeeping on this particular item. So what I'll do is I'll make some proposals, bring them back to the board to see if the wording links the two resolutions together to make sure that all of the documents are properly linked between the two resolutions. And then the board can approve or recommend changes for that process. Sound good?
Good by me.
So you're bringing us back.
Yeah. Does it sound good to you, Cheryl?
Yep.
Ardella?
Yes.
Heidi?
I'm good.
Okay,
So I think, is this where you have that resolution 2310 in here? Or is that somewhere else? Or is that cause see, oh no, that's in something else. Those resolution numbers should be on the agenda so we can follow those. Okay, that's a later thing.
Yep. Okay, that gives me enough direction to get to the next step. Thank you. So we took care of new business 1 and 2 already. New business number 3, proposed ambulance agreement.
If we moved the fireman up, could we move this poor gentleman up? From number 7? In case we don't get there, I mean, he's sat here for an awful long time.
Talking about the lawn?
Yes, I am. No, I'm
no,
talking
it's
about the launch, the scout,
Do
the
you have a-
Solomon water ski course.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Do you have a motion?
You have a motion? Anybody?
Motion to move new business number 7.
Oh, that's all
ahead
you
of-
want? Okay,
Ahead of new business number 3.
I'll make that motion.
I'll
Or
second
else-
that motion.
There you go. I just don't want him sitting here any longer.
I'm sorry, to move new business number what?
7
7.
To what?
in front of new business number 3.
Then we'll need a roll call vote.
And you seconded that?
I
Ron?
did. So I'll make a motion to submit a letter of no objection.
Well, wait a minute.
We
Don't
we had a
have to
vote on that
this
one.
motion?
Oh, probably
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
Roll call when ready.
Bowman,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes. Good to go, Joe?
I just need to move my information for that up in my
Nope, you're
document a little bit. Okay,
Make a motion to submit a letter of no objection regarding the installation of a slalom water ski course located in the front of Battle Creek Natural Area, including exemption to provision and condition number 6 as listed in the application.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Just a second. Cheryl, if you're cutting and pasting that motion from the objection is spelled wrong on the.
I already fixed that.
Oh,
Okay,
I see
very
that.
Okay.
I have spell check on, so
Okay.
it underlines anything
Yeah,
that's misspelled.
All right.
So we received, some correspondence on this. I don't know if the board wants them read. Some of them have asked to be read. As of late, we're not reading correspondence that comes in, so I can paraphrase that most of the written correspondence seems to have people understanding that we're approving this application. We are not. The letter of no objection pertains specifically to exemption number 6, which is to lower the buoys when they're not in use to a level 3 or 4 feet below the water surface. So, for all of those people who sent in letters of objection or support, we don't make that decision. We are not approving this application. We are submitting a letter of no objection that the buoys remain at the water surface. That's what the township has authority to do.
I have a question on the application though. Up at the top,
What page?
188, it says permit expiration date 12/31/2019. Is that the last time there
Yeah,
was
'cause it's up for every 3 years.
well, I know, but that was more than 3 years ago. So permit expiration date 12/31/2019. It wasn't renewed for 2021 and 22.
So I apologize to the applicant. I did catch that. And I thought I had used the new submittal that got emailed to all board members.
And you use the old one.
Now I
Just
never
in the
checked.
board pack.
Yeah, I never checked to see whether or not the information was actually checked in the new file. I mean, I assume it was, but sometimes on these fill in the blank forms, you can't change the date from. You
But
can't.
they filled this out,
Yes.
correct? You didn't fill it out.
No,
Oh,
but when
okay.
I read Isaac's application to the board, I said, Isaac, this has an old date on it. And he says, oh, yes, I understand. And he provided all board members an updated application that should have had 12/31/23 on it.
23. So
Oh.
then it was renewed for 4 years the last time?
I don't know that it's a 3 or 4 year.
3.
I thought Nancy Moothart said you had to renew it every 3 years.
So then it's already a year out of date, is your point?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right.
I don't know when I mean, I probably saw the email and it wasn't gonna be on the agenda that day, so I didn't read it, or I read it, but I've forgotten it. I don't know, what are you saying the date was on the updated application?
I'm looking for that
Oh,
email
okay.
right now.
Yeah. And it came from Isaac. So I can search Mootart and I would see it.
So it looks like it came in on August 28th. And Isaac's email indicates it has come to my attention that there was an error in the application that I attached to my letter. I have fixed the date that was incorrect and attached the updated application to my original letter. Sincerely, Isaac Moonhart. And I received that at 7:01 p.m. Monday, August 28th.
Did you send that out to the board?
And it looks like I sent that out to the board on the following day.
I didn't get it.
I think I did.
No, I did not send it out. It's draft.
Isaac, do you know if you have to renew this?
So I guess just to finish, what is the permit expiration date on the updated application?
Says 12/31/2023. That's what it says.
Okay. And so so now it kind of begs the question whether everything else on the updated application matches what we're looking at here, since this is not the correct application.
And it also begs the question, is it a year late?
Or a year early.
I don't know if that
Is it a
matters or not.
3-year or
It's
4-year?
it's for going forward. It's for next year, right? And the next 3 summers.
I can clarify. Could you please? Thank
Yeah.
you.
So the current application, sorry, the current permit that we hold, it expires at the end of this year.
So it expires on the 31st.
Yeah,
of this year.
the permit that we had prior to that, expired in 2019 and we didn't renew it. We didn't
For
go
a
through
year.
the process of renewing it until 2020. And so that's why the current application expires in 23.
I get it.
Yeah.
Can I just thank you? I watched you guys do this the other
I mean,
day.
can you send that to the printer so we can look at the updated application and just, we can all have a copy of it?
Yeah, because we really need to make a decision on this. Good job. I mean, you were very respectful. Thank
So-
you.
To be clear, Heidi, the only thing we're approving here is,
The letter.
no. The no objection to exemption number 6.
Correct.
Well, but the application itself actually,
We
If
have
you-
nothing to do with.
no,
But it still has to be
no,
right.
let me finish before you assume what I'm gonna say. Under applicant certification, on the 2019 document, there's 5 different boxes. And the township could check the number 2 box that says, I have attached a letter of no objection from the owners of the property adjacent to the proposed slalom ski course. What they're asking us beyond a letter of no objection to the ski course itself is to also waive the requirement that the buoys have to be removed or lowered anytime the course is not in actual use. So there's really 2 things going on. So, and that's what the state wants. They want this letter of no objection, but you don't have to say anything about the lowering or removing of the buoys if you don't want to.
But you really want to lower the buoy so somebody runs into it?
Well,
It's
they're
4
lowered
feet
far enough that
below.
nothing gets down there.
Oh, it'd have to be really, really big boat in order to. put up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So,
Thought this one was gonna be simple, didn't you?
in all of this process, and I shared this with John in an earlier conversation. I think Isaac was present maybe by a speakerphone. I have personally been on a boat that got inside of the ski course. And this happened a couple of years ago, the 4 corner pylons, which are shown on the drawing on page 192 as A, B, C, and D. Those do not get put up currently because it's hard to keep them located on the lake bottom. And it's due to the physical size, which you can see on packet page 191. It's a pretty big buoy. I mean, this is not within, again, this is not a township thing. It's not a township decision, right?
I'd
So-
rather be able to see the buoys though.
Well,
If they can't be kept in place underneath the water.
and that's how this boat that I was on got in there, because somebody wasn't paying attention. I mean, but sometimes you can't see the small pylon buoys
Right.
or course buoys because of weight, right? So I don't know. I've got no objection to the course. One way or the other.
Thank you.
And
Yeah. And drop, we've been in better shape.
I concur with Heidi that,
Okay.
and you, I don't think that we should lower them even if it's 4 foot below the surface. I think they
Just
stay
because
up.
people don't like to look at them.
Well,
Let's
as,
go look at their little bobbing ball.
That's what I don't.
well,
You go down a river, you gotta look at all the.
And it's in front of Battle Creek Natural Area where there are no homes.
Listen, I went all around that thing and like I told him, I was so impressed because he was gonna ski and he didn't know what I was doing and he waited for me. So. You're
You
doing what
waited
you're
for the
supposed to do.
show.
Cause I was the dummy driving the boat, trust me.
So
I don't
I-
drive the boat.
if we did require them to lower the buoys, then that would take it away from any other public that might want to use it,
Right.
right? And so I see.
Kind of rude.
Sure.
Okay, so I have another question about the length and width of the course. And that's why I wanted this updated application. So you say the length on the application, it says that the length and width of the course is 1,200 feet by 75 feet. But when you look at the packet, at the map in the packet, which I guess I also have on hard copy now, the length of I mean, that needs to be corrected. This thing is 1,800 feet by 150 feet. That's their own measurements. That's way off from 1,200 feet by 75 feet. That's half again as long and twice as wide. I mean, can you fix that on the application? I mean, I don't think that should go in like that when it clearly is 1,800 and 150. As shown on the drawing.
Yeah, so the requirement is that the area like designated for the course must be 1,800 feet. The course itself is only 1,200, but you need space for the boat to speed up and slow down on either end of like entering and exiting the course. So that's why you need 1,800 feet, and that's why in the diagram of the actual like the satellite image, we showed that there is that 1,800 feet available. The course doesn't cover all of that. The goal is to have it
You
in
just
the
have to
center
mark it,
of
correct?
that.
But I would
1,800
just point out that you've got these corners delineated A, B, C, and D. And it seems to represent that that's where your corner buoys are gonna go.
Yeah, so the corner buoys are not the course buoys.
No, I get that. Yes, I saw the course buoys. I understand that part. I understand this right here. That the course buoys, where you go in and out of the buoys, for your slalom. But these are the corner buoys out here. And those are represented on here as being at 1,800 feet between the lengthwise ones and 150. I just think it would
They
be.
should be. Go to provisions and conditions.
Landmarks.
And number 3.
Isn't he just supposed to show the depth of the water to be marked, not the other?
Okay, this area
buoys?
shall, will require an area of activity. This area shall be an area on the surface.
If you look on the form.
And that just bolsters
Yeah,
my
I understand,
opinion
but
that
here
what
it
should be
says
on the application itself is the
You
1,800,
three
because
different
number
things,
3
things
on the
work
back of
and
the
things that are marked.
application says a standard slalom course will require an area of safety. This area shall be an area on the surface of the water body, 1,800 feet long, 150 feet wide.
That's not, read the 3. Standard slalom course will require an area of activity. It doesn't say the length and the width of the actual course. It's saying to safely work within a slalom course, you have to have a minimum of 1,800 foot by 150. They've chosen to make a course 1,200 feet by 75 foot. As the gentleman described, they need ramp up and deacceleration and turn radiuses. So that's why I interpret this that he is complying with the provisions and conditions that the area of activity has to be this size, although the length of his course is modified to fit within there with safety buffers around it.
I guess, and I just asked, the four corner buoys are going 1,800 feet apart, right?
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
depicted on.
But here you might
page
only have to
990.
mark.
Yeah, I get
Here
it.
might
I
have
get
to
it.
mark on the
Course.
course.
Water ski course.
Yeah,
It doesn't say area of activity. It says water ski course. Okay, so that's what you're telling me there. Now I have a couple more questions here. And one of them is, and a township resident brought this up to me, and I'm following up on that. And what that township resident told me was that the township will have liability if someone gets injured out there. And I see on the application here, well, it's not on these copies here, but it is in the packet. The I think it's the last page of the application. Okay, so it starts on 188. Okay, and provisions and conditions. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, it is on here. It's under the provisions and conditions. So the state's got their liability and indemnification paragraphs, so no one can sue them under any circumstances. So when this township resident told me that, you know, well, the township's gonna have liability if somebody gets hurt out there. And then I, of course, don't want the township to have that liability, of course, because that would affect our taxpayers. So I guess my concern is, my first question was, should the liability indemnification paragraphs also list Whitewater Township as being held harmless from being sued or anything like that? And obviously you can't really change the state application, but I'm asking the board this, not Isaac. Where is the protection for the township in case someone gets injured or worse out there? Where is that protection?
Take the flip side of that coin and say, we are not approving the course. We are
That's
just
right.
not objecting. We're just not objecting to the course being off the land that we own.
so
Where
We don't
is
know
our
the
liability
water.
protection for any boaters that decide to boat in front of that property? Isn't it the same thing?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm.
that's
seeing the
kind of where
difference.
I was going.
Salt, of course, you know salt.
Right.
Well, the surface of the water does not belong to any repairing. Right? The surface of the water is open to all Michigan residents. Now, Cheryl's question is interesting in the fact that, let's say a swimmer comes out and gets entangled in one of the buoy lanyards, which happens to be attached to the bottom land of the lake. Now, is the riparian owner responsible? That's an interesting question.
I would say the owner of that buoy is the responsible person.
I see your point.
And I'm just saying that the state of Michigan, right, these are waters of the state of Michigan, they belong to all the people of the state of Michigan. And the DNR allows these slalom courses, but they also require a letter of no objection from the township. Otherwise, they're not gonna get their permit.
Well, understand.
So, hold on.
Okay.
So, I mean, so now you have put something in the water that's, you know, foreign to the water. I don't mean that in a bad way, because I think slalom skiing is great. But it's foreign to the water. It's an obstruction in the water. It's something that's out there and could be a hazard to an unsuspecting boater. And I just don't want the township to, I mean, if the state of Michigan thinks that it's important for them to have their hold harmless and whatever liability and indemnification paragraphs on this document, there's no protection. They're recognizing that they could get sued.
That's the only reason why they asked.
But Whitewater
the
Township could
riparian
also
owners.
get sued.
Well, I'm saying the only reason why they asked the riparian owners is because at some point, somewhere, some group of riparian owners
Had an objection.
had an objection, had a fit, probably sued the state over something. So now they put that in the rule that you've got to ask. It doesn't mean that we have any liability for something that's out in the water in front of property the township owns. It doesn't. And I have a question that's completely.
And I have one more, thing. So. Well, and it was the same thing. Basically, my question was, if the buoys are not lowered when the course is not being sued and a third party gets injured, will the township be held liable? And you're saying you don't believe that the township will be held liable.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, this conversation is interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, considering how long ago did we do this?
Well, that's, sometimes revelations come at late times,
I
right?
get it.
So thinking about this liability aspect. So the signer of this application is releasing himself or herself
From liability.
from liability, releasing the state, right? So let's say that Isaac is the person to sign the application. And we approve the exemption, or we have no objection to the of the exception number 6. And now all of a sudden, Isaac's dad goes out and uses the course. And let's say he falls and breaks his little finger. Does Isaac's dad then have the opportunity to hold the state liable?
I'm gonna say no, because it's just an applicant signature for applicant signature applying for a permit. The person approving this permit's the DNR.
But you understand the liability aspect.
I do.
Isaac's dad never signed this waiver of liability. And so therefore, I would think that then he can sue whoever.
Oh, maybe we should ask the DNR.
So if
Your attorney's gonna cost you, your DNR won't.
If we have a liability question, then let's expand that further. And so the applicant signs the application and it all goes through, and we're enjoying the course next year in 2024. And, Mildred from, I don't know, the north end of Elk Lake wants to take up water skiing in her 70s, skis and falls and breaks a leg.
Nope, it's a hit.
Oh, it's a hit. Okay, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Where are we with liability? Because Mildred never signed this application.
I think we went down a rabbit hole a little too far.
Well, I think
Well,
if I'm water skiing on the back of a boat and I hurt myself, I think
That's
it's
my
my
bad.
problem. I have insurance for that. It's called health insurance. The boat's insured. At what point are we pushing this? I mean, I would ask the DNR, because the DNR is gonna approve this. And maybe just ask them, what's our liability? Do
I
we
think
have
it's
any?
maybe something we could look at
down
Down
the
the
road or
road.
something.
I don't see this as,
You got a whole
a
year, so
huge-
somebody should
yeah,
call.
I
the
don't see it
DNR.
as a huge risk we're taking here. I mean, when did we initially do the first one, Ron? Do you remember?
Before my time here.
Yeah,
You've been doing this like years, right? Yeah.
since he was
so-
like this tall.
Mhm.
So,
But what bothers me is none of this is our problem. All we're doing is writing a letter of no, he's doing this and we're just helping him do this.
Right.
Where does that become our liability, Ron?
This is Cheryl's question.
I know, that's my problem. How can this be my responsibility if he's taking care of it? The DNR is saying it's okay, you can put in the water. This is like trying to, you're trying to come up with something. What if I hit you with a fishing pole? Same thing. Does that mean
in
you
front
sue
of
me?
Whitewater Township
Right.
property there, does that mean your? Well,
Questions go this way.
I guess I'm looking at it from the standpoint of when somebody gets hurt, they sue anybody and everybody.
Cheryl, we could have an
Excuse
addendum
me,
and it still gets
stop
sued.
talking. When somebody gets hurt and they believe they have been wrongfully injured, they'll sue every party that had anything to do with whatever they got hurt on. So the state has gone to the trouble of saying, you're not suing us. But I do think there is, at first I didn't think there was any liability for the township, but knowing how people sue, and hopefully no one ever
Here's a
gets hurt out there and
question.
they'll just all have fun. I'm just bringing it up as something that I think I thought of.
Isaac, can you
Cheryl,
give
I
us an
understand
answer?
how you feel. I see your point of view on this. However, and I'm not trying to make light of it. It is our job to look at what kind of liabilities we are putting the rest of the township in. I still firmly believe that there is no liability by signing this form saying we agree to the no objection to number 6, that we now become liable for somebody else hitting their buoys. I don't see it. People will sue for all kinds of things. You're absolutely right. Now, will they win? That's another one. And we do have insurance.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's just that there's a cost to defend, of course, that you can get high, but I'm ready to vote.
So to address this concern, maybe we have the Mood Hearts put a bond up with us. Does that satisfy all of your concerns, Cheryl?
They don't satisfy mine. I mean.
I don't
we're
think
going
that would be
backwards.
proper to ask them to put up a bond. I think, I don't know. I'd have to, I don't know what is the proper thing to do. I'm just expressing that I think there's a potential for the township to get sued. I realize it sounds like this course has been used for many, many, many years with no injuries. And I don't recall this has been, since I've been on the board, this is at least the 3rd time this has been on the agenda. And I don't recall talking about township liability before, but, I'm ready to vote.
Roll call when ready.
Goss, no. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett?
yes,
Pop?
Yes.
Valmute?
Yes.
are those trees?
No, those are waves.
No, don't be silly. I'm talking about the 2 vertical things from 18 feet out, going like this. That's not waves.
I don't understand your.
If you look on the
Yeah.
packet, you clearly see them.
They're trees.
Are those trees?
I would
Those
think
are
so.
Gigantic trees.
Oh, you should look down in the water once in a while. There are huge ones down there.
I mean, because there's the houses. Compare the houses to the
Mhm.
buildings.
You mean under the surface of the water?
Yes,
That's probably an algae growth.
No,
There's some serious logs out there.
There are some big ones.
There's some serious logs.
Sorry, guys, I didn't mean it.
Liable for the state signing term application.
So everybody's good with the letter with that vote, is that correct?
Yep.
Isaac, how would you like that letter to be delivered? Do you want it hard copy printed or do you want it?
That's better for me, but I can work with it.
No, I can email it to you, no problem. Okay. Yep, I'll get that out right after the meeting. Okay, so
We're back to 4.
think we go back to number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah, quit the wishful thinking, Ardella.
I was like, oh, we're on 5.
No.
Anybody have any questions on the agreement?
I think I asked this question before and I'm not sure I got an answer on it, so. It's not just, it goes back to, we had the current millage to support this expires at the end of 2025. And this term of this agreement goes out past 2025. So what happens in the what if? And I mean, taking everything from one, hypothetical to another. If the millage wasn't renewed, then the township's on hook for roughly $355,000 a year to the end of the contract.
Terminate the agreement.
And you got 120
Gonna
days.
terminate the agreement for no cause.
Then you have no ambulance.
What page was that on, Cheryl?
Oh, I don't know what page it's on, but I can look.
You're saying it's in the agreement?
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
in
Let me take a look, 'cause I must-
termination, I think it might be termination, might even be the name of the,
I may have missed that then.
you would have to terminate because you don't have any money to pay them with. If
Right.
you don't have the taxes coming in, you have to terminate, you can't.
Yes, you do.
Where is it here? Term. Oh, on page 160 in B, it says this agreement may be terminated before the expiration of the term by mutual agreement of the parties or by any party without cause upon 120 days prior written notice to the other parties.
It's in a lot of sections in here. I'm sorry. I don't even know where it's coming from. I slept good last night. Somebody's sucking all that.
And C says what happens if there's still a little bit of money owed for services already rendered, or if a refund is due for payment that's been made and services have not been rendered.
$120 days is listed everywhere.
Gotta give 60 days notice.
120 days notice.
Am I reading the wrong form in here too?
No,
Page 160 in the packet. Says that's at least one of the locations where it has 120 days.
there are certain parameters that still have the 60 days in it. You're right, Heidi.
Okay, just checking. Just checking.
And I questioned that early on.
I think it's the breach of lease
Yep,
agreement.
yep, but do
It's a
you,
lease
don't you,
agreement,
right,
though.
but don't you want $100 when you're around the corner? So they could lease another ambulance?
It's not their services, they're just talking about renting from us.
Mm-hmm.
And the lease agreement we have with the vehicle. I would think that they would change that to 120 days too. If we asked them just to standardize it.
The vehicle lease?
Yeah, that's what she's looking at.
I don't think so.
Not the, that's what she was looking at.
So
I just-
you're gonna give
Came out of
yourself,
This packet, then,
No, there's no vehicle lease in this packet.
correct.
That's an old document then.
I printed this right out of the packet.
I think it's covered under the, exhibit A, real estate lease agreement.
But you said vehicle lease.
Well, I must have misspoken.
Heidi, can you show me the
Yep, it's the last page where you sign.
Last page where you sign. I'm looking at that as you're given 128 days all over the place, and then to find a new ambulance, you're gonna have 60. Cause
so-
remember, it's
But-
not our ambulance anymore.
But that's. The vehicle lease agreement is not in this packet.
Can you show me the document
Prior.
you're looking at, please?
Sure.
Well, see, it starts out with township and MMR agree that any termination or default or breach of this real estate lease agreement and or ambulance service agreement and or motor vehicle lease agreement. So when I said vehicle lease agreement, I was in there.
And so,
What page of the packet did you read that from, Della?
166.
Yeah, 166, right?
don't run away, Heidi.
I won't. I'll just go to here. I'm good.
Okay, so packet page 166.
Yep. At the very bottom.
Yep.
Cross default or termination.
Cross default or termination.
That's where that,
This was the clause that was enacted because Whitewater Township had 3 agreements with MMR originally, whereas Acme Township only had 1 provision for 1 agreement, and that was the service agreement. And so this cross default agreement will still apply only to Whitewater Township. And currently, if I remember my memo correctly, they're moving forward with the lease until this new agreement comes into place. And so, likely the vehicle lease will fall off of this particular statement, because there just won't be that agreement around.
Cause we won't be leasing an ambulance. We're sharing an ambulance.
No, MMR will not lease, does not want to lease our.
Right,
ambulance
so
anymore.
we won't have any bus. We'll just be contracting it out.
They have,
there's a couple different options you listed, right?
yes. Mhm. And so, I do understand Heidi's point here that, and Ardella's, that it does say motor vehicle lease. And so I think we just, get rid of that. Because I don't see that moving forward in 2024. Actually, when does this agreement expire? Is it?
It's November, is
There
it?
is no.
No motion, no,
Okay.
there's been no motion here.
Okay. I think we almost, I think the current agreement expires in November 30th.
I think that's what it said.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because the new agreement starts December 1st.
So Heidi, is it your thought that we should also have 120 days notice on the lease agreement?
Wouldn't you like 120 days to do everything? Cause without this, I don't know who's going out on the street to help people, but okay.
But if you have 120 days for service, but you only have 60 days, that means they can
Fine.
vacate our building 60 days early? That doesn't make sense, does it? They should be able to stay in the building that they're leasing from us for that full 120 days before.
Well, you would want them to continue service.
Right, so that's why I think that's probably, maybe that just got missed. And it should be changed to 120.
So let's role play for a moment. Let's say you're Whitewater Township and let's say I'm MMR. And MMR says at 120 days, I no longer want to service Whitewater Township. Staffing changes, whatever. Sky falls down. So I've given you 120 days notice that I won't be providing service. But I want to hold on to the building for whatever reason. Now, I don't have to actually give you notice that I'm leaving the building for another 60 days.
So he could use the building for 60 days, but really not service anything.
But I'm still paying you rent on the building.
If you leave it at 60. Because it's a separate agreement, you're saying. I don't see why they would do that. Why do they need the facility if they're no longer going to be providing service?
What happens if, good question. What happens if Acme says, we're gonna do something different, you know, or we're not gonna have ambulance services? Then MMR comes back and I say Whitewater Township, I don't want to quit servicing you. We can change it to 120 days. I don't care.
I get the impression you think it needs to stay at 60.
You know, I said that whatever days we list, because there's 45 days in here.
There is.
There's 30 days. It's like really
Depending on
people,
what's happening.
depending on what's happening, just put it at 120 days. If that's your number, put it at 120 days.
But you can see why they wouldn't put it at 120 days for lack of payment. They're not gonna give you 120 days and you didn't pay. 45 days, they're gonna say, hey, you forgot to pay. What's going on? Right? So as a collection point, I can see why there'd be different dates, but this coincides with our service agreement to them. So I don't see why it wouldn't be the same, but
It's all over the place. There's 45 days to do something else. And I just thought it was weird that they would give you so many days to do certain things, but you have 120 days to remove the vehicle purchase provision, however. Just 120 simple total. But, we're at their beck and call. So do you really want to nitpick this to the nines? I mean,
I have no problem changing it to 120. This does not affect Acme Township. So any changes we make to this agreement would be just for Whitewater Township.
if maybe I'm remembering wrong and I need to go back to when we first started our relationship with MMR, but weren't they going to replace our ambulance if something was to happen to it? or it became too old to be in service.
Yes.
So how does that fit into, they don't want our ambulance?
So if you read my memo,
I did.
it's not that they don't want it. It's just that they don't want to lease it no more.
Cause it's too old.
It's the only one in their entire system that they lease. And
Which
you are
is-
absolutely correct. When we negotiated the first agreement, we were unsure of how the MMR Whitewater Township relation would pan out.
We
And so we did not want
Questioned
to
it.
be left without a functioning ambulance. So we did negotiate successfully with MMR that says you will keep a functioning ambulance in our name. And I think it was a certified, whatever, ALS unit, right? And so that meant equipment, that meant everything. Well, then a few years down the road, we start muddying the waters. First thing they wanted to change was our physio 12 lead monitor to one that they use. Because their training protocol covers the
Their
Ford model,
machine.
not the Chevrolet model.
Yeah,
Right.
it was 4 lead or something like that versus 12 or.
Well, we had a 12 lead physio.
Right.
It's just that it was a different training protocol. And then the latest thing was the Lucas device. We supplied a Lucas 2 and they've now jumped to Lucas 3. And so they gave us our Lucas 2 back, and I have struggled with MMR. That's wrong. MMR and I have discussed the fact that I believe the Lucas 3 goes on our inventory list for the
It should.
ambulance. Because our agreement is, you replace something, it becomes ours.
If
And
you're retiring a piece of equipment and replacing it, it now becomes ours.
they're not real happy with that interpretation. And
But
so-
when they want the ambulance because they're gonna put a different ambulance because they don't want to lease, are they gonna give us anything for what we got left in it or no?
So my answer to that is, Ardella, I'm still responding to your question, is that at the end of our existing lease, all those criteria go away. And MMR can say, okay, here's your ambulance. It's ALS certified, boom, there it is. Now, we have since sold our 12 lead monitor. So, that's kind of on us. But the point being is that the new lease moving forward will not have that language in it.
So are they going to want to purchase our ambulance? I mean, your memo was pretty. It gave us several options of what might happen with it, but what is your personal opinion since you were at that meeting?
They will not. And the reason I say that is because the reason all of the crews like this particular ambulance is because it's of its
Big.
size. It's bigger.
Big.
Yeah.
And
If you're a
the
big
current-
dude, you can get out of it. Go on.
the current frames that MMR uses may not accept this larger box size. And so they are doing some very technical deep dives to validate that question. And so what I meant to communicate in my memo is that the value of our ambulance as it exists today will depend on several factors. One being the ability to re-chassis.
The concern over $7,500 in maintenance fees. With a vehicle like that, if anything goes wrong, it's expensive.
Mhm.
So to me, when I see $7,500, that doesn't bother me. It's like trying to replace one tire on one of our fire engines.
It's $1,800.
I was gonna say $2,000.
Yeah. So, you know, you made the point of it cost them about $7,500 for maintenance this year. That's
Can't
about,
touch it.
that's nothing. If they're stating that, that's. No. I mean, if they were replacing an engine or something, I could see that, but no.
Yeah, this was a turbo. And it made it back one day and then had to be flatbedded out.
That's a big toe.
Coolant leaks.
That's a big toe. That's a big toe.
So I've got no problem going to 120 days on this. I'm sorry, Don.
Yeah, I'm not there. And I'm saying, you know, if I just went through, looking at it through a different prism, I just went through and highlighted all the different dates, okay? And the different dates make sense. So
Yeah.
on page 158, default. The
Yeah.
default should continue for 45 days after the notice of the default. Then it tells you what you could do. And then it says MMR shall respond in writing to the townships within 45 days to any complaint by the townships and about MMR's performance. Within such 45-day period, you know, that's like in the default situation, in the negative types of situation, why would you give them 120 days to
No,
correct it?
exactly.
I mean, at least when I read the days in the context of the paragraph or the context of the event, the disparity or having differentials between 45, 60 and 120 days makes total sense to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be universal.
No.
You see it that way too?
I do. It's, you don't want a wholesale 100, change every date to 120 days because some of those would not be beneficial to the township to have 120 days for some of that
I mean,
stuff.
MMR's
so.
screwing up and we file a complaint again, or, you know, we decide to put them on notice for something. We're just giving them 120 days to correct it versus what they're saying is 45. So my read through here, I'm okay with the days the way they read in the context of the section. So I don't have any objection over that. Okay. That's kind of my consensus. Heidi and Ardella, can you live with
Sure.
that explanation?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. But we're still going to potentially drop the and or motor vehicle lease agreement verbiage, is that correct? Because
Well, yeah, because they don't want to lease an ambulance
Yeah.
anymore. Why is it in the contract?
right,
You know, Ron, maybe they will come back to you and say, we looked at it, we're just gonna keep using it the way it is.
They might. I've been in that
Yeah.
room too.
Well, I believe that they believe that it's functional for several more years yet. It's not on its last legs, ready to go to the boneyard. It's gonna be functional. Are there gonna be repairs? Yeah, like everybody's personal vehicle at that age, you have repairs. So,
even though its chronological age is, I think the estimate was about twice the average age of the fleet. The mileage is about half.
Yeah, that's what I was
right,
wondering.
yeah,
It doesn't have the wear and tear on it that a lot of their vehicles
Correct.
do.
because it was only in one township for
Right.
many, many years. Well, I guess, yeah, what was it?
It's their job to convince us it's not worth anything, and it's our job to say, yes, it is.
I have a correction on page 165 of the packet, but it's page 14 of the contract. And it's paragraph 16. And the title is quite enjoyment, but they mean quiet enjoyment. So that should be corrected.
No?
Are we gonna have this, when are we gonna have this for an up or down vote by the board? In October or?
Well, you know, this is really the first time the board has had a substantial time to look at the final costs. And the agreement hasn't changed much since it was first provided to us.
Right.
And I think Acme has to go to a public hearing, which I believe they held just earlier this month. Maybe even last Tuesday on this topic, so I don't know how it turned out for them.
Now, the new total is 353,400. I meant to look it up. Got waylaid. What did we pay? What was our total last?
298
Thank you.
Two
or
ninety-five.
295, excuse me, yeah.
We've been paying $295 right along since the first year.
So that's what?
This is the first time it's changed.
7 years?
2015
8
was,
years?
2015, November of 2015 is when we went with MMR.
So they're up in it.
The amount that we budgeted to come in from the ambulance millage is $393,536 for this year.
What was it, Cheryl? I'm sorry, 393.
393 something. So yeah, this is the first time we've had a price increase.
I will remind everyone though, that 2 years ago, we went through a 50% loss.
Well,
on
yeah,
service.
right, I get it.
So the
Right.
price might have stayed the same, but we didn't get the same product.
Right.
No, right. For about a year and
And we did not adjust the vehicle lease for the additional abuse of serving 2 townships.
So when do you think this will be back in front of us?
We can vote on it now. If that's what the board would like to do. I mean, we can,
Well,
we can
shouldn't
vote
we
on
wait till we find out whether there's gonna be a vehicle lease agreement or?
Is that going to change how we decide we're gonna do our services?
I don't know, but
I mean, if they decide they don't wanna use our ambulance, are we gonna look someplace else for ambulance service?
well, I'm not.
I don't think I'm going to vote for that.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting we are going to. I'm just saying we may be lacking an appendix to, or an exhibit to the document, but if somebody makes a motion, we'll vote on it.
well, don't you think we should see what happened over there? Because it says your increase in counter by the additional 39,000 annual fee to replace ambulance be split equally 3 ways. Don't we think we should find out what Acme did first?
I mean, what they voted on,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more important.
They
to
have a
find out
meeting
if-
today, tonight, I think.
I think it's more important to find, just as important to find out what MMR has, what they think of Ron and Doug's proposal for that.
Yeah, the 3-way split.
and I believe that's covered in the memo
Yep.
on page 2.
Yeah, you said there was a proposal for it.
Bear with me here. So on packet page 151. The update as of 9/1/23. The agreement in this business item is the final draft with all changes to date. So they have accepted the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Acme proposed it. It meant a few bucks off of our price, so I had no reason to object to what Acme was putting forth. I mean, really, the only reason we're being really invited along here is because we're supplying the place for them to sleep.
Well, that was my other question. Didn't we pay a bunch of money to redo the fire station to fit the ambulance? Or no?
No.
We didn't have to do anything we didn't have to put up a wall, we didn't have to add a bathroom. We didn't put anything in there for the ambulance guys when you redid the firehouse.
We added
Yeah.
the sleeping quarters.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
But otherwise, what we did is update what was already there.
yeah, I get that, but if we're giving them somewhere to sleep,
But they come to us in the evening, right?
Yes.
And they rent it, so
And they go to Acme in the daytime, they don't need a place to sleep there.
I think they just sit in different corners of the world personally, but okay.
Well, let's see. I guess. Trying to recall if there was a real estate lease agreement in our packet or if this was just service agreement. I think it's just service.
no, the real estate lease is in there.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, there it is on page 162. $600 per month hasn't gone up.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Everything else has gone up. How come our rent
Yeah, how come we didn't up our rent?
hasn't
Just
gone up?
curious.
Well, likely, I mean, we could, right? And so then Acme would likely get a new price. Whitewater would likely get a new price. The argument could be made that we are somehow subsidizing Acme Town with this low rent value. That argument could be made. If we moved it to market rate, we're probably in the neighborhood of $2,400. So
Okay, so slice that, still, even if you slice that in half and went to a third, it still should be increased from $600. I mean, okay, we're giving them that for $600. Did we get anything back? Just asking.
yes,
An ambulance.
we got $50,000 round numbers added to our bottom line. And you know, wages go up, right? Everything's more expensive than it was yesterday. Seems like.
We don't want to charge any more rent.
And that includes rent, right? So if it's the board's idea to charge more rent, then I think we take it back to MMR. Likely that'll affect Acme's price as well.
Why?
Well, even though MMR says they're a nonprofit company.
No, but why would the rent that they're paying for us, not Acme's location, affect Acme?
The logical extension would be MMR will raise their rates and then the split between Acme and Whitewater Township will be.
So we'll end up getting
They'll
paid.
pay more as well.
So we'll end up getting, jacking the rent up and paying for it all at the same time. And forget it.
Same thing that happens when the wages go up at restaurants. Gets passed on to the customer. In the price of food. And drinks.
Well, we know they don't have the run volume out here to continue doing the 295,000. They're losing money. That's what they say. So we knew that there was going to be an increase. And at this particular point, $50,000 is, well, it is what it is.
In a phone conversation that Doug and I had, we just did some real light math. And I believe that we calculated MMR as pulling $1 million a year between Whitewater and Acme Township.
And they're nonprofit.
But that's
Well,
not
they
profit,
they
that's
are a
what they're-
registered nonprofit. They can only have so much money. They have to file, I think it's a 990 form or something like that. They have regulations that they have to follow, that all nonprofits have to follow. And what you bill out is not what you get back. By a long ways. I mean, when they've only got, what, 15, 18 transports a month out here, that's not a lot of money.
Do we want to raise the rent?
They have them
I
raise
don't-
something else on us. It's like the FOIA thing again.
Consensus on that, Don?
I think just let the sleepy dog lie.
Carol?
Yeah, I'm not interested. Yeah. I think it is gonna.
Heidi?
I don't think it's gonna help us, so drop it.
So $600 it is.
Gonna cost $600 to redo the agreement if we do it.
What is the purpose of bringing this back again instead of deciding this today?
I believe I'm the one that said we could decide on it today.
What's your motion?
Motion to accept MMR's service agreement. Dated December 1, 2023. Did we have a revision of in the cross? That was not in the service agreement. That was in the
166.
166 was part of the real estate agreement.
Yeah.
So my motion is just for the service agreement currently.
Well, wouldn't that include? Well, you're saying you wanna go back on that? The real estate agreement?
I'm saying that I
Change it
want to
under
accept
20
each
days?
agreement by its own board action.
Okay, but they're exhibits to the main agreement. So they're really part of the ambulance service agreement. I mean, it's exhibit A and exhibit B. They don't have their own. Well, I mean, they do have their own titles, but
I believe the exhibit was just for proper location within, you know, the various lengthy document. Otherwise, the real estate agreement would not have its own signature line, which I believe it does.
Doesn't make sense. The service agreement should have an exhibit A, which is actually exhibit B, which gives the subsidy, the rates. And the real estate agreement shouldn't be an exhibit A, it should be a standalone document. Cause that's, if you're gonna do cross default, that means that you are marrying multiple individual standalone contracts. So the service agreement should have an exhibit A, but that should be the one that's listed here as B, because that's the rates. And then the real estate agreement should not be an exhibit, it should be a standalone document. Hence the default, cross default.
Well, then I think the motion should say excluding exhibits. So it's clear, because otherwise it looks like it's all one. I agree that there's signature lines on the rental lease agreement, but that's been the way it's been all along.
But exhibit B, Cheryl, the rates are part of the service agreement.
So accepting the MMR service agreement dated 12/1/2023, shouldn't it also, your motion include the term of 5 years from this date to this date at a cost of per year? Should that be in the motion, Ron?
Yes, I think that would be kind of consistent with how we do things in our motions. We include the price. You know, it's a rarity that we have a term this long, so I think that's a good idea. Also thinking about Don's recommendation here, which I think closely emulates, or is closely related to what you're trying to say, that the price should become part of the service agreement. If I don't want to put words in your mouth,
Exactly,
Don.
keep going.
That the exhibit B should be part of the service agreement. And exhibit A is really a standalone agreement. So thinking along those lines, there is some potential changes for the service agreement. Wording, specifically anytime exhibit A is called out, not sure what I'm trying to say there, but so I'm looking at it from Acme's point of view. They are not going to have an exhibit B.
Oh.
They are only
Explain.
They're not going to have an exhibit A,
Okay.
which supports your comment that exhibit B, as it's displayed here in this packet, should actually be A.
Mhm.
And then exhibit B, which is a Whitewater Township agreement only, should be.
I don't think that you move B into exhibit A, so Acme and Whitewater Township have the exact service agreement with the exhibit A. There is no exhibit B, it goes away, and the standalone for us is the real estate agreement.
No,
Hence the cross. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm in total agreement with what you just said. So anytime the service agreement, is everybody on that same page?
Yep, sure.
So every time the service agreement calls out exhibit A,
And now you're getting into revisions in the agreement. So is it possible that you could take this back to MMR and say, this is how we'd like to see this, because you're gonna have revisions in this agreement? So we really don't, in the ambulance service agreement, so I hate to not have the actual document in front of us that we're gonna
The
be
vote
adopting
on.
or approving. I don't think that's a super good idea.
It will be
I
voting
didn't
on
realize
something
there would have
dynamic.
to be changes in the ambulance service agreement because it refers to A and B. And I think that's something we should let them make those changes. And I can't see Acme having a problem with the subsidy being Exhibit A and the real estate lease being a separate document just between us and
MMR.
Didn't they already
MMR.
vote on theirs though?
Think they vote tonight.
Or is that
I
tonight?
thought they had the meeting last week, but Cheryl says it's tonight. I thought
I'm
they're,
sure it's tonight because the election thing is going to their board tonight too. Or maybe they had it this morning. I'm not sure which, but.
Or we could pull up their board packet and find out real quick.
Doing that right now.
I only see one reference in the service agreement to Exhibit A. And that's on page.
And our meeting was last Tuesday.
On page 152 of the packet at the bottom, that's the only reference. MMR and Whitewater Township will continue the real estate lease agreement attached as Exhibit A. That's the only reference in this entire document of the service agreement that ties that to Exhibit A.
Could be just.
And that is.
I mean, we
that
do
to me
have a
is-
little bit of time.
That to me is, yeah, I'm saying it, if I went to MMR and I say, look at, we believe that Exhibit B with the rates should become Exhibit A for both Acme and Whitewater with the agreement, service agreement. And in your service agreement, Section 2, Item C needs to just be deleted because we are signing a separate standalone agreement with you for a lease, for the real estate lease. I don't know that fundamentally changes. We're asking them to recreate the wheel.
They must have their own real estate lease agreement with Acme though, because they have some quarters there that they occupy.
I mean, I know North Flight did. That's what that rented.
Yeah.
Trailer was behind.
trailers metro only.
Well, at one point it was for North Flight. I talked to their supervisor at the time, Jay, and that's what he told me. So maybe it's now for Metro, but.
So the notes I have. Real estate lease should be standalone. And the price exhibit should become Exhibit A. And the rationale behind this is that Acme and Whitewater's agreement then should look the same.
Why does it need to look the same? All they're doing is telling us what Acme's price is going to be along with ours. I mean, they could leave that out for all I care. I mean, I'm concerned about what Whitewater's paying, not necessarily what Acme's paying. We don't have a choice in that. That's just information. I don't even see why it needs to be separated. Unless I've missed something important. I mean, it is 3:00.
Yeah. I believe that, we just have them move Exhibit B into A. Standalone real estate agreement. And then make the appropriate changes. Calling out just Exhibit A. Which would pertain to pricing only.
We also just have that one change on page 1 at the bottom. You want to remove Steve because MMR and Whitewater Township will continue the real estate lease agreement attached as Exhibit A. You can simply, MMR and Whitewater Township will continue the real estate lease agreement attached. Or delete it altogether. But you just have to adjust that one line in the body of the service agreement. Reflect because there won't be you can't connect the real estate lease agreement to the pricing.
And so there must be a Exhibit B somewhere in the service agreement.
You guys want to hear their minutes from Acme on the ambulance? I did
Page
find.
150, just 1 second, Heidi, page 154. Top of the page, 5 subsidy, which is the Exhibit B. Section 5, sub A. Township agrees to pay MR an annual subsidy specified in Exhibit B of the agreement. So that would change to A then. Sorry, Heidi, I just.
That's okay.
just didn't want to say anything.
That's
They
all
didn't
right.
approve the ambulance contract. I just read those minutes.
I didn't say they approved anything. I said their approved minutes were online. Did you want to hear what they said about the ambulance? It was kind of enlightening, but Cheryl, since you already did it, you read it out loud.
Are we getting hangry?
No, I just was gonna read it. And it's actually compliments us, but we'll let Cheryl do it.
Read it out loud. I'd like to hear.
It's the only other BIC, right?
It says there's 2 parts of it. One's pretty lengthy, but it says MMR July 2023 report included in packet. Amy Fairchild, MMR Operation Managers Northwest Division spoke to the board about staffing being good for Acme and Whitewater truck. The truck assigned here is currently in for service, so there's a spare in use. And then they have a pretty good discussion about it later. But since it's not important.
So that seemed like it was a description of current services, not a description of the proposed agreement.
Oh, that goes down further. They talk about it, but since it doesn't seem to be important to anyone, but
We
me, I'm not gonna-
listen to the part that doesn't apply to Whitewater Township.
Mm.
Why would we not?
Well, to me, reading that,
Read the whole thing.
that's a warm and fuzzy at the top. At least it's not like, we don't want to do this with Whitewater. Hold on, I have to get to the presentation. Discussion of the 2024 contract proposal for MMR. Amy Fairchild, MMR Operations Manager, Northwest Division, spoke of a 2% rate increase locked in for 5 years due to inflation, rising fuel costs, employee wages, and vehicle maintenance. Board discussion occurred. White raised a question regarding section 6B as to whether or not Acme Township would own a new ambulance after the 5 years if it had to be purchased. Fairchild agreed to confirm and provide that information at a later date. White raised a question regarding sections 20B and 21B with regard to the 60-day termination notice. He requested 180 days instead of as per previous agreement, and he asked the board's opinion. Fairchild will take that request back and follow up. Whitewater Township meets next week to discuss the contract. Jenna requested Whitewater received update information regarding any changes that will result from tonight's discussion prior to their meeting.
Please read the meeting that those minutes were from, because all of that discussion
August 1st?
is reflected in this document.
Okay, that's
you
August
know,
1st. That's all they have on the website.
Doug was objected to original language that was in the agreement that said Whitewater and Acme were gonna buy MMR and ambulance. He said a plumber should show up with tools.
That's pretty good.
And,
That's done for you.
and
That's,
so
that's pretty.
that started the whole discussion of if Acme and Whitewater did buy MMR and ambulance, what township's name belongs on the title? And so the discussion moved towards MMR just supplying the plumber's tools, which I think was a righteous conversation. And so none of those minutes really apply to this agreement.
That's the most they have posted.
And the 60-day objection that White had has been changed to 120 days in this agreement. Mhm.
I don't think we have a choice here, folks.
So shall I take this agreement to MMR and request their input on those changes that I reiterated? Real estate lease should be standalone. Price exhibit should become Exhibit A.
Subsidy exhibit. I guess you can call it price. They call it subsidy.
Okay, so subsidy exhibit should become A. Exhibit A.
And there were just two housekeeping changes if they would agree to do that, then on page 1, you gotta delete the reference to Exhibit A and the real estate lease agreement, because that'll be a standalone. And then on page 3 of the contract, not the back packet page, change the notation of Exhibit B to Exhibit A in the subsidy section 5. And that cleans up, because those are the only two reference points in the entire service agreement for Exhibit A's and B's.
So to recap what you said there, page 1 of 16, item C.
Item C, yes, correct.
Okay. And that happens to be on packet page 152 for anyone following along. And we think that that will be,
I think that just gets deleted. That C just gets deleted in its entirety. If they want to modify it, that's fine, but I would just say the simplest thing, you just deliver it, because you have a standalone agreement now.
and my thinking is that we'll just truncate the attached as Exhibit A.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Okay, and then the next item I have was
154.
Was on packet page 154, which is page 3 of 16 of the service agreement.
A 154.
And that will now become Exhibit A. And packet page 162. Real estate agreement really gets deleted. And then on packet page, let's see, delete. Packet page 167, Exhibit B becomes Exhibit A. Is that what we propose?
I think so.
Those are my notes.
Okay. Excellent. New business number 4, proposed assessing department policies. I'll make a motion adopting the wording of proposed policy and procedure for public inspection and copying of public assessor records in lieu of customary business hours as revised 9/12/2023.
You made a motion?
I did.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I just have one thing to say.
Mhm.
I just want to say, that out of the 15 requirements, we only had one deficiency. And within that one deficiency, there was like 5 things listed, and only 2 out of that one deficiency was actually called out. So I think our assessing company did an outstanding job with this audit. I just wanna say that.
And I guess I don't understand why they weren't given, because I know Dawn has given it to them in the past for the audit, the non-FOIA records for public inspection policy, because that is the state tax commission policy that we adopted in December of 2014 per the state tax commission's requirement. So that's been in effect for all this time. So why were they not given that? And how is this one different? Because that motion at that time was to adopt Whitewater Township policy and procedure for the public inspection and copying of public records, and it had parentheses non-FOIA in lieu of customary business hours. So it's the same document. And I didn't compare the 2 documents. But we already had this document. So
I believe the requirement started because so many townships, like Whitewater Township, use a third-party assessor for the assessing duties. And so the 2014 document looks at if the supervisor's office was doing the assessing. Here, this particular requirement looks at a third party doing the assessing duties, and therefore may not be bound by our 2014 resolution. Or, I'm sorry, our 2014 policy and procedure, because it does not state assessing records. I too agree that I think this is, kind of a, well.
They kind of nitpicked there, didn't they?
I had a different term. Begins with
Yeah.
chicken and ends with paper.
Yeah.
Go to page 176.
Yep.
Down at the bottom, assessing records are should be retained, not retrained.
I don't know, I think we should retrain them.
yeah, the policy that was adopted apparently in 2019 or 2014 is on page 142. And it doesn't say anything about assessing records, but that is the policy, because I went and looked in the board packet for that. Well, and it says it in the minutes too, that was required by the state tax commission, that there be a non-FOIA request there'd be a non-FOIA way for people to look at public records. But I guess that will go away with the adoption of this motion, or I don't understand does that replace? Because it's basically the same document. I mean, it's not the same document, but it's the same title, pretty much. So does that replace the non-FOIA policy?
Yeah, but that page on 170 was the.
I get it. It does
Just
say
the
public
start-
assessor records. Yeah, no, I get it. It does say that. So we're gonna have the other one too, and this one that's specific to, apparently, yeah. I don't think the other policy really ever comes into play, but. And if we have one specific to assessing records, it really won't come into play, but, whatever, I agree that there's a little, there's more bureaucracy than there needs to be.
So the motion then becomes. Oh, it did have as revised 912. My motion did have that.
And also, what is the difference between your first motion and then 2310? And resolution 2310, which is the second motion on this business item, it says establishing the policy and procedure for public inspection and copying of public assessor record in lieu of customary business hours. And so you want, in one, you're adopting the wording, but in the other, you're just adopting the same document. And it should be adopted by resolution. So this motion doesn't seem like it needs to be.
Well, it doesn't it have to be there if we're adopting a new resolution?
But the document that the policy and procedure for public inspection and copying of public assessor records in lieu of customary business hours should be attached to resolution 2310.
So once we vote on motion 1, which is proposed policy and procedure, that gets attached to motion number 2, resolution 2310.
But we were talking earlier about how these policies should be adopted by resolution. I guess Ron just wants to get your approval on the wording before he adopts it by resolution, which is really just an extra step that doesn't need to be, because you're gonna look at the wording in the policy for resolution 2310. It has to be adopted by a resolution.
Got it.
So, I don't think that the motion that's on the table right now really has any effect, to tell you the truth, but.
Roll call when ready.
Who seconded that? I'm sorry.
I did.
Thank you.
What do you see as the distinction between them then, Ron?
Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, no, Valmute,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Motion to adopt resolution 2310, establishing the policy and procedure for public inspection and copying of public assessor records in lieu of customary business hours as policy in Whitewater Township.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Falmouth,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yep.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
New business number 5 looks at adding the policy we just adopted to our appendix I. Motion 1, adopt changes to Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual Appendix I as revised 9/12/2023.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion. The only point I bring forward here is that I don't think resolution 2310 is replacing the policy and procedure for public inspection and copying of public records, non-FOIA, in lieu of customary business hours. I don't know what the finite differences are according to the State Tax Commission. I do agree that both of those policies were required by STC. And so I see this as a complete add. And it's 2 different line items in Appendix I. Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Falmouth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yep.
On maintenance bids. Make a motion authorizing the clerk to publish the following legal notice.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yes.
Isn't the rest of that motion in the Traverse City Record Eagle and the Elk Rapids News? Down below the ad.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Did you
So
want
you're
to add that?
seconding it as recited, Jella?
Huh? Motion authorize the clerk to publish the following legal notice. We're not gonna read that whole notice in, as a part of the motion.
No.
Legal notice in the Traverse City Record Eagle and Elk Rapids News for bidding
Is
purposes.
that your motion?
Sure, that's my motion.
I'll second it.
I have a question. Should the legal notice say invitation to bid 2024 lawn maintenance and cleanup, or should it say, because we're actually doing a 3-year bid, should it say we're looking for a bid for 3 years? Because the legal notice sounds like we're only doing it for 2024, but our actual bid documents and your memo say a 3-year. Should it say years 24, 25, and 26?
It's a good question. And so my response is I went out and took some pictures. And apparently I mainly took videos of what we're currently getting from this particular specification sheet. And for example, the largest discrepancy, I think, is at High Prairie Park and Tobico. We're not even within 3 feet of the fence at Tobico parking. You know, the parking area that we're supposed to mow. In some cases, you can't even see the fence. The weeds are so dense. And that's a fence that stands this tall. And so while
Out of sight, out of mind.
well, my thought is that, and I did that visual inspection after I wrote this, right? And so now I'm thinking, I don't necessarily want to publish this until we get some tighter specifications on the limits of their mowing. High Prairie Park, we've got debris being piled in the trees that is just an eyesore. Now it could have been from the 2015 storm, the 2017 storm, I don't know. But just adding to it every year seems like we're getting a bigger and bigger mess. Last year we tried to clean it up. There was a burn pile, which, you know,
Cost me more.
Well, just remember that there is no cleanup in the contract for High Prairie. So High Prairie is not a cleanup location. The only locations that the lawn maintenance contractor does cleanups is at the 2 cemeteries in the township hall.
Because the people clean up High Prairie or what? The rangers?
Well,
Who
Melissa
does it?
Melton has been very gracious to organize nearly annual cleanups over at High Prairie, but this is a form that we inherited from a prior administration, and there was never a High Prairie cleanup on there. So, and I've wondered actually why that wasn't on there, to tell you the truth, but it never was. So Ben doesn't do a cleanup at High Prairie. And these
Apparently we just throw it in the bushes.
and if you're thinking that, well, I don't know what you're thinking, so.
So what you're
It doesn't
saying,
sound
Brad,
like
is
this
the
is
form
ready to
needs
go
to be,
today.
the form needs to be updated to maybe include items such as cleanup at High Prairie Park,
Mowing up
and then
against
define
the
what that
fence.
is.
no, I was more looking at the limits of where they mow. And I think that the board members should take a look at what is currently being done. And that'll help you understand what I see as deficiencies now of this agreement. And as Cheryl pointed out, you know, it doesn't include any of the other parks. And I wonder if those cleanups should become part duty of the park and park rangers. You know, a lot of dynamics have changed here in the township. Andrew Butler is now out at the park. And he may have staff available later in the year, earlier in the year, to do these types of cleanups. I know that he's asked me about the trimming back here of these bushes and the exit door and stuff like that. And he wanted to know if he'd get in trouble if he did it. And I said, no, I didn't think so. And so I can tell that's on his mind, right?
Well, okay, here's an idea. How about we hand Andrew this? Let him see how he wants to integrate it, but in the meantime, if you're saying we're getting a really crappy job, we all need to go look and see what we're getting.
Well, I don't want to put that blame on the contractor.
Might not
because-
be, might be what his instructions were at the beginning.
Well, yes, correct. And that's my point here. there's no limits of, okay, so we say mow the building. And a snowplow contractor actually brought this to my attention a couple years ago with the snow plowing. We have no limits set of where to plow, how to push the snow.
Yeah,
There's been
how
some-
far to push it, no stakes.
There's been some verbal, apparently, directions after the bid gets accepted. And so, yeah, I just don't think this form works for us anymore. In 2017 and in 2019, I think I did have something a little more comprehensive that maybe we just need to look at now. So I don't know that this is ready. And it probably won't be ready this fall.
So you're gonna bring it back?
Well, there's a motion out there.
If you're telling me I gotta go look at this, I'm not voting on it.
Well, the motion is to publish it, but it doesn't sound like the specs are ready.
Does anyone else have concerns that Cheryl brought up? About various cleanups? I mean, I don't care who does it, right?
I don't either.
The specification should be a little clearer, and then why can't we have the park rangers, if it gets them on site a month earlier, why can't we have the park rangers clean up the township hall or even the cemeteries for that matter?
I think we should let their boss decide that, though, what he wants to take on and what he doesn't. I mean, he already wants to do it, so hand him the sheet and say, what do you want to add to your pile? What do you think you and your employees could handle?
Okay, but I think we have to set the limits first.
I mean, cleanups is one thing and then mowing is another though. So would they just do the cleanups and then somebody else would do the mowing or?
Whatever you need, whatever's left, Cheryl, that's what you contract out.
And by limits, I specifically mean property boundaries, right?
Yes.
So when I went to Tovico and I had to look for the fence that delineates the parking lot. I realized right then, why aren't we mowing the entire parking lot? It just says mow the parking lot. We didn't tell them to mow the entire thing.
No, it just says mow parking lot, so he could have just drove it in there, do the circle and left. I mean,
And that's what it looks like.
he mowed the parking lot.
And then what about trimming? I mean, we heard the trimmer run here today, but
Weed whacker?
Yeah.
there's no requirement of that trimming in the mow for Township Hall.
And here's another interesting concept. Normally, they tell you what they're gonna do for you by looking at the areas you're asking them to mow. I'll have to look really hard to see something written like this. I mean, normally when you bid something out, the person will come back and say, I will do X number of this for this. In
Well, we
other
have to
words,
keep it on our radar because we need this information to be able to.
I
budget.
understand it.
It's gotta be available for us when we start our budgeting process. So we can't put this off for a while. How hard is this going to be to revamp this form? And what is really the problem? And can't that just be solved with better instruction? They're gonna bid on how many mows for the township hall. We're gonna go out and tell them where to mow?
Yes.
Okay then. What Carol
Are we
used to
gonna
do.
tell them how to mow?
I'm going
Yes,
back to
apparently
what-
we have to.
What Carol used to do, I'm sorry, Cheryl, I didn't pay attention to what you did. Carol made it, she let us all know how much she was doing, so I retained that. She did actual went to every location with them and told them exactly what it is.
Mhm.
And then they bidded on it. She told them the boundaries, what was expected. She may have had a form, but she went to each site
Yeah.
with them, all of them together, 1 day trip, and they all did it. And then they went back and they sent in a bid. I don't know how it's being done now.
Well, Ron's been putting the bids out.
I didn't do this one the last time.
I didn't do it.
I didn't.
Somebody did it 3 years ago.
No, the bids have been going to you for years.
So, the process that we currently use isn't working. And so if you want a personal visit, then we need to have the limit set. And we have to tell each contractor the same thing.
Yep.
And the best way to do that is have it in writing. That way, whoever takes them on the guided tour makes no mistake. And then if we're going to have guided tours, then a date will be picked. And if no contractors show up that date, then no contractors show up that date.
That's what Carol did.
Let me ask you, couldn't you? Would it be easier? If you back and then mark the areas, the boundaries, and then your message, you're typing at mow to fence line, mow.
Right,
mow-
that's what
mow-
I was just
mow-
thinking.
that's not, you put those criteria for, High Gray Park, what there, and then that way you're telling for the bids, all contractors are accessing the one package. They want to look at it, they can look at it, but at least you've got the same information going out. I don't know, I mean, just.
No, I think that's fine.
Dan, can I bounce something off you? How much of this do you think the park people would be interested in doing?
You're asking me a loaded question. I don't know what you're asking them to do. And
Well, yeah, I don't see him,
and the
I don't
other-
see him putting a lawnmower on
And
a
again, let me make
trailer.
this clear again. Okay. I've been mentoring and counseling Andrew.
I
He
get
does not
that.
Work for me. He
Oh,
works for the
oh,
board.
that's
So
okay.
the board wants
Okay,
to-
I'll rephrase the question.
So,
How much of this do you think that team could take on and achieve? I mean, I don't see him putting a lawnmower in a back of a pickup truck and going to Tobico or Lofty Trail, but they could maybe pick up the garbage at High Prairie or come over here and trim bushes. I don't know. And maybe do the fire, the fire station too. It would be up to that team to decide what they want to do.
I kind of disagree there, Heidi. I think it's the board to set the expectation. And then if the individual teams decide to or not to take that task on, that's when we decide to subcontract it out or retain some of the work. But I think we need to define the scope of work first. And I like Don's digital idea here to draw some boundaries. I think that's a great idea. Use technology where you can use it. And then we just verbally describe that you go to the fence line, you trim around each post. High Prairie Park in the chain link fence, how do you keep the weeds down there? Once upon a time it was sprayed and people didn't like that because it created a dead edge. I don't think that's been done in a long time.
And pull it.
There's been trees growing up on the other side of the fence and growing through the fence, and Amber and Craig Barnhart, Amber Voice and Craig Barnhart have spent many hours trying to get that vegetation cleared out of there so it wasn't, coming through the fence and stuff.
Yeah.
And organize some work bees over there to try and get that done too, but it's a big job.
I don't know if you're gonna end up using this form or not, Ron, but there is a spelling error on number 3 and deliver proposals.
In between.
The envelope is spelled wrong on the second sentence. Envelope.
I'm sorry, where? Oh, there, under deadlines, huh?
Does anybody know off the top of the head what we spend a year on all that?
And if you do one more in the Whitewater Township, it's Parks and Recreation Manager.
Where's that down?
On Whitewater Township Park, you still got Parks and Recreation Administrator versus Andrews Parks and Recreation Manager.
Yeah, what?
You might as well take 2024 off in the header where it says 2024 specifications for lawn maintenance and cleanups, because directly underneath you got year 1, 2, and 3. So just take 24 off and leave specifications.
I haven't gotten Don's request yet, so if they,
Let's start with your part.
I'm gonna remove my motion and somebody else can do the form. I'm all good.
You can't remove it. I made it.
Then I
That's
remove
right.
my second. Yeah,
All right.
I'll second it. But I guess we can't put an ad in the paper until you've got the specs ready to publish, so.
so forward me your changes highlighted. And if I'm not gonna have them done by the time snow flies.
You said this is not your form, right? This is somebody else's?
It's
I
the
think-
township's form.
I think.
Right,
Cheryl-
he didn't create it is what I'm asking.
No, it's the form we have been using.
Yeah.
I just merely went to the facilities and if that's how you want our stuff to look, okay. You know. Every other year, we have somebody come trim the bushes here. And I just think that this specification, my thoughts, should have all the properties. And then I got to thinking, well, you know, I know that some of the park rangers are looking for more of a full-time job. And so if we keep some of this stuff in-house, is that what the board wants to do? I don't know.
Can they
That-
move a lawnmower around? Do they have the capability of moving a lawnmower from site to site?
We have a trailer. And we used to have a vehicle, but again, I mean, we're getting, it's 4 o'clock. And we have not completed our business item. So if this isn't ready, it's not ready. And then I don't think it's ready.
I don't either.
All right, so I will remove my motion.
But I do agree with Della that we do have to have some bids on this yet this fall, because first of all, they have to be able to look at it when there isn't snow on the ground. So they can really see what they're being asked to do. And second of all, you've got to have some kind of numbers for the budget process.
Well, we got a $600,000 project that's currently working on a survey that was done with 16 inches of snow. So thinking that somehow somebody can't mow some grass because there's no one.
Well, if you don't agree, then show it to them when the snow's on the ground. I don't care, but
I don't plan
we
on
do
showing
need the
them.
budget numbers. We do need the budget numbers. We do need to have some reasonable, you know, I don't. we haven't had a lot of bidders on this because in any year. Because, we have a lot of locations. And so there is a lot of moving of equipment from site to site. And a lot of your just run of the mill mowing companies out there don't want that much commitment.
Okay. So you need to know what you pay year to year on your form, or you want them to put in what they're charging you for year 1, year 2, and year 3?
Yep. Well, they put their bids on there.
We don't tell them, they tell us. That's for them,
Okay.
what they're gonna charge.
Uh-huh. Okay. That is the most interesting form I've ever seen yet.
Are we good with that?
We're
business
good.
item?
I'm gonna hopefully get you something before November.
Oh, let's see, new business number 7, we actually moved.
Yep.
So we're at new business number 8, which would be packet page 194.
I'll make a motion to schedule a special joint meeting with the planning commission on Thursday, November 9th, 2023 at 7 PM.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I won't be around. It's deer hunting. I'm going for the first time in 2 decades.
Oh, I didn't even, no wonder they
So,
were all crap.
I won't be here again. So this whole idea of the planning commission telling us when we're gonna have our meetings. That's like the tail wagging the dog. It happened in May. That meeting, there was absolutely no consensus between the 2 bodies of.
Yeah, there was, okay.
It was a great meeting.
I was gonna say, how could you say
Really?
that? But whatever.
Well,
A
just
lot was accomplished.
just take a look at the disagreement of, well, you guys were there.
You know what he's gonna say? He's gonna
Yeah, but
say,
opening day is the 15th.
Yeah. Yep. Roll call when ready.
Bennett?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
Goss, yes. Falmouth?
Yes.
Pop?
No.
And I'll make the other motion to increase the planning commission's budget line item 804% professional services by 25,000 to complete the master plan and zoning project.
You did say and zoning, correct, Cheryl?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I had added up everything that all the obligations that the board has voted for the planning commission. I mean, the planner and then the additional planner duties and then the Networks Northwest contracts plus the LEA contract. And they do need, I think it came up to 21 something, but I think they wanted to be safe and ask for 25,000. And that would have to come out of, would I take that out of contingency? So that is needed in order that they're, I mean, a line item can go over, but, they do need that in their budget. They've, you know, to their credit, they've taken on a huge project with the master plan update and this, zoning thing. And, so it's going to be more expensive than, you know, we knew at budget time, but they're on quite the roll. And, I think they need to be supported by the board.
I think we have supported them tremendously. And we've asked for a budget for this process. And we were told that we would have one by our October meeting. And so I just think this request is early. The budget items that are listed on packet page 195 do not include any meeting times, do not include any additional services, such as packet generation, which is all adding up to some significant cost in 703, which is also a part of your proposed budget amendments. And then additionally, there are statements here by the chair that says we'll take a look at the budget needs again at the beginning of the year. So this is already, they're anticipating the additional $25,000 to take them through the end of this year. And I just
Well, let me ask you this question. In budget time, and I remember this, because nobody ever comes to budget, and I was like, nobody's in the room as usual. Did you think that we had a clue how much the work you've requested us to do was gonna cost?
yes,
We didn't.
No.
Well,
We didn't.
we had a good
No, we
idea
didn't.
No, we did not.
because
Here's the thing.
Randy, can I
Okay.
respond to the question?
Go ahead.
Sure.
I mean, Randy Melnick had provided us with his proposal. And
That
so
was not-
it
Okay.
was there.
That was his proposal. They've added services outside of his proposal.
No.
He told us what he was gonna charge us. Now we've had two other,
And
I'm just gonna say one thing. This township, outside of that debacle when people resigned over it many years ago, where they used a completely outside firm to do it, this township has not spent the money on doing a master plan. We've done it all in-house. We've spent some money, but what I see is happening here is they're getting guidance from people that know what they're doing. And they're doing it properly, and it is going to cost more. With that in mind, after this is done, the 5-year review that comes up should not cost anywhere near this amount. This is getting our master plan put in a professional light, professionally done with our planning commission, with guidance from people that know what they're doing. You're gonna pay for that. But once it's done, then the upkeep of it is not gonna cost as much.
That's a minimal expense.
And I would add that we've been told, and by more than Bob, there are things that must by law be in your master plan that are not in our master plan. And that is one of the things that the planning commission is working on correcting. When, Rachel gave me a thing a while back saying how many more meetings they were going to be, how many more meetings they anticipated for the planning commission, for the ROS. Seems like there was another committee in there. And so I went through and I forecasted out if everyone was there, how much that was gonna cost. The 16,000 that we have in 702, which we added 3,000 to that at the budget public hearing, that is going to cover the meetings that they've said they're going to have. Now, what happened at the budget public hearing is we added money to 5 different line items in the planning commission budget for a DIY master plan survey. The line item that we did not add anything to was 703 wages, which is the recording secretary. So that's why the recording secretary line item is over budget right now, because there have been these other committees, the special subcommittee, the resident outreach subcommittee, and all of the meetings. Well, the one committee only had 2 meetings, but resident outreach has had quite a few meetings. So we erred in not adding money to that line item. And that is hence why there is the budget amendment, which we're supposed to take care of during this. We added it to this agenda item. We took it out of the consent calendar. And that is why that 703 wages needs to be adjusted. And so it has been. So what I did was I took what it was over and then the anticipated meetings that they're going to have. I mean, they have to have a recording secretary. Okay. And she does some packet preparation. She never got paid for doing Zoom at the planning commission anyways, because she was already being paid as the recording secretary. So there's nothing there. I guess now Keith is doing the PC Zoom. And also the trustee wages to attend the planning commission went from $75 to $220, and that comes out of 703. So that was a big jump. That was almost 3 times as much as what had been budgeted for the planning, for that one member of the planning commission. So we've got a couple of factors there that entered into the reason. And when I looked at this budget, I can't believe that I didn't catch this, because if you look the year before, we spent $3,584 in 703 wages for the planning commission. And then that was in the prior fiscal year. Well, yeah, that was 2 fiscal years ago now. And then last year we budgeted 4,000. And I don't know what that wound up being, but anyways, so then this year only 1,925 was initially requested, and it only went up a couple $100. That was never adequate to begin with. That number was never adequate to begin with. And so that's why there's the budget amendment for 703. And then I knew that this was going to be coming on here. And that's why I put the budget amendment in there for the 25,000 for professional services. So I think those amounts are all, in my opinion, they're justified and need to be included.
Well, it does complete the master plan and the zoning project.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Because I was going to jump in again.
Okay, let me.
Oh, yeah, go.
First off, I want to say that I view the project of the master plan and the zoning project as separate projects. I think they should be treated as such. I agree 100% that at the beginning of this fiscal year, the project at best was in its infancy. I don't recall if it was you that had said that we've learned so much. They have learned so much. Earlier this summer, we asked the PC to give us a budget, which they committed to giving us in October at this board meeting. That was their deadline. That's what they said. Now, let me give you the parable, okay? The way I view a budget for a project of this nature is I've decided to build a house, and I don't build a house or quote a price on a house. I quote it from start to finish. I don't build 1/3 of my house and then decide what do I want to do next. I don't build 1/2 of my house and add what I want to do. I build my house on a budget from day one to the day I take it over. Now, that is not an absolute. During the course of that period of time to build, 1 year, 2 year, whatever the length of that project is, there are going to be puts and takes. Things are going to change. Things are going to evolve. Things I'm going to learn. Things that I'm not thought I wanted to do that I wouldn't. But now I have a complete linear paper trail of I spent $100,000 and I know exactly where, when my end product gets there, I know what caused me to go over or under or where I made my adjustments. We have asked the PC to give us that budget from start to finish. We couldn't have expected that on day one because I think it was so new to them. But they're the ones who committed to us and said by October of this year, we would give you the finished product. And that might bleed into next year, fiscal year of 2024-25. However, the answer becomes, they keep, what's next? 25 now, 25 again, 35 next time. We're not seeing the target at the end. And so what I'm saying, I'm not saying that the 25,000 is good, bad, or ugly. I'm saying that we were committed a budget. We haven't seen it yet. And the budget expectation I have, because of their words, is going to be the delivered finished product. Boom.
Okay.
Now, I think to make things easier, I would say that if they looked at this into two buckets, master planning from start to finish, and they know where they're at today. We have the numbers. We know where we're at today. It's going to take us this much more money, and here's why we need this money. X dollars here, X dollars here, X. That's the roadmap. Now, if it takes another year, that could change. I'm fine with that. Same thing with the zoning project. This is where we're at. This is what we spent, and where do we get to? Okay, don't tell me you need $85,000. Tell me you need $85,000, but line item out what it's going to be, what it's for, and when it's going to. And that is the expectation to get to my turnkey product at the end. That way, we're not debating. All we're debating is whether there's some shift in gears, or they're saying, okay, we thought we were going to go with this direction with 2 workshops. We found out that we want to do a survey in a workshop. I mean, I know I'm getting.
You want more in the weeds then, but
Heidi, I'm not saying that. Look,
okay.
What I'm saying.
Board, okay.
Yeah, well, Heidi, let me finish. What I'm saying, okay, that is just good budgeting practice. And so that's all I'm asking them to do.
Okay, can I just ask a really stupid question then? Because here I am looking at this budget, and it has September 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024.
Yep.
I'm looking at each breakdown. If you want 3 separate pages, okay, but I see an expense, budget, master plan, zoning, everything's spelled out.
Which your budget is North Place planning. That's the only thing that's in there, Heidi.
Okay.
So, but you're talking about.
Okay, well, North Place Planning has an expense, a budgeted amount for the master plan, the zoning, and the remaining of 90.7.
There's more than that in there, but I see your point, Don. They're taking the expenses and showing you what they budgeted for it and how much is left and what went to master plan and what to zoning. But what Don is saying, and I understand what he's saying, he wants more than just what's happening now. He wants the projected future of, we think we're gonna hold this many
meetings
town
down the
halls.
road.
We may
Okay.
need to do another meeting of some sort. We may need to do, we may need to hire a graphic artist or something.
Okay,
You know,
well,
whatever it is,
I get
they
this.
want to see, he wants to see. the
Okay, I
grand
get,
plan.
we get that.
Yeah,
But
and so,
remember,
and if you say, I'm gonna need a graphic art, and you said, I don't know, in March of 2024, and you know what? It ends up being January, or it ends up being July, it's all gonna be documented as to why that shift was and how you accounted for the expenses. But I know that my framework to spend to get this master, and I agree with you, this is turning into a rewrite, not a update.
Right.
And so, be it as it may, so if the number, we started out thinking we could do it for, I don't know, I'm picking a number hypothetically, so don't burn me on this in the morning, $25,000, but we really need $175,000, then let's quit doling this thing out in 25,000. get the entire picture into the frame, so then we can eyes wide open, know what we're working for, because we all agree it has to be done, it needs to be done. We want to do it professionally. We want the product to stand the test of time, but you gotta put the full roadmap together.
Okay, well, we could do that, but remember, the gentleman that was doing our budget, so we
But
now
he's
have
not the
new
one doing-
people.
He wasn't the only one doing the planning.
No, he is.
Don needs to see the planning, and I agree.
I perfectly get that, but
Della and Don.
we didn't.
Stella and Don want to see the
Okay, I
plan.
don't want to see the plan. I get that completely, but I can only bring this back during the meeting when they have their full board back, because unfortunately, the budget person.
No, I don't think that's right. So
Okay.
the only person you need to take this to really is the chair. And supposedly the chair has shared information with Cheryl about the number of proposed meetings upcoming, but we don't have that information here.
Yeah, I don't know why she didn't put that in
Yeah,
here.
you need more detail. That's the problem.
It could be in there.
The
Could be in there.
only thing that Don has pointed out, the only item that exists here in this proposed budget is North Place planning.
But on page 195, it does talk about the Networks Northwest, the first contract, the second contract with Networks Northwest.
The survey.
Are we supposed to go through and add it up?
Those are specs.
Well,
We
it's
can add
added up
some.
for you.
Yeah,
It's
those
added up for you. And also the Leah contract that we approved. Okay, and if, and the 32,000 that we have in the budget for 804, that covers all of the North Place planning, because in the second agreement, in the revised agreement with North Place Planning, the master plan was 23,000 and the zoning was 9,000, and that adds up to the 32,000. So the things that weren't anticipated were these contracts with Leah and the contract, I'm not sorry, with Networks Northwest, and yes, the contract with Leah. So that's where you're getting the additional money from.
And then all the additional meetings. I mean, when I put the packet together, sometimes there's 4 or 5 PC type, either ROS or special PC meetings or whatever. This, we went from planning probably 18 meetings annually to 30.
Yeah, I know, but this,
And so I'm not arguing that they're not productive meetings, not at all, not at all. I just, I would love to have the information that.
I'm gonna get it
apparently-
all separate for you.
And
But Heidi, when you say that, I don't think we're looking for separate. I think we're looking for inclusion.
like, yeah.
And so like.
With
for
numbers,
example,
okay.
Let me give a prime example, okay? Apparently Rachel shared the number of proposed meetings somebody's talked about. Okay, I don't know who, don't necessarily care, but if Rachel has an idea that there's 45 meetings yet to take place before the anticipated wrap up of this master plan. I'm not even looking at the zoning stuff, right? I mean, I'm really just looking at master plan because I think the zoning we could probably suppress a little bit, but I digress. So it could be as simple as Rachel saying, okay, well, we need 35 more meetings. That's how Cheryl calculated the numbers she calculated. We have no idea. So, unfortunately.
But the number of meetings was. I told her I would bring a budget amendment for the wages because wage line items aren't supposed to go over without budget amendment. Where other line items can within a department. So that's probably why she didn't include any of that in there. She's just focusing on 804, the professional services part of it.
But the budget is more of a global thing, right?
Well, I'm sure they've sat with Randy and said, okay, give me the big picture of how to do this master plan. And if it's a big picture round, we'll cut it into pie shapes. This is this, you know, and what track they're gonna take. Somewhere along the line that's happened. I would assume.
And I concur.
Don't be so sure on that.
Well, for example.
Hold on, you don't get to
when
that
Todd
with that.
communicated to me, he said $150,000, and I think that had that global number involved, right? And so I think that's reasonable. Do I want to spend that? No, but that's
We both
probably
said
the
that too
number.
quick, didn't we?
That's probably the number.
Well, we all had a heart attack at the table too when he said that.
Well,
Well,
I
let's
think
hope
he was
he's
being
wrong.
He is
realistic.
wrong.
And I want to say something. I'm going to bring this budget amendment back at the next meeting because I just realized that we only have had $20,000 in contingency. I thought we had more than that in there. And I think we've already taken, there was another budget amendment. Oh, for the insurance.
Yeah.
The insurances that took some money. But one of them would have come out of fire. Anyways, I'm gonna bring this budget amendment back.
Well,
So
would
as
your
far as the
update-
budget amendment, I will bring that back.
Would your updated revenue and expense sheet show us that, Cheryl?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all that stuff's been posted.
So if we get that out, then we'll be able to follow along.
Well-
And I look forward to seeing.
Hold
that.
on, hold on.
Okay, so the budget amendment, I have all of the expenses posted through last Friday. And I have all the revenue posted through the end of July. But that budget amendment, I will have to post that first because that was approved in August.
Right.
And I haven't done August yet. So I'll just post that budget amendment, and then I'll send you the revenue and expenditure report and we'll have the picture of it.
Thank you.
And then just, I think you said something important. Will we still have a budget on our October packet from the PC? That is in your words.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a budget, not a finished
Heidi.
budget.
Heidi, are you
Okay,
listening?
I'm listening.
I personally am expecting, based on their statements, I'm expecting to see a finished budget for this master plan that goes all the way to the end that says it's done. And what are those milestones in between that they still have to do that they need money for? What money do they need meetings for? And then tell us what that total composite looks like. And then we can start attacking this in the pieces when and if they need the money.
And you want me to include the general and zoning ordinances in that finished master plan? Or am I separating all three?
No, it's just on the master plan
Okay.
and the zoning and these additional contracts that have been entered into. Which are going to, one of them's already complete. Have we paid for the second one? I think we're paying that today. And of course, the Leah contract, we haven't paid anything on that. But they will be completing their work, as I understand it, well before the end of this fiscal year, and so they'll need to be paid, and we have already entered into that contract.
So
All right,
For another example, Heidi,
mhm.
the last meeting, and I don't remember if it was an ROS, a PC, a special PC. I don't remember what meeting, but they were trying to determine whether or not Leah was going to have 2 or 3 charettes.
I didn't hear that last word.
Workshops.
Workshops, okay.
Okay, not in here.
Well, maybe we can afford one,
Well,
you know.
see,
the-
that's where this budget.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Wait a minute.
whatever-
Hold on.
Whatever's in the
Workshops.
contract is
What's
what has
in the
been planned
contract.
for. We've already approved the contract.
But if you remember, at least I think, the contract allowed for additional charrettes. And there was a price given. And so,
Well, we approved a price.
yeah, but if you want, if there was an add-on, if you needed more.
so the RFP
Yeah.
have been written for, this is the minimum amount, but we want to know how much extra ones
Well,
are.
that would have to come back in front of the board.
Yeah, I don't think it's like that.
$230 that we approved would have to come back in front of the board.
I don't. So,
I know what I'm gonna do. You need a better focused plan sheet. No problem.
a better what?
Focused plan sheet, so you know if we're walking sideways, backwards, or upside down.
It's called the budget.
Okay, but you know what, Don, I'm gonna tell you something about a budget. A budget, and everybody's brain is different. A CEO is gonna write a budget a different way. A supervisor in a township is gonna write a budget a different way. A city official is gonna write a budget a different way. I'm gonna give my team kudos because they at least gave you something, not nothing. So I don't look at it as a fail or a drop. I look at it as, oops, we forgot to give you something that you wanted. And we didn't understand it. So now that I understand it, go ahead, Cheryl. What?
And I will just reiterate, I've been through 11 budgets now, I think. And budgets are estimates. And things come up during the fiscal year that require budget amendments to be made. And so it's not the end of the world and the sky has not fallen because the planning commission didn't see all of these steps that they are now taking. They're doing their due diligence for the master plan. And the fact that they didn't have that firmly in mind when, when we were going through the budget process, that's irrelevant. They have said they will provide a budget and I'm glad they're going to do that. And I'm sure they're going to do that. But budgets are meant to be changed. Budgets can be changed the day after the budget public hearing. So,
And I think all Don's asking for is the budget and a vision of what's to come. What can we expect?
Yep.
But he wants to see 3 projects,
And
not one.
it's important that the planning commission knows that this is not an open checkbook thing.
That's right.
Ooh, I don't think I would have said that, but. Okay.
Well, it has to be said. Somebody's got to
We
talk
already
about.
said
the money
that,
of
and
it.
we talk
It's
about
gotta
the
be
money
said.
all the time.
Well, they need to know that not every single request can be honored, that we can grant.
They know
I mean,
that
if
too.
they go with, and I'm not saying they're going to, but let's say that they decide we need to hire this special person and it's gonna cost us another $75,000. And we go, I don't think we can afford that this fiscal year. What is it you need them for? And then we find out it's something we could do ourselves or we could hire it less. Somebody has to look at that, Heidi.
I
And that's all I
completely
meant.
get it.
That's all I
I
meant. by
completely
this
get
is
it.
not an open checkbook.
Right, okay, and remember, this team has done nothing but watch their pennies.
And I agree with that.
So.
And I'm
let's
rescinding my
not-
motion. We don't have any business on the table for this item anymore.
Thank you.
I have one final ask of the board. And maybe when the PC gets a rough draft or whatever they want to submit, could you send it to Don?
Sure can. Sure
Don,
can.
would you be willing to work collaboratively with whoever sets up the
Absolutely.
budget? I don't know if it's going to be Rachel or if it's going to be Heidi, but it
No,
might give
a
them an
group.
idea of
Yeah, absolutely.
what you're looking for, and that way when it comes back to the.
As long as the board understands those conversations, we'll probably be interjecting my personal opinions and thoughts on how that budget's being put together. I know I'm not speaking for the board, but I will be having done as many budgets in my career as I have, I will be sharing what I can with those people.
I'd just like to know, can you start us out with a template? So we can give you a don't laugh about that, because I thought about that yesterday. I was like, no, we
Template
don't.
is the template, and this
Already
is what
there.
I do not understand about the current PC, and I apologize, this is gonna sound bad.
Oh, great, because I
But
can't wait
why-
to hear this.
Why don't you use the template that we've used for the last decade? Why don't you just use that form?
Well, because we kind of got this from a member of our committee.
I'm sorry. Again, I don't understand in the budget that's in this packet. Why don't you use what we use at the township hall?
Do you understand? And this is, we're off topic, right? We're close.
It's okay.
Okay, a person just got put on the board, appointed to the PC today.
Mhm.
Okay. She's probably one of the best people I've ever seen or heard in
Done a
in- in-
budget.
in handling budgets.
And
You just added a tremendous asset to that team.
I completely understand that. Why do you
so-
think I said?
So I'm just saying that
Is
you're-
gonna
you're-
come back different.
You have a resource now,
I
I'm
know
glad
her
to- I'm glad to- I'm
capabilities.
glad
I
to
just was
interact, but I'm saying you
asking
now have a
you-
resource.
I was just asking you for a template because when I'm using a form and somebody doesn't like that form, you have a better one, I'll be more than happy to look at it and take it. So if you have a template, would you please email it to me? Because I think it would answer a bunch of questions.
Motion to provide the planning commission with.
Hold on just a minute. Didn't even have my hands on the keyboard.
You can take a
Motion by Pop.
Supply the
Two.
planning commission with our standard annual budget
Awesome.
form.
They have it.
I know they do.
I've sent it.
Okay,
to
but,
I know they
okay,
do.
but we don't
So,
have that many.
eventually, we
One
ask to
person
supply
isn't
it.
getting it.
So we're just.
I've already given it to him. A couple
Hey.
times.
Okay, did you say you gave it to a him or a her?
Rachel.
Okay, which means it probably went to someone else and now he's no more. And I'm just gonna let it go and let me bring something back.
Oh, it was given to Rod too, but I'm sure I gave it to Rachel too.
I'm sure it went to Rod
And
and.
so if you stick with that form, you can further dissect each line item if you wish, just like we do at the board
Yep,
level.
I know
We
that.
put little notations down at the bottom of the page
Yep.
that says, oh, in 704 or 721, we planned for this expense, this expense, this expense. And
Right.
so
I've partied with you for 8 years in your budgets. It's
Okay.
been only me out there.
Okay.
So I get it, but you have to remember that I now have to explain this and 3 or 4 people have to comprehend the same thing and they
Sure.
don't.
Okay.
So, I will figure this out. As long as I got a template, I can figure anything. out. Better form, great.
I'm melting here.
So just for clarity, was that the last
Yeah.
business point of the PC in your opinion?
That I saw.
Yeah, I agree. So we're on to new business number 9. Motion to accept, I'll make a motion to accept Rod Revance resignation, email dated July 11th, 2023.
I'll second. Oh, you got it?
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I just want to say, Rod and I didn't always get along. Big shocker. We had differing opinions on the 5-acre issue. But we were able to sit and actually have conversations about it, which is not always possible in the political world these days. I think he did an excellent job for the time that he was on the planning commission. I think he was a very valued member of the planning commission. I'm sorry to see him go.
Yeah. Yeah, I concur.
I tried.
Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Bellmere,
Yes.
Penick,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Okay, so added business number 10. Resolution 2311.
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution 2311, adopting early voting site in agreement for election services.
I will second.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion.
Sue Cortade sent an email yesterday. Well, they voted on this at East Bay and approved it last night, and she sent an email saying that they made 2 corrections, one in the resolution in the now therefore be it resolved. Oh, no, I must have already corrected that. Omitted Peninsula Township and then therefore be it resolved. But I have included that, so. And then, in the early voting agreement under QVF controller, she doesn't say what page this is on. But let's see, it would be towards the back.
So what is the deadline for the Cheryl?
Well, soon, we need to have this done soon. I would not like to wait another month. Everybody's getting it on their agenda this week. Union, Acme, although I don't see that they're having a meeting this week. Peninsula was getting it on their agenda and East Bay voted on it last night. All of the, there's only 3 municipalities that are going to have single jurisdiction early voting, and that's Blair Township, Garfield Township, and Traverse City, which have lots of resources. But everybody else is combining into early voting sites because we just don't have the resources or the space to conduct early voting in every jurisdiction. And so we need to combine our resources. And Peninsula, when Sue Cortade offered that East Bay could be an early voting site, Peninsula and Acme really were very interested in that. And then I took a look at our situation and decided that's really the only thing we can do. We have, if you read my memo here, my whole thing, we don't have, this building isn't adequate to conduct 9 days of early voting. We just don't have the resources.
We don't have the security.
I think
The security, the room, the personnel, the server.
Did all that.
I think you did a good job in explaining that in your memo.
Yeah.
So something that came up earlier on a different business item is how much does it cost? I realize that we don't have any idea yet.
Right.
But there were a couple of confusing items in there. One, I believe you wrote, and that was, we're going to supply 2 election inspectors.
Yes.
But then in the very next statement you made, and it looks like I did not save my comments on this particular one, but in the very next statement you made, you indicated that we didn't have the resources to supply those 2 people. So I was a bit confused. Are we paying East Bay to help us staff the election inspectors?
Well, what's going to happen under the agreement for election services is that East Bay is actually going to be paying everybody. Everybody's gonna get the same pay.
Okay.
It's all gonna come from East Bay Township because otherwise it's
No, sounds like a good plan.
yeah. And then we will reimburse. And I believe that it's going to be based on, well, we'll have to reimburse for our election workers that go over there, but there's going to be some other shared costs. And so we have, through Bonnie's office, every municipality that applied for grant money, the state's got about 30 million for everybody, which isn't going to be enough. But there was a September 8th grant deadline. So we have asked, and the state will only reimburse up to $15 an hour, but you can't get election inspectors for $15 an hour. So we don't even pay ours that. We haven't paid ours that in quite a while. And so anyways, we do have a grant request in to defray the cost of some of the equipment. Like for instance, we need another tabulator to supply to the early voting site. Because we are prohibited from using either of our other tabulators that we have at an early voting site.
Sure.
So we have to have the tabulator. We need a laptop to supply over there. We were gonna buy a laptop anyways, but if we can get some money towards for one, and the state is specifying a Dell something or another laptop.
So is there a price associated with this? That's my underlying question. You got 1,000, 2,000, 10,000. Right?
I
So
am trying to remember what mine added up to, but the whole county, I'm pretty sure the grant request, here again, this isn't every expenditure, but was 135,000.
so what's our?
For the
what's
whole
our-
county.
What's
Well,
our ask? Cause I'm not worried about Acme.
Right, no, I get it.
Our budget is our budget.
Well, we have a lot of money in our wages already for election. So we're gonna be good on what we have. We'll have to see how that goes for next year's budget for August and November, but right now we only have one election left remaining in this fiscal year, and that's gonna be the presidential primary. So we've got 25,000 in the budget. That's gonna be way plenty. The only thing I'm really concerned about is like the capital expenditure. But here again, I think the reduction in wages for only one election, because see, we didn't have an August election, we didn't have a November election
And we
in this
budgeted
fiscal
for
year. So
3.
in fact, we haven't had any elections in this calendar year at all, and we could have had May, August, November, and
But we
then
budgeted for the
February.
ones we
But
didn't
we
have.
budgeted for
ones
a
we
couple
didn't have,
elections, I believe.
So the
And
cost
now we're
associated
only
with
having
this,
one.
so the cost associated with this, what we'll be paying out,
Mm-hmm.
we should be okay in our budget, is what you're saying, already accounted for.
I don't think we're gonna go over our budget. I really don't think we're gonna go over, but do I have specific? I mean, it depends on the grant agreement. The tabulator with the shipping
say
is
we
about
got no grant.
$6,000 for a tabulator. They're $5,300 with $600 to $700 in shipping. So if we don't get anything for that, we still have to buy the tabulator. That's 6,000. We did ask for another express vote machine too. That's the touchscreen device. Those are 3,700. But here again, we asked to be, get that through the grant. So it's until I find out what we're getting or not getting through the grant, I can't give you real, and other things were very incidental. Those are the big things, and the election wages, which I know we have covered. So I would say, $10,000 worth of equipment. And I already had $600 in here for a laptop. So, I mean, 10,000, of equipment, 9,700, whatever, there's probably some shipping on the express road. I didn't find out what that was, but so 10,000 of equipment, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to be paying all of that. We hope we're not gonna be paying any of it, but we don't know. The state has not let out what their formula is going to be for, doling out these grant funds that they have. The 30 million that the governor's office allocated to implement proposal 22-2. So.
Grants aside, I'm moving past that, and I hear you loud and clear. There's 3 things in the contract, and will you just answer my first question, which the other township made an adjustment. I'd ask you to take it back or consider taking it back. Couple of things. Number 1, on page 4, section 10, it talks about budget and cost sharing, that the municipalities are responsible for the fraction of costs corresponding to the fraction of registered voters. And that table's further up.
What?
Section
which
10,
paragraph?
10.2.
Yeah,
Okay, so that we're talking about cost sharing
right.
based on this. So Whitewater's taking up about 10 to 11% of the cost of what it will run this consortium. So by certainly, I view that the state is not going to change their tune anytime quick. This may be a long-term contract. So two things, unless we opt out. there are two considerations I think you should make in a long-term agreement. Number one, there should be some provision in here that talks about how often or when the table of registered electors in a municipality should be updated. Obviously, that, I don't think that's yearly. I don't know what the answer to that is, but if it's a cost-sharing program, you'd want to have some trigger in there that every so often. Number two, when you're writing, in my experience, when you're writing a contract that not only is going to go long-term, but has the potential of people changing. So let's go to page, to section 4, a coordinator, and then it has a name listed there as Susan.
Four, you said
Yeah,
four.
section 4.1. Okay.
4 on page 4.
Oh, no, I'm section 4.1.
It's actually page 2 of
Page
the
2,
agreement.
section.
4.1, yeah, coordinator, yeah.
So, you would, in long-term contracts like this, and because of the potential for changeover and things, you tend to work a table like you have here on Exhibit 1. Excuse me, I think you called it Exhibit 1. Yeah, Exhibit A, early voting plan. So in here, you have a description of a position. You have, as shown on Exhibit A, the coordinator is listed on Exhibit A, would be the coordinator. And that person is on table A. You have her in here.
Yeah.
But you do that for, you're the backup. So you say, okay, the backup for, backup coordinator is listed on Exhibit A, and that is spelled out there, your name as backup coordinator.
So add that to page 7, you're saying?
Yeah, I would say add that. If you take out the name specific in the contract and have it refer to that table, it's much easier just to update that table as things ebb and flow over time. And there's one third one, QVF controller is also listed as a name. I'm saying that if you put the 3 names
On the table?
Yeah,
you're
put the
talking
3
about?
names.
That's
right in a
section
row,
5
right
for
here.
anyone following along.
If you put the 3 names in
Is that-
order there,
That's
then if the
section
name
5.
changes, all you're doing is just changing that, updating that. Because you're gonna have other updates because you've got municipalities listed in here.
Oh, so you're saying
Take the
that take the names out of the.
body of the contract.
Yeah, and just put deputy
Okay,
clerk.
I don't know if that's gonna fly,
I'm just, yeah, I'm not,
right.
whatever
and-
happens, happens, but I'm
And,
just,
and I will tell you that Peninsula Township, who uses Fahey Schultz, did ask, their firm to draw up this agreement.
sure.
So this was drawn up by our attorney's law firm.
Yeah.
And the
That's a good
state
reason to
did
question.
provide a model agreement.
So I'm just saying it's easier to change names on just one page on that than trying to sort through a document and it gets
Right.
aggravated. But whatever happens, happens. It
I
doesn't-
thought you said Peninsula removed themselves by email from Susan.
No, Sue forgot to list in the resolution,
Oh,
she forgot to list that Peninsula Township was going to be in, under now therefore it be resolved that Peninsula Township under number 2, she forgot Peninsula Township, but we were given a template resolution and I made sure Peninsula Township was in there. So
Cheryl
that
made her own
doesn't apply
correction.
to mine. The only one she had was in the early voting agreement under QVF controller, which I haven't found that yet.
section 5.
Page 3.
Section 5. Okay, she says the word QVF administrator needs to be corrected to state QVF controller.
Yeah, so
So
it's in the second line of section 5.
Right, but wouldn't you just say the deputy clerk charter township of East Bay, or
No,
why would you put her name, leave her name in there?
I'm trying to follow this. Okay, QVF administrator needs to be state okay, so administrator needs to change to controller.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so that's what they did at their meeting.
Yeah.
Now, they want the names in here. I didn't have any input on that, and I do agree that it would be easier if the names weren't in there and they were just on the exhibit. And I will tell you with respect to your other question about how often or when the list of voters should be updated to make sure you have the correct proportionality between, that will be updated every election because we have people move in and out of the township every week. And so we can, these numbers, if they change, you know, enough to make a change, I will bring that up to them.
Yes.
But I do get that. But anyways, you know, there's unfortunately the Michigan legislature took until July to pass the implementation laws for proposal 22. And now we, as the clerks, are all very much under the gun to, first of all, they moved up this grant agreement deadline on us to last week. They want these agreements, I think, are supposed to be done by, it's either this month, September 25th, or a date in October. They want these agreements in, you know, so we are being pushed hard to get these things done because, of course, the presidential primary is coming up. And we don't even know when the presidential primary is right now because it's supposed to be the second Tuesday of March, so it would have been March 12th, but the legislature passed a law moving it to the fourth Tuesday in February, which is February 22nd, except they did not have the votes to give it immediate effect. So it's not in effect yet. And when something isn't given immediate effect, it becomes effective 90 days after the legislature adjourns, which is typically right before Christmas. So I think it's going to be March 12th because, you know, but the Bureau of Elections literally cannot put on their website what date the presidential primary is going to be.
Cheryl, so you think if we,
So it's
But do they-
all moving quickly is what I'm trying to say.
if we, if we
Well,
bud-
that part isn't, but
if we budgeted 15, would that be enough
for what?
for your little project?
I don't want to bring a budget amendment right now because I want to wait and see. I don't want to have to find that money somewhere in the budget when we may not have to find it, or we may not have to find all of it. I'd rather wait and see what are we going to get. Then I'll have something more concrete to bring the board about, okay, we have to buy this. And we don't have this in our budget. I'm hoping we don't have to modify our budget, to tell you the truth. I'm trying to be real optimistic about it.
So to that extent, you make a comment in here that the township does not have a secure server. So I
Right.
took that to mean that we don't have a secure server even for the elections that would take place here in the township. And so my question is, why is your term server correct?
Well, the reason that has changed is because we were not on the internet previously. So we were not, the qualified voter file or the precinct list that was on the single or the dual e-poll books does not interact with the internet. We are not allowed to be on the internet on that. We actually download that file after 4 or 5 o'clock the day before, so we have the most current version of it. And then if a voter walks in that should be voting here, but they're not on our list, we have to put them manually in there on this other tab. But now what's going to happen is that there is, because the 9 early voting sites, what they're going to have to do is every day, because during all of this time, absent voter ballots are going to be coming in. So absent voter ballots are going to be have to be checked in every day in every jurisdiction, so that when if a voter, and this has happened, a voter will come in and they'll fill out the app, get their driver's license out, and we can see if they've been issued, the election inspectors can see if they've been issued an absent voter ballot, and they can see whether they've brought it back or not. It'll say sent/received if they've brought it back. Well, of course, that voter has already voted. So they're not eligible to get another ballot because you can only vote once. That's the theory anyways. And so what happens is in these early voting sites, they're going to have to connect to the internet every day to get the updates of what we checked in, what every clerk checked in for absent voter ballots. So that list is as close to up to date as it can be. So normally where those laptops are never on the internet, now they're going to have to be on the internet for part of the day or evening, the night before, or whatever. We haven't even been given those procedures yet.
But that's not a server. That's my point.
No, it is a server because they told us we cannot, some training that Teresa and I went to a couple weeks ago, we are not allowed to just use our Wi-Fi. There has to be a secure server at the early voting sites. And so we don't even have a server here. It's to make it obviously more secure.
Hang on.
Right.
So, if somebody's here updating the QVF file, whatever the name of it is, and somebody's in East Bay and they need a new update, okay? We'll say it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock when polls open, okay? So they get on a server, go through the internet, and come to your laptop here in Whitewater Township.
No, they don't.
No, where do they go?
No, the qualified voter file is on the internet. So it's not, they're not
So
logging.
it's in the cloud.
I guess so, it's in the cloud. They're not logging into our laptop here. They're logging into the secure qualified voter file that the state has on their servers.
The same one that you would log into from here to update it then?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to an off-site place where there is a server. So
Right.
we don't need a secure server. We just need a secure non-Wi-Fi link. So you need to have a cable going to your computer.
Yeah.
To contact that server. So you using Wi-Fi here will not comply with this security set.
That's right.
You will have to be hardwired.
Well, they're not requiring that we do anything different in the jurisdictions that aren't running early voting. So we're not going to be doing early voting here, but they do have some very specific security requirements for the early voting sites.
And is there a cost for that too? Or?
Yes, there is.
Nothing you can do about it. It was voted in.
I'm just trying to figure out a total cost.
And I really can't provide that yet. We put a lot of money into wages. We only have one election out of 4 possible that's going to be held in this fiscal year. And so we didn't know what they were going to come up with for proposal 2, that we've got to have a tabulator that is not used in the precinct or the AV County Board. We're just learning this stuff in the last 3 weeks.
Well, cause it's government, they like knew everything.
So under section 10, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for the.
You know, this
Fine.
was put on to us late, and I understand that it's, you know, a rush, but under section 10. And this kind of goes back to budgeting. You know, I can see where for 9 days, this is including Saturdays and Sundays, as I understand it.
Yeah.
We are going to be paying election inspectors from Whitewater Township, 2 of them, to travel to East Bay. So we're going to have travel time. We're going to have meals. We're going to have lots of ancillary expenses.
One meal is going to be provided.
And then
But they will get mileage.
What are we going to do about those people who are working Sundays, Saturdays? It wouldn't be right to give them just normal election inspector pay, would it?
Well, the thought is, that it is going to be $20 an hour, no matter what day. And so our two elections inspectors might not even be the same two. We've got about 7 people who said they would help some hours at the early voting site, but some of those have full-time jobs too. And, but they would help on the weekends. So, the thought is that we aren't gonna have to pay overtime because we're not gonna schedule anybody over 40 hours in that 9-day period.
They're not giving OT after 8, they're only giving OT after.
Well,
7.
even for weekend consideration, right?
I get it.
mean,
I
take
get it,
my
but-
volunteerism away here.
Yeah,
So
no, I
if
get
they're-
it, but
If they know what the pay rate is and they agree to
No, I get
it.
it. I get it. Yep.
Yeah.
So I think that was my last concern. So, gratefully, I am thankful that people will do that on Saturdays and Sundays.
yeah, I've got a couple election inspectors that work during the week and said that they would be available to help out on weekends. And we're thinking 5 people over there at a time, but actually I think it's gonna take a couple more than that, because you really kind of need a quote help desk person who we always run with one here, who isn't assigned to any particular station. They're troubleshooting things. And, voters that walk in and they think they vote here and it turns out they vote in Clearwater Township, those types of things.
So I think there's a motion and a second. Do we just need a vote?
Yes, we do.
Roll call when ready.
Wait 1 second, can you reread the motion? Sorry.
Motion to adopt resolution 2311, adopting early voting site and agreement for election services.
Okay.
And just to clarify, were you asking Cheryl to bring this back after some changes?
No, no, I was,
You were
just-
not.
I was just
Okay.
giving her some suggestions if there's feedback that they're taking. They weren't critical elements to me.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we added as number 11 ZA motion, which is all the way back under reports and present
Page 14,
consent calendar.
page 12. No, that's done. So page 13.
Thanks.
I'm sorry.
Keep doing that, I'm gonna be sleeping.
I'm very sorry.
I know we added this to the agenda. I quite frankly believe that there's some conversation that needs to take place. It's after 5.
Do you want to do a special meeting?
We could do a special meeting.
And I apologize to the Haymores. They've been sitting here all this time waiting.
Well,
for us.
and Derek Van Sloksema, I think, has been on the
Yeah.
meeting most of the day too. It just
How soon would a special meeting be scheduled?
I mean, that's up to the board, right? I don't agree with the motion as it's written.
I don't either.
And so I would almost consider here a closed session or a possible closed session if the board decides to do that. I believe it
Do
was.
you have specific questions you'd like to speak to the attorney about? Who's that?
Well, I'd really not rather put them out in public comment right now, but.
Okay, well,
I've
you know,
got a-
I am okay with either way, whatever you wanna do.
I've got a cannon load.
I just don't think, that we should put this off long. People wanna know. You know, and I think we need to get it off our plate one way or another. And I agree with you, Ron. It is 5:05. I'm sorry, I am fading fast. The yawning is nothing to do with I'm tired. It's everything to do with, I haven't ate since 7:30 this
Right.
morning.
Right.
And I just, if we could have it this week still, that'd be awesome. I don't know what everybody's schedule is, but I'll make time for it.
I can do Thursday, that's it. No, you got Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and I have to work a real job on on Wednesday. Next week it's a lot better, but I got Monday, Tuesday.
I do have an appointment at 2 on Thursday, and I have one at 1 also. So if we do it in the morning.
Thursday morning.
What about you, Ron?
I have a meeting at 8 on Thursday morning, but I could probably move that.
Unless you guys got something early in the week next week, like.
Well, what about, I know Friday is a taboo day, but, I kind of reserve that for these emergency situations.
I'm leaving for out of town on Friday.
Okay,
Will work.
I can do it this Friday, but not next Friday.
and I hate Mondays for meetings.
I got next Tuesday.
The 19th,
Yeah.
I'm open.
Cheryl?
I am open that day.
Don?
I am open.
All right.
So am I. So that would give Cheryl time to post a special meeting.
So should we have it at 10 or should we have it at 9?
Is this a special meeting with possible closed session?
Yeah.
Ron?
What time did we just land on?
I would like an opportunity to reach out. I think standard 9 o'clock,
9 a.m., okay.
unless somebody else disagrees with that.
No, that's some.
And then I think what I would like to do is get an email out to legal to see if they're available. If we have questions, can we dial them? I mean,
Okay.
but I think for noticing purposes, we could just say 9 a.m. whether or not legal counsel is available. I'm not even sure if what I just said made sense, but we'll notice the meeting. If legal counsel is available, great. If not, we're still gonna have a meeting at 9 a.m. That's what I
understood.
Okay.
We do have their opinion, post.
Not to my questions, you don't.
Mine either.
Will that give you time to send the questions off to them, or do you just want to pose them during the meeting?
We'll see if they're available. If they're available, then we can just all talk and everybody can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's how I would prefer to handle it, right? And so. But barring that, that could be an alternate method, to send them out to all board members. Or I would send them probably to legal and then let legal disperse them. That's probably how I would prefer to go with it.
Okay.
So Tuesday the 19th, 9 a.m.
In my calendar.
Mine too.
Carol?
Yep.
Don?
Yep.
Okay. My apologies to the people who have waited around. Derek, that includes you, if you're still listening. So.
I am.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yep. So I think that was our last business ad. Does everybody concur?
That's what I have.
Yeah.
Okay, so then board comments or discussion?
I just wondered, well,
Skip one, I accidentally typed in my trustee report 24-24. It was supposed to be 2024.
okay.
Looks like we're voting in 30 years.
And I just wondered, we've had the snowplow ads, were out there. And so did we get any bids and when are we gonna vote on that? Not one single bid,
Not one single bid.
really?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
I was hopeful that you had a stack of them.
Oh, no,
I
they was
haven't even had any.
supposed to be sent to you, not me.
I haven't even had anybody call and ask for correspondence. So you sure it was published? I know, well, I know.
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay.
We've already got the affidavits and I cut it right out of the
Oh,
Elk
okay.
Rapids News.
Okay,
It's a fair question.
And in fact, Elk Rapids News put it in twice and I only asked them to put it in once, so I'm questioning the bill on that, but. No, they went in.
We did Traverse City Record Eagle too.
Traverse City Record Eagle, I already have that affidavit of publication. And,
Yes,
like I
it's good.
say, Elk Rapids News, I cut the whole page out for 2 weeks in a row. They were in.
And that involves just the plowing of the parking lot and shoveling the walk. Is that it?
Well, for all the properties.
No, for here in the fire station. That's all we have plowed. I will reiterate again that, we have a building and grounds job description, grounds worker job description, and that person could be doing all the snow plowing, all the cleanups, all the mowing. But yes, if they're gonna be an employee and we tell them what to do, and when they do it, then you're gonna have to buy some equipment. But, I think that the township is gonna find out eventually that they're gonna just, as many other townships, have their own DPW, maintenance person, building and grounds, whatever you wanna call it, but there's a lot to take care of in this township and, certain contractors don't want that much work. Because it interferes with their other clients.
Announcements. Regular township board meeting, October 10, and now we have one on September 19th. Beginning at 9 AM, both of them. Okay, so this is public comment. Zoom land. Hello, Rachel, I see your hand is up.
Hi there, good evening. Rachel Steelman, PC Chair, responding to the attacks on my team's Township Board packet submission. First, I formally request a copy of the accounting template that is editable. I have been sent screenshots, which I am unable to modify. If I need a program to modify it, I request that be added to my computer as soon as possible. I asked how to submit, but was not told this way was the only way I was to submit a request. I cannot read your minds. I have learned on the fly in every aspect of this role, and often what I've been told changes down the road. I must ask, do you want us to succeed, or are you afraid of our success? I have also requested education and assistance from the beginning. I am very open to assistance and welcome it. In fact, when I took over the chair seat in February, I asked and was told by Supervisor Pop I didn't have to worry about the PC budget because he took care of that for us. I now know that wasn't true. Jumping to the number of meetings anticipated, I sent Clerk Gloss the number of meetings anticipated on August 17th as she requested of me. What I sent was based on the decision as a team at our August 16th PC meeting. We decided 10 PC meetings, 5 ROS meetings, and 2 joint meetings for a total of 17 meetings between August 17th and March 31st, 2024. Cheryl indicated it was her duty to take care of the wages and salaries line item, so I didn't know I was to include those meeting number details for you as well. I've been educated today. I'd like all of you to please reread the following sections from my packet submission on electronic packet pages 194 and 195. items 3B, C, D, and E, which clearly indicate between now and the end of the fiscal year, you will have a draft master plan and a draft zoning project completed for a total of an additional $25,000 in professional services. It goes on to say, in the beginning of the calendar year, we will address the next fiscal year's budget to determine what we will need, if we will need additional funds to get a final product published. A budget is an estimate. We clearly state we do not expect to spend more than $25,000 in additional funds or additional contracts or additional services. So as long as we, the PC and Township Board, are able to work together without any further dysfunction and an inability to communicate, you will have a completed draft for an additional $25,000. Some of you seem hung up on a comment someone previously stated that we could or might spend $150,000. That's not our reality. It's just not been true thus far, nor in the budget expectations provided to you today. We are not hiding anything or expecting additional expenses beyond what you see here. We, the PC, need a detailed list of what you want to see, in what order, in what format you require, and in writing as soon as possible. Then we will get that to you for your October meeting. I've been open to education, assistance, and guidance since taking this position. I've voiced this often and even reached out upon deaf ears or incorrect information. I cannot force you to help me, but our team will continue to succeed with or without your help. You have my promise on that. I implore you, let's make this easier on all of us by communicating and working together for the greater good. It just doesn't have to be this difficult or ugly. Thank you.
Anyone else in Zoom land with your hand up? And how about here in Township Hall?
Yeah, that definitely required a chuckle from the front of the office here. The planning commission, yes, totally. I just want you to know, Rachel, you're doing a great job and totally appreciate it. And I see that things are moving really, really well. Actually, I think better than even anticipated. And that's why they were able to say, get a draft in by the end of the fiscal year. That does not, when they first started talking about it, that was not even talked about. They were saying running into the next one and all that good stuff. So I just had to say that. Thanks.
Anyone else in Township Hall? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Is that you, Heidi?
Yep, it's me.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.